Elder Feng Gong, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian said humbly. An ordinary outer court disciple? The white-robed old man snorted. I've never seen an ordinary outer court disciple who can defeat Feng Fan, who's ranked on the earth ranking. Moreover, he even killed him. Young man, it's good to be talented. However, if you're too humble, you'll lose the drive that young people should have. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Duan Lingtian was sweating profusely. Did this elder think that he was not showing off enough? All right, put down your spatial ring and go in. The white-robed old man waved his hand and said, Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting down his spatial ring, he walked into the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. Before he entered, he had already guessed that the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion was where all kinds of saint-grade martial tactics were stored. This was because this was the last level of the Merit Pavilion. He did not see any saint-grade martial tactics on the previous 2 levels. One of the main reasons he came this time was the saint-grade martial tactic. To be more precise, it was the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Before he came, he already had a target in mind. Therefore, he did not spend too much time choosing after he arrived. Even on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect, there were only a few human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately fixed on one of them. To be more precise, he was staring at the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic. Beside the saint token, there was an introduction paper that introduced the name of the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token and the techniques contained in the saint-grade martial tactic. Peng soars in the 9 heavens, heavy as Mount Tai, golden shirt. This is it. As it turns out, the saint-grade martial tactic that contains these 3 techniques is called the Golden Peng Mass Tactic. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the introduction beside the saint token. The Golden Peng Mass Tactic was the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic that Feng Fan, who died in his hands yesterday, cultivated. The defensive technique, Golden Shirt, in this set of saint-grade martial tactic was the upgraded version of the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, that Duan Lingtian cultivated. Currently, Duan Lingtian had cultivated the Silver Shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Unless he changed his cultivation to the Golden Shirt, he would not be able to make any progress. Once he changed his cultivation to the Golden Shirt, he would not have to start from scratch. He could directly transform it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, the Golden Shirt. Its power was no different from the highest stage of the Silver Shirt. Before coming to the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind to choose the human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic that contained the Golden Shirt. Apart from the Golden Shirt, he also had his eyes on the Heavy as Mount Tai. The Heavy as Mount Tai was a close-range offensive martial tactic. He had personally experienced its power before. Ever since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, close-range attacks had always been his weakness. He could only rely on the close-range attack, the Sound of Death, that was contained in the saint-grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, that he cultivated. The saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, was a set of saint-grade martial tactic that focused on long-range attacks. Therefore, compared to the Heavy as Mount Tai, the Sound of Death was slightly inferior. On the other hand, the saint-grade martial tactic, Golden Rock Mass Tactic, focused on close-range attacks. Feng Fan's 1000 Mass Sword is already in my hands. Once I cultivate the Heavy as Mount Tai, even if I've just started cultivating it, the power of the Sound of Death will be far more powerful than the Sound of Death when combined with the 1000 Mass Sword. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. The 1000 Mass Sword was inscribed with the 2-star Saint inscription, the 1000 Mass Saint inscription. Once it was activated, it would make the sword as heavy as 1000 caddies, but it would not burden the user at all. This is it. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he reached out to grab the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, Golden Rock Mass Tactic. The moment the Saint token entered his hand, Duan Lingtian's expression changed for no reason. He quickly retrieved the Saint token and took 2 steps back. At the same time, his other hand swept across the place where the Saint token was at lightning speed, stirring up a gust of wind. However, this hand was still too slow. Duan Lingtian was the first to take the Saint token. Humph. You're just an outer court disciple. How dare you compete with me for the Golden Rock Mass Tactic? Before I borrow it today, don't even think about borrowing it. A cold snort was heard. It was a young man who had appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He was looking at Duan Lingtian with contempt. At the same time, he looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian finally saw clearly that the person who took the saint token after him was an inner court disciple. This could be seen from the inner court disciple token hanging on his waist. If it was a polite inner court disciple who said that he was in a hurry and wanted to borrow the golden rock mask tactic first, Duan Lingtian might be willing to let him borrow the golden rock mask tactic first. However, this inner court disciple wanted to snatch the saint token that was in his hand from the beginning. Then, he even spoke to him in a condescending tone as though he was ordering him to do so. At once, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He had always been a person who was amenable to persuasion but not coercion. Therefore, in the face of this rude inner court disciple, he only glanced at him coldly and ignored him. He turned around and walked to another area in the Merit Pavilion. There were no saint-grade martial tactics in that area. Instead, there were jade tokens that recorded all kinds of information. These jade tokens were all-encompassing. They were exactly what Duan Lingtian needed. Although he had been in the Dao Martial Saint Land for more than a year, he still did not know much about the Dao Martial Saint Land. Through these jade tokens, he could learn more about this mysterious and vast Dao Martial Saint Land. How dare you ignore me? When the inner court disciple saw Duan Lingtian leaving with the saint token after glancing at him indifferently, he was stunned at first. When he regained his senses, he was instantly enraged. He did not expect to encounter such an outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him when he came to the Merit Pavilion to borrow the second half of the Golden Rock Mask tactic. In the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, the only people who could make him wary were the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the Earth ranking. He did not care about the other outer court disciples at all. He had seen the 5 outer court disciples who were ranked in the Earth ranking before. He was certain this outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him was not one of them. If it was not for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the Merit Pavilion, he would have taught this outer court disciple who did not know what was good for him a lesson. Boy, everyone has to pay the price for their stupid choices. I'll give you one last chance. Hand the saint token over obediently and kneel down to apologize to me. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it if something happens that makes you unhappy after you leave the Merit Pavilion. Chapter 1464. Idiot. Faced with the inner court disciples' repeated provocations and threats, Duan Lingtian finally could not help but turn around. He glanced at the inner court disciple nonchalantly and spat out 2 words. Idiot. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, the inner court disciple was dumbfounded. Did this fellow just call him an idiot? An outer court disciple actually dared to call him an idiot? In an instant, the inner court disciple could only feel the fury in his heart on the verge of bursting out. However, by the time he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already picked out a few jade tokens and was heading to the entrance of the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, the inner court disciple suppressed his anger and followed after him. Soon after, he arrived at the counter in front of Duan Lingtian. He picked up his spatial ring and left. It was obvious he did not intend to borrow the Golden Rock Mask tactic. The white-robed old man behind the counter did not stop him. The reason he did not stop him was because the inner court disciple did not take anything from the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion and did not touch the jade tokens that contained the saint-grade martial tactic in the Merit Pavilion. Elder. When Duan Lingtian took out the saint token that contained the Golden Rock Mask tactic and a few other jade tokens and placed them on the counter, he could sense the cold killing intent in the inner court disciple's eyes as he walked down the stairs. However, he completely ignored it. He, Duan Lingtian, had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. Golden Rock Mask tactic? It's a pretty good human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. The old man picked up the saint token and took a look at it before he nodded. Then, he looked at the other jade tokens. These jade tokens are just ordinary jade tokens that record some information. However, since there's a lot of information in them, each one costs 1,000 merit points. This Golden Rock Mask tactic costs 30,000 merit points to borrow once. You can borrow it here. After you've paid the merit points, you can start borrowing it. The old man said to Duan Ling Tian. Let's pay them all together. Duan Ling Tian took out his crystal card and swiped more than 30,000 merit points. After putting away the jade slips that recorded various information, he picked up the saint slip that recorded the saint grade martial tactic, golden rock mass tactic, and began to read it. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian felt a vast amount of information surging into his mind and becoming part of his mind. He had memorized the entire golden rock mass tactics. This was his unique ability. Ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators would need to borrow saint grade martial tactics and saint grade Dao techniques 5 times before they could fully master them. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, only needed to do it once, and he could memorize it all in an instant. Duan Ling Tian, who originally wanted to delay for a quarter of an hour, recalled the words of the white-robed old man behind the counter. He couldn't help but smile. Young people should have the spirit of young people. If that's the case. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he made up his mind. Then, under the astonished gaze of the white-robed old man, Duan Ling Tian put down the saint's slip. Elder, I've finished reading it. You finished reading it? The white-robed old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that. Did you read it when you were inside? Many people who came to borrow saint grade martial tactics would start at the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. As long as a person picked up the saint slip in the Merit Pavilion, regardless of whether he came out with the saint slip in the end, he would have to pay the corresponding borrowing fee. This was to prevent people from secretly borrowing the saint grade martial tactic without paying merit points. As the guardian of the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion, other than collecting merit points, the old man's job was to monitor the situation on the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion. Just like the inner court disciple who had left earlier. Since he had not touched the saint slip or jade slip in the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion, the old man did not stop him when he left. If he had touched the saint slip or jade slip and wanted to leave, the old man would have stopped him immediately and made him pay the corresponding merit points. In the face of the old man's question, Duan Ling Tian smiled. Elder, what do you think? Good lad. You gave me a fright. I really thought you had finished reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in an instant. It turns out that you had already read it when you were still inside. The old man said as he shook his head. It was obvious he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to finish reading the contents of the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in such a short time. If he found out that not only did Duan Ling Tian finish reading the first stage of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, but he had even finished reading all 5 stages of the Golden Rock Mass tactic, one could only wonder what kind of expression he would have. This was what made Duan Ling Tian different from other people. He could memorize all the saint-grade martial tactics in the saint slip in the blink of an eye. This gave him a unique advantage in this regard that was not something ordinary people could compare to. Just like now, he had spent 30,000 merit points to memorize the contents of the Golden Rock Mass tactic in one go. He did not need to borrow it again in the future. Compared to ordinary martial cultivators who wanted to borrow the Golden Rock Mass tactic, he saved a total of 120,000 merit points. After all, an ordinary martial cultivator would need to borrow it at least 5 times if he wanted to cultivate the Golden Rock Mass tactic to the highest stage. If he borrowed it 5 times and spent 30,000 merit points each time, it would be 150,000 merit points. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian only smiled and did not explain further. What could he say? Could he say that he had memorized the entire Golden Rock Mass tactic and did not need to borrow it again in the future? Even if he said that, the old man might not believe him. Elder, I'll take my leave first then. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the old man and prepared to leave. That inner court disciple earlier is at the early saint rudiment stage. The old man reminded Duan Ling Tian when he was about to leave. It was rare for him to do so. It was obvious he had been watching the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and the inner court disciple from the beginning until the end. Although it's not important to me, thank you very much, Elder. Upon hearing the old man's reminder, Duan Ling Tian smiled and thanked him. It's not important. The old man was stunned. Isn't there a rule in the sect that inner court disciples are not allowed to bully outer court disciples in the outer court district? Let alone the fact that he's only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Even if he's at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage or even the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would he still dare to make a move on me? Duan Ling Tian smiled. The old man was stunned. So that's what you think. However, if that's what you think, you're sorely mistaken. Ha! Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be puzzled. The Merit Pavilion is located at the intersection of the Inner Court District and the Outer Court District. Strictly speaking, this is not considered the Outer Court District. Naturally, it's not considered the Inner Court District but the Middle District. The old man said, Inner Court disciples are allowed to attack Outer Court disciples here. As long as they don't kill or even cripple the Outer Court disciple, there's almost no restriction. I see. If that's the case, this is indeed very important to me. Duan Lingtian did not expect this to be the case. He thanked the old man again. Originally, when he had a conflict with the Inner Court disciple, he had already prepared himself for the other party's revenge. Naturally, he only thought the other party would not dare to attack him before he entered the Inner Court. As long as he entered the Inner Court, he would not necessarily be afraid of the other party. However, after listening to the old man's words, he realized he was wrong. As it turned out, the Merit Pavilion was not considered the Outer Court District. Outer Court disciples were not protected by the sex rules here. Early Saint Rudiment stage? However, after learning that the Inner Court disciple was only an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, Duan Lingtian was no longer worried. After Duan Lingtian left the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion, he continued to walk down. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion. Just when he was about to continue walking down, one of the Inner Court deacons behind the counter at the entrance of the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion called out to him. Are you Duan Lingtian? The Inner Court deacon's eyes were filled with curiosity. It was obvious his companion was curious as well. It was obvious they had already vaguely guessed Duan Lingtian's identity, but they were not certain. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, under the 2 Inner Court deacons' shocked gazes, he left the 3rd level of the Merit Pavilion and continued to walk down. So he's really Duan Lingtian. No wonder he's so generous. That's right. He gave away 700,000 merit points in one go. I heard he made a net profit of 3 million merit points yesterday. Today, he even generously returned half of his merit points to the people in the Outer Court District who gave him merit points. As they spoke, the 2 Inner Court deacons sighed again. Elder Feng gone. When he passed by the 2nd level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian greeted the old man who had already opened his eyes and was looking at him with a smile. Then, with the old man's nod, he went to the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion. When he arrived at the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had entered a wet market. Many Inner Court disciples were shouting and peddling. There are some stalls that weren't here when I arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced around the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion and noticed that there were many new stalls. He immediately called out to Hua Lao and began to wander around the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion again. Unfortunately, he did not come across the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Looks like I've run out of luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He stepped out and left the Merit Pavilion. After taking a few steps, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. This was because he noticed that someone was walking towards him with ill intentions. With just one look, Duan Lingtian recognized this person. It was the extremely arrogant Inner Court disciple that he had met on the 4th level of the Merit Pavilion. After leaving the Merit Pavilion, this person had obviously been waiting for him here. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. The Inner Court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. From his words, it was obvious that he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian for a while. Don't dare to come out? You think you're worthy of scaring me into not coming out? Chapter 1465. The Inner Court disciple initially thought that the Outer Court disciple in front of him would panic after realizing that he was blocking his path. Who knew that not only did the other party not panic, but he even talked back to him fearlessly. He did not know why, but at this moment, a sense of dread rose in his heart. Could it be that there was someone behind this Outer Court disciple? Otherwise, why would he dare to talk back to an Inner Court disciple like him? Was he not afraid that he would be bedridden for a few months? At this moment, many people noticed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and the Inner Court disciple, and they all gathered around to watch the show. Even the people on the 1st floor of the Merit Pavilion, including the inner court disciples who had set up their stalls, closed their stalls and came out to watch the show. To them, it was better to watch a show than to stay in the first floor of the Merit Pavilion and guard their stalls. Moreover, when there was a show outside, no one would care about their stalls at all. This was because everyone had gone to watch the show. It's Yi Nan. Someone recognized the inner court disciple who was confronting Duanling Tian and made fun of him. Yi Nan, you're an inner court disciple. Why are you competing with an outer court disciple? Don't you think it's embarrassing? When Yi Nan heard that, his face turned green and white. It's him. At this moment, the owners of the stalls that Duanling Tian had visited earlier, a few inner court disciples, recognized Duanling Tian. They had a deep impression of Duanling Tian. This was because Duanling Tian had pushed the price of their items down to their bottom line. Soon, more and more people came to watch the show, and they almost formed a circle. Yi Nan did not expect the situation to turn out like this. It was completely out of his control, and he was in a difficult position. Who's your master? He took a deep breath and asked Duanling Tian through true energy voice transmission. His tone was gentler. You're asking about my master? When Duanling Tian heard Yi Nan's true energy voice transmission, how could he not know what he was thinking? He was instantly amused and teased him. Why? Are you worried that I have a master who's in the upper echelon of the sect, and you're afraid that you can't afford to offend him? Yi Nan used true energy voice transmission, but Duanling Tian directly said it out loud. For a moment, the gazes that everyone present looked at Yi Nan became somewhat strange. You've already stopped him, and now you're asking him if he has a back. Isn't it a little too late? Many inner disciples couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Yi Nan, don't tell me you're scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and make way for this junior brother. Don't block this junior brother from returning to the outer sect. There were also many inner disciples who knew Yi Nan and were not on good terms with him who made fun of him. An inner disciple actually cowered in front of an outer disciple. How shameful! More and more people were making fun of him. Yi Nan's face alternated between green and white. His heart was filled with shame and indignation. His gaze once again fell on Duanling Tian with a piercingly cold light. No matter who is behind you, since you don't know the rules of respecting your elder brothers, then as your senior brother, I will properly teach you how to behave. Yi Nan's words were so dignified that he changed his nature of intercepting Duanling Tian. Disrespect my elder brother? Upon hearing Yi Nan's words, Duanling Tian laughed. What a big hat! Do you think that even if I have someone behind me, he won't do anything to you because he's in the wrong after you said that? Yi Nan did not expect his thoughts to be exposed in just a few words. For a moment, he was filled with shame and indignation. He could sense that the gazes that were looking at him had become unusually strange. Actually, you don't have to spend so much effort. To tell you the truth, I don't have anyone behind me. You don't have to be suspicious. If you want to make a move, then go ahead. If you don't dare to make a move, then scram. I still have to rush back to cultivate. I don't have time to waste here with you. Duanling Tian said indifferently. He was getting a little impatient as he spoke. Haha. Yi Nan, don't tell me you're really a coward? This junior brother already said that he doesn't have anyone behind him. Don't tell me you're still afraid to make a move? How boring. I thought there would be a show to watch. Who knew that Yi Nan would be so cowardly? Many inner court disciples were eager to see the world burn, and they shook their heads as they spoke. His words entered Yi Nan's ears, and it caused his face to flush red. He was angered to the point he couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he glared angrily at Duanling Tian. Today, as an inner court senior brother, I'll properly teach you, an outer court junior brother, how to respect your elder brother. Duanling Tian had exposed Yi Nan's thoughts time and time again. It had also caused Yi Nan to be completely enraged. He almost lost his mind. You want to teach me? Then, let's see if you have the ability. Looking at Yi Nan, who was ready to make a move at any time, Duanling Tian said with a cold smile on his face. You're courting death. Yi Nan roared and finally made his move. His body moved like the wind and thunder. In an instant, he had already closed in on Duanling Tian. Whoosh!
With a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared.
He suddenly shook it and whipped it toward Duan Lingtian. The long spear pierced through the air as spear shadows filled the sky. They were like poisonous snakes that charged out in unison and bit toward Duan Lingtian. One must admit that as an inner court disciple at the early Saint Rudiment stage, Yi Nan's strength was extremely impressive. At the very least, he was not any weaker than Feng Fan before he activated the 1000-mass saint inscription on his heavy sword. In the face of Yi Nan's menacing spear shadows that filled the sky, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He stood there motionless like a mountain as though he was willing to expose his entire body to Yi Nan. While many of the spectating inner court disciples were worried for Duan Lingtian finally made his move.
A heavy sword appeared in his hand out of thin air.
As soon as the heavy sword appeared in his hand, his true energy surged into it, causing a mysterious aura to appear on the heavy sword. It was as though it had transformed into a 1000-mass hammer in an instant. Heavy as Mount Tai, Duan Lingtian chanted in his heart.
With a lift of his hand, the heavy sword in his hand trembled before it suddenly swung out to meet Yi Nan's menacing spear shadows that filled the sky.
The heavy sword moved like wind and thunder. Wherever it passed, it was as though a mountain had collapsed. It caused the air to tremble and set off a series of continuous sounds of wind and thunder. The sound of wind and thunder was accompanied by gusts of raging wind that spread in all directions. It's the 1000-mass saint inscription. An inner court disciple was the first to exclaim in surprise.
It was obvious that he had recognized the saint inscription that had been activated on Duan Lingtian's heavy sword.
When Yi Nan heard the inner court disciple's exclamation, his expression changed slightly. He realized that the outer court disciple in front of him might really have an extraordinary background. What a joke! That was a 2-star saint inscription, the 1000-mass saint inscription. A saint weapon that was inscribed with the 1000-mass saint inscription would cost at least 200,000 merit points in the merit pavilion. How could someone who could use such a saint weapon be an ordinary outer court disciple? It was obviously impossible. At this moment, Yi Nan began to regret his decision.
However, he had already attacked with all his might.
It was too late for him to stop now. However, he soon realized that even if he did not stop, he would still not be able to hurt his opponent.
As the heavy sword that was as heavy as a mountain collided with Yi Nan's long spear, the air seemed to have exploded at this moment.
Boom! A small shockwave raged out, setting off gusts of even more terrifying wind.
The raging wind caused the robes of the group of inner court disciples who were watching to flutter.
However, they did not care about this at all. They continued to watch the duel between Duan Lingtian and Yi Nan without blinking.
As the air seemed to have exploded, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the outer court disciple who had swung the heavy sword in his hand continuously retreated several steps.
On the other hand, the spear in the inner court disciple's hand, Yi Nan, was broken and sent flying far away. Yi Nan's hand that was holding the spear was now a bloody mess.
Not only that, Yi Nan, who was at the center of the collision, also forcibly endured the oncoming force after the spear in her hand was knocked away.
Her entire body was blasted away and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away, looking extremely miserable. This heavy as Mount Tai is really awesome when used together with the 1000-mass saint inscription.
Although the vital energy and blood in Duan Lingtian's body were surging, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes.
He had not officially started to cultivate the heavy as Mount Tai offensive technique in the Golden Rock Mass tactic. He had only casually used it, but the effect of using it together with the 1000-mass saint inscription surprised and delighted him at the same time. When the sword swept out like a mountain, it was as though everything had to give way to him. That kind of domineering feeling, that kind of delightful feeling, made the blood in his entire body seem to boil. Right now, he was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to laugh out loud. Inner court senior brother? Duan Lingtian sneered as he glanced indifferently at Yi Nan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog.
After putting away the 1000-mass sword, he strode toward the outer court area under the shocked gazes of the group of inner court disciples.
When Yi Nan heard the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's sneer, he was so angry that his vital energy and blood surged. His injuries worsened and he fainted immediately. When Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared before their eyes, the inner court disciples who were watching finally regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes.
When did such a person appear in the outer court?
There are only 5 outer court disciples who can defeat Yi Nan so easily. Moreover, they're all powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage who are ranked on the earth ranking. You're wrong. It's 4 people. Feng Fan died yesterday. I'm not wrong. Feng Fan is dead, but someone has replaced his position. Don't forget, after killing Feng Fan, that newly emerged monster from the outer court has already replaced Feng Fan's position and replaced Feng Fan's ranking on the earth ranking. That monster seems to be called Duan Lingtian. One by one, the outer sect disciples began to discuss among themselves. What happened just now had truly shocked them to the core. Do you guys think that? Could that outer court disciple be Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice sounded. If you say so, it's possible. The sword in the outer court disciple's hand looks very similar to the sword Feng Fan used before. Not only that, but it also has the 1000 Mass Saint inscription on it. Many inner court disciples regained their senses after the reminder. In the end, they were almost certain. Chapter 1466. After confirming that the outer court disciple was Duan Lingtian, the shock on the group of inner court disciples' faces increased instead of lessening. I've only heard that Duan Lingtian is strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Although the 1000 Mass Sword contributed to his victory over Yi Nan, it doesn't cover up his own strength at all. Many inner court disciples exclaimed. He's worthy of his reputation. That Duan Lingtian is even more monstrous than the rumors say. Another inner court disciple chimed in. I heard that Duan Lingtian is only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. He's already so monstrous when he's only at the perfection mortal shedding stage. How terrifying would he be when he breaks through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, or even the Saint Rudiment stage? Someone exclaimed when he recalled Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. The scene fell into a dead silence at once. After all this time, they had forgotten about this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who killed Feng Fan, who's ranked 99th on the earth ranking, and replaced him. He entered the earth ranking with his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. I don't think there's such a monstrous person in the history of the 9 sect alliances, right? An inner court disciple said. Duan Lingtian is destined to rewrite the history of the 9 sect alliances earth ranking. Many inner court disciples were excited. Duan Lingtian is our Moon Illumination sect's disciple. This is our entire Moon Illumination sect's glory. I heard that Duan Lingtian earned a total of 3 million merit points from the battle with Feng Fan yesterday. I heard about that too. However, he seems to have returned half of it to most of the people today. Even so, the merit points in his hands are still more than 5 million. 5 million merit points. His wealth is comparable to those inner court elders in our inner court, right? Many inner court disciples were envious when they mentioned Duan Lingtian's wealth. He's Duan Lingtian? A tycoon with more than 5 million merit points? The few inner disciples who had been patronized by Duan Lingtian before were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood when they thought of how Duan Lingtian tried to bargain with them. At the same time, their eyes were filled with resentment. You're a tycoon with millions of merit points. Do you really need to haggle so much just to buy something that only costs a few thousand merit points? He had forcefully reduced the original price of several thousand merit points to a few hundred merit points. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the grievances of these inner disciples. After Yi Nan fainted from anger, he returned to the outer sect district and returned to his own independent courtyard. After returning to his room, the first thing he did was enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After handing over a pile of materials to Hualao, he went to the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He took out the few jade slips he bought from the 4th floor of the Merit Pavilion and browsed through the large amount of information inside. There were many things he was interested in these jade slips. While Hualao was busy repairing the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in the few jade slips in his hands. To be more precise, he was immersed in the large amount of information contained in these jade slips. The information in these few jade slips was all-encompassing. There was information about Saint Refinement Master's weapon forging and medicine refinement, about Tao Talisman inscribing by Tao Talisman Masters, about Saint Inscription Masters inscribing Saint Inscriptions. There was also information about many other aspects that were too much for the eyes to take in. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian was mainly looking at the information about the Saint Inscriptions.
Although he had the broadsword inscribed with the 2-star Saint Inscription, the 1000-mass Saint Inscription, in his hand, and he could see what the 1000-mass Saint Inscription looked like, he could only find out that the Saint Inscription in the Tao Martial Saint Land was similar to the inscription in the Mortal Continent.
He did not know anything about other connections.
Through the information recorded in the jade slips in his hands, Duan Ling Tian had a deeper understanding of the Saint Inscription.
As it turns out, the Saint Inscription and the inscription have so many similarities. As long as I can find a point of convergence, there's not much difference between the inscription and the Saint Inscription. It's not impossible to upgrade the inscription to the Saint Inscription.
Perhaps, the other memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu are meaningless to me now. However, the memories of the inscription Tao might be a great fortune for me in the Tao Martial Saint Land.
A Saint Inscription Master represents wealth.
After gaining a deeper understanding of the Saint Inscription, Duan Ling Tian realized that as long as he studied the Saint Inscription himself, he might be able to find the point of convergence between the Saint Inscription and the inscription. In that case, the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu regarding the inscription Tao would come in handy. Duan Ling Tian might become a Saint Inscription Master in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the value of the Saint Inscription was much higher than the Tao Talisman. The reason for the difference was that the Tao Talisman was usually a one-time use item. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian learned from the information in the jade slips that some high-grade Tao Talismans could be used twice or even thrice. Those high-grade Tao Talismans were not something the Moon Illumination sect could come into contact with. To the Moon Illumination sect they were a legend.
Unlike the Tao Talisman, the Saint Inscription was usually inscribed on the Saint Weapon. As long as the Saint Weapon was not destroyed, the Saint Inscription would always be useful.
Due to this reason, the value of the Saint Inscription was very high. Just like the 1000-mass sword in his hand, it was worth more than 200,000 merit points just because it was inscribed with a 2-star Saint Inscription.
On the other hand, a 2-star Tao Talisman could only be sold for several tens of thousands of merit points. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, a 2-star offensive Tao Talisman. A 2-star offensive Tao Talisman could unleash an attack at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage once it was used.
After having a certain understanding of the Saint Inscription, Duan Ling Tian learned more about the Saint Inscription Masters and the weapon refinement and medicine refinement. However, he soon realized he would not be able to refine weapons and medicine refinement anymore. This was because the Saint Inscription Masters in the Tao Martial Saint Land had to possess a body with the pure fire attribute. Only then would they be able to communicate with the flames needed to refine weapons and medicine refinement.
This was completely different from the Cloud Continent.
On the Cloud Continent, as long as one's cultivation base had reached a certain level, one would be able to condense pill fire or weapon fire with one's origin energy as long as one had an innate talent in alchemy and weapons crafting.
As expected, different temples have different scriptures, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. However, he was not disappointed after learning about this. This was because there was no shortage of Saint Inscription Masters in the Tao Martial Saint Land, whether it was weapon refinement or medicine refinement. What was lacking was Saint Inscription Masters and Tao Talisman Masters. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, apart from the martial Tao, Saint Inscriptions and Tao Talismans were the most respected. I'll ask Elder Feng Gon when I have the time to see where I can learn the Saint Inscription.
As long as I understand the foundation of the Saint Inscription, it'll only be a matter of time before I can connect the inscription with the Saint Inscription.
The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his heart could not help but surge with excitement. Saint Inscription Master. Duan Ling Tian had the potential and innate talent to become a Saint Inscription Master. Moreover, once he became a Saint Inscription Master, he would not be an ordinary Saint Inscription Master. Due to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, once he connected the inscription with the Saint Inscription, he might even have the chance to become a Saint Inscription Master. Although there was only a one-word difference between the Saint Inscription Master and Saint Inscription Master, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth.
There might not even be one Saint Inscription Master among 1,000 Saint Inscription Masters. After roughly understanding the other information contained in the few jade tokens, Duan Ling Tian shifted his focus back to cultivation. First, he had to convert the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, to Golden Shirt. As the upgraded version of the Silver Shirt, the cultivation of the Golden Shirt was similar to that of the Silver Shirt. For this reason, it did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate the Golden Shirt. Moreover, it was the Golden Shirt that was at the third stage, the competent stage. Currently, as soon as Duan Ling Tian cast the Golden Shirt, his body glowed with a golden light as though he was wearing a layer of Golden Shirt. After cultivating the Golden Shirt, Duan Ling Tian shifted his focus back to the Saint-grade martial tactic, the Golden Rock Mass tactic, and began to cultivate the offensive technique, the Gargantuan Mountain. This was a powerful technique that was combined with the 1,000 Mass Sword. Today, he had not even cultivated the first stage of the Gargantuan Mountain, but the first time he used the Gargantuan Mountain together with the 1,000 Mass Sword, he sent Yi Nan, the inner court disciple, flying. Using strength to overcome strength. Using strength to fight strength. The feeling of his vital energy and blood rolling in his body made Duan Ling Tian feel extremely exhilarated. Naturally, while he was cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic, Duan Ling Tian did not neglect the cultivation of his cultivation base. His current goal was to break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage as soon as possible. At that time, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. His saint veins would also be opened to the maximum. In the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Dao Martial Saint Land, a huge floating island was suspended in the air without any support. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, and it looked like a paradise on earth. And on this floating island, there was an incomparably luxurious palace. The palace was huge and occupied a vast area. It was even bigger than the capital of a dynasty on the mortal continent. Behind the palace was a back garden that looked like a prairie. There were many docile strange beasts walking around, making the entire back garden look lively and lively. There was a spacious pavilion in the corner of the backyard. The pavilion was also suspended in the air, and there was a vast lake under the pavilion. There were all kinds of fish swimming in the lake. In the pavilion, a young man and a young woman who looked like a golden couple were sitting opposite to each other around a stone table. The stone table was filled with delicacies. Just a glance was enough to whet one's appetite. However, the man and woman's attention was not on the delicacies. To be more precise, the woman's attention was elsewhere. Are you thinking about Tian again? A handsome young man with an appearance that was extremely similar to Duan Ling Tian asked in a soft voice with a gentle gaze. Brother Feng, it's been so many years. Why hasn't Tian come yet? Could something have happened to him? Chapter 1467. Don't worry. As long as Tian has the ability to open the jade box I left for him, he'll naturally come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. I've already given him a detailed address so he can look for Elder Ku there. The young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian's cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. He looked at his wife and comforted her. As long as he finds Elder Ku will bring him to see us immediately. We should have brought him along with us back then. Li Ro said regretfully. Didn't you agree with my decision back then? Believe me, with the 3 Dao talismans I left behind, coupled with Tian's great fortune, he'll definitely be able to come to the Dao Martial Saint Land safely. Who knows, he might have already met Elder Ku and is on his way back now. Duan Ruffing said. Back then, he had left his son behind because he hoped his son would grow up step by step in the mortal continent. That way, he would be able to unleash his potential. If his son followed him to the Dao Martial Saint Land, his future in the martial Dao would definitely be affected. Which parent would not want their son to be successful? Due to this reason, when she heard Duan Ruffing's explanation, Li Ro agreed without even thinking about it. I hope so. Li Ro was still a little worried. A few years ago when I was out, I met the Oracle Man and asked him to divine Tian's fortune. Duan Ruffing looked at Li Ro and smiled. Before he could finish his words, Li Ro interrupted him. You mean the Oracle Man who knows everything about astronomy and geography and is said to be able to divine fate? Li Ro had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long time. She had also heard about the Oracle Man in the Dao Martial Saint Land who could divine fate. However, He had an eccentric temper and would only divine the fortunes of those he liked. Otherwise, he would not care no matter how powerful the force behind him was. That's him. Duan Ruffing nodded. I heard that he has a weird temper and only reads the fortunes of those he likes. Furthermore, it is said that even if he reads the fortunes of those he finds pleasing to the eye, he would only read the fortunes of those involved. Why would he be willing to read Tian Er's fortune?
Li Ro asked suspiciously. I don't know why either. I didn't even recognize him at first. He was the one who took the initiative to find me. Duan Ruffing had a strange expression on his face when he said this. He took the initiative to look for you? Li Ro was stunned.
Although her husband was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it should not be enough for the Oracle Man to take the initiative to curry favor with him, right?
Li Ro had even heard of a rumor.
The leader of a force that was on par with the Azure Cloud Mansion wanted to have his fortune told by the Oracle Man, but he was rejected by the Oracle Man.
Therefore, she did not think that the Oracle Man came to her because of her husband's identity. There must be something else behind this. I found it strange as well. However, he said something about the Heaven's secret not being divulged. Moreover, when I confirmed his identity and asked him to read Tian Er's fortune, he did not reject me at all.
He immediately agreed, Duan Ruffing said. He said Tian Er is a person with great fortune, and his achievements in the future will surpass mine. He also said it's fortunate that I didn't bring Tian Er to the Dao Martial Saint Land directly. Otherwise Tian Er would have lost a great opportunity.
What great opportunity?
Li Ro asked curiously.
I asked him about it at that time, but he said he didn't know.
Duan Ruffing smiled wryly.
Again, the Heaven's secret not being divulged?
Li Ro frowned.
Brother Feng, don't tell me that the Oracle Man you met is an imposter?
Regarding Tian Er's great opportunity, he didn't say anything about the Heaven's secret not being divulged.
He only said that even he couldn't read it. He only knew that it was a great opportunity.
According to him, the great opportunity that Tian Er obtained had already exceeded the scope of his divination.
When Duan Ruffing reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with joy. After all, that was his son.
The greater the opportunity, the greater the achievement, the happier he would be as his father.
If it was not because he wanted his son to succeed, he would not have left his son on Cloud Continent. Now it seemed like he had made the right choice.
If he had brought his son to the Dao Martial Saint Land at that time, his son would have missed the great opportunity.
As for the Oracle Man's identity, I've confirmed it many times. He's definitely not an imposter.
Duan Ruffing was very sure about this.
If he's really the old prophet, then what he said should be true. A great fortuitous encounter that even the old prophet couldn't predict. It seems like Tian Er's fortuitous encounter on Cloud Continent is really extraordinary. A rare smile appeared on Li Ro's face.
Haha.
The son of Duan Ruffing, must be someone with great fortune. As the saying goes, like father like son.
Duan Ruffing laughed out loud.
You still have the cheek to talk about your great opportunity? Until now, I still can't help but break out in cold sweat every time I think about the experience you mentioned. If it wasn't for that devil cultivator's soul being destroyed, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to control your body completely until now. Li Ro said snappily. Upon hearing this, Duan Ruffing smiled awkwardly. He was speechless for a moment. How's Jingru and our 2 future daughters-in-law? Li Ro asked when she recalled the 3 women who came with them. Among the 3 of them, other than Jingru whose innate talent is slightly inferior, Bai Yao and Xiao Lan's innate talent are very good. In at most a year, Bai Yao and Xiao Lan's cultivation base will definitely break through again. Duan Ruffing smiled. That's good. When Li Ro mentioned Bai Yao and Xiao Lan, a smile bloomed on her face. They were her 2 future daughters-in-law. Not only were their characters good, but they were also loyal to her son. After so many years, their hearts had not changed at all. They were very similar to her in this aspect. It was rare.
As far as I know, these 2 daughters-in-law don't seem to have obtained Tian Er's approval yet, right?
As for the other 2 daughters-in-law whom I haven't seen before, do you really not need me to send someone to bring them to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Ruffing asked. It's better for Kerr and Fei to stay on Cloud Continent to accompany Tian Er. If all 4 of his second daughters-in-law were to be brought here,
Wouldn't Tian hate you to death? When Li Ro mentioned the two daughters-in-law, she could not stop smiling. It was not hard to imagine. If Duan Ling Tian was here and heard the conversation between his father and mother, he would definitely be shocked. The Oracle Man? He said he had a great fortuitous encounter that was difficult to predict. If he had followed his father to leave Cloud Continent and come to the Dao Martial Saint Land, would he not have encountered such a great fortuitous encounter? Was it not referring to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? After all, if he had followed his father to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he would not have gone to the overseas Saint Islands and would not have encountered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was all part of God's will. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, naturally, did not know that their son had come to the Dao Martial Saint Land more than a year ago. Due to the fact that the voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box was damaged, Duan Ling Tian did not know where to meet the people his father had arranged. They did not know they were going to be grandparents soon. Just like how Duan Ruffing and Li Ro did not know, Duan Ling Tian did not know his father was the mansion master of a powerful force in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was even more powerful than the Green Wave Han Mansion behind Han Xueqi. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was staying obediently in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court area on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in his room in his independent courtyard. In these 3 months, my cultivation base has improved. I'm one step closer to the paramount mortal shedding stage now. Duan Ling Tian, who had stayed in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 months, was very satisfied with his progress. Apart from that, I've also successfully cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Golden Shirt, to the 4th stage, the Proficient stage. I've also successfully cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Gargantuan Mountain, to the 1st stage, the Fundamental Awareness stage. To Duan Ling Tian, the progress he made in these 3 months was huge. Naturally, although he had cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the Golden Rock Mass Tactic, Duan Ling Tian did not neglect the cultivation of the Colossal Aero-Light Arrow. However, among the techniques in the Colossal Aero-Light Arrow, he mainly cultivated the Aero-Light Strike and the Body and Arrow Synchronization. He had already cultivated these 2 techniques to a certain stage. If he wanted to improve them further, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Naturally, the progress he made during these 3 months would not be too exaggerated. As for the Golden Shirt, the reason it improved so quickly was due to Duan Ling Tian's freakish body. Due to this reason, the cultivation speed of the Golden Shirt was also freakish. 3 months in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 1 month in the outside world. After a month, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room to get some fresh air. However, as soon as he opened the door, Duan Ling Tian saw a dual invitation flying toward him. Someone sent me a dual invitation? Duan Ling Tian frowned, but he still grabbed the dual invitation in his hand. When he opened the dual invitation, he realized it was an ordinary dual invitation. The person who sent the dual invitation was called He Zhong. He Zhong? Isn't that the person who ranks 3rd in the outer court? His ranking on the Earth ranking is much higher than Feng Fan's. I think he's a powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage who's ranked 66th on the Earth ranking. It had not been a day or 2 since he came to the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. Duan Ling Tian already knew about the other 4 Moon Illumination Sect's outer court disciples who were ranked on the Earth ranking. Therefore, when he saw He Zhong's name on the dual invitation, he knew who the person was. It's not a death dual invitation, so he shouldn't be from Lu Huan. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he thought to himself, perhaps he heard that I defeated Feng Chong, so he wants to spar with me to test my strength. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, his frown disappeared. After pressing his fingerprint on the dual invitation, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian noticed many people looking at him from afar. All of them were looking at him with anticipation as though they were waiting for something. It seems like many people know that He Zhong sent me a dual invitation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Chapter 1468. He Zhong responded quickly. The battle in the martial arts practice field would be held in 10 days. 10 days? He's going to take so long to prepare? Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when he heard He Zhong's reply. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was puzzled. Even the group of outer court disciples who were waiting to watch the show were puzzled as well. Senior brother He Zhong is only going to fight senior brother Duan Ling Tian in 10 days? Isn't it too late? Perhaps senior brother He Zhong's martial tactic is about to have a breakthrough recently. That's possible. It seems like senior brother He Zhong is afraid of senior brother Duan Ling Tian as well. He took the initiative to issue a duel invitation, and even took such a long time to fight senior brother Duan Ling Tian. That's not strange. Back then, senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed Feng Fan in just a blink of an eye. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian's strength is definitely not inferior to senior brother He Zhong. That's right. It's almost impossible for senior brother He Zhong to kill Feng Fan in a death duel like that. Currently, the group of outer court disciples worshipped Duan Ling Tian's strength almost blindly. Although He Zhong was a powerhouse who ranked 66th on the Earth ranking and the third powerhouse in the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court, they were more optimistic about Duan Ling Tian in the battle between He Zhong and Duan Ling Tian. It was not only because Duan Ling Tian had killed Feng Fan a month ago, but it was also because Duan Ling Tian had defeated an inner court disciple a month ago. Moreover, it was a defeat in just one move. That battle could be said to have greatly increased the outer court's reputation. What kind of glory was it for an outer court disciple to defeat an inner court disciple? They have so much confidence in me? When Duan Ling Tian found out that the group of outer court disciples had so much confidence in him, he could not help but smile wryly. To think that he had planned to set up another bet. From the looks of it now, even if he wanted to set up a bet, it was likely that no one would be willing to bet. Of course, Duan Ling Tian also knew that no one would set up a bet for an ordinary duel. Even if someone did set up a bet, no one would place a bet. Because sparring wouldn't affect one's life, it could be manipulated under the table. If you let me win, I'll let you win. The two sides of the duel could join forces with the banker to make a good profit. No one was a fool. Naturally, no one would bet on such a gamble. Ling Yun and Xiong, who are both in closed-door cultivation? Duan Ling Tian went to look for Ling Yun and Xiong, who, only to find that they were both in closed-door cultivation. Last time, when I had a life-and-death duel with Feng Fan, I didn't see them either. Could it be that they haven't come out from closed-door cultivation since last time? Duan Ling Tian looked for Ling Yun and Xiong, who mainly because he wanted to return the merit points that his teacher, Feng Hui, had entrusted to him for safekeeping. He planned to give each of them 50,000 yuan. He would give all the 100,000 merit points that Feng Hui had given him to both of them. After all, he was not short of merit points now. However, since both of them were in closed-door cultivation, he could only wait for the next time. Just as Duan Ling Tian was preparing to return to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate for a month, an unexpected guest came to visit. It's you? Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to this unexpected guest. They had met once before. It was one of the two burly men from the mansion of the Outer Court's Grand Elder, Dongfang Quan. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Dongfang heard that you've come out from closed-door cultivation, so he wants to meet you in his mansion. The burly man went straight to the point. Elder Dongfang wants to meet me? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He could not figure out why Dongfang Quan wanted to meet him. After all, he had only made a small deal with Dongfang Quan back then. It was a fair deal. Other than that, he had nothing to do with Dongfang Quan. Please come in. The burly man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a look that said, if you don't leave by yourself, I'll carry you. All right. Although Duan Ling Tian had no idea why Dongfang Quan wanted to meet him, he did not reject him. He was still in the outer court of the Moon Illumination Sect, so he could not afford to offend Dongfang Quan. No matter what, Dongfang Quan was the outer court's Grand Elder. If he wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian was also curious why Dongfang Quan wanted to meet him. When he arrived at Dongfang Quan's mansion again, Duan Ling Tian met Dongfang Quan again under the guidance of the burly man. When he saw Dongfang Quan, he was tasting tea in the gazebo. Have a seat. After Dongfang Quan gestured to Duan Ling Tian to take a seat, he gestured to the burly man who brought Duan Ling Tian in a nonchalant manner. The burly man immediately retreated tactfully. Are you curious why I want to meet you? Dongfang Quan asked. Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he was very curious. I heard you've accepted He Zhong's battle invitation? Dong Fengquan asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Do you know He Zhong's identity? Dong Fengquan asked. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the direct disciple of an inner court elder, right? Duan Lingtian speculated. Although there were no rumors about He Zhong's background in the outer court, Duan Lingtian knew He Zhong's background was not simple. Just like Feng Fan, no one knew that he had an inner sect elder as his master. He Zhong's master is the vice sect leader. Dong Fengquan looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, Vice sect leader? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard that. It was not his first day in the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he knew what the vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect meant. Although he was not at the saint stage, he was at the imminent saint stage. His strength was only inferior to the sect leader and a few other saint stage powerhouses. He Zhong was actually the direct disciple of a vice sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? That's right. Dong Fengquan nodded. Although this news is shocking, it doesn't seem to mean anything to me, right? The battle invitation that He Zhong sent me was only an ordinary battle invitation. It's not a death duel invitation. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. If that's really what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. Although I don't know why he didn't send you a life and death battle invitation, I know that it's definitely not that simple for him to send you a battle invitation. Dong Fengquan said, It's not that simple? I don't even know him. Don't tell me there's a feud between us? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. There's no feud between you, but what about his uncle? Dong Fengquan asked again. His uncle? Who's that? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Lu Huan. Under Duan Lingtian's puzzled gaze, Dong Fengquan spat out the name twice that shocked Duan Lingtian. Lu Huan? Are you sure? This isn't a secret among the sect's high-ranking officials, Dong Fengquan said. You're from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, and you're also the disciple of Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Lu Huan definitely won't let you go. Therefore, I'm looking for you to remind you to be careful of He Zhong. He Zhong? Lu Huan's nephew? Duan Lingtian nodded and stood up at the same time. He cupped his hands together and thanked Dong Fengquan. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Dong Feng. Haha. If you're sincere, why don't you give me another 4th grade Saint Stone? Dong Fengquan laughed. His eyes shone with a cunning gleam. That's what I should do. Duan Lingtian was not stingy. With a raise of his hand, he took out 2 4th grade Saint Stones and 10 5th grade Saint Stones and placed them in front of Dong Fengquan. Don't tell me you're a disciple from a 5th-rate force who came out to train and is only temporarily joining our Moon Illumination sect? Dong Fengquan asked with a smile after putting the Saint Stones away. Duan Lingtian merely smiled in response to Dong Fengquan's question. He did not reply to him. In front of Dong Fengquan, he still had to maintain a sense of mystery. This sense of mystery could be the key to maintain the relationship between him and Dong Fengquan. It could make Dong Fengquan wary of him and not dare to underestimate him. Elder Dong Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian left after bidding farewell to Dong Fengquan. When he was leaving, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately. Initially, I thought He Zhong only wanted to have an ordinary duel with me. I can't believe he's Lu Huan's nephew. Lu Huan's nephew actually issued an ordinary duel invitation to me. Things are definitely not as simple as it seems. Duan Lingtian was certain of this after learning about He Zhong's identity. Xueqi didn't mention this to me. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of Xueqi. He could not help but frown. He instantly felt Xueqi was hiding something. However, he soon regained his senses. Perhaps, even Xueqi himself doesn't know about this. However, Lu Huan has such a nephew, and his nephew has a vice sect leader as his master. Why would he be afraid and even try to curry favor with that inner court elder, Zhao Feng? No matter how high Zhao Feng's position in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court is, it shouldn't be higher than the vice sect leader, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this.
If Duanling Tian knew Zhao Feng's backer was one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, he would not have thought so. Due to Zhao Feng's backer, even the few vice sect leaders did not dare to offend him. Naturally, only the high-ranking officials in the Moon Illumination sect knew about Zhao Feng's backer. Even the outer court elders and inner court deacons did not know about this. Let alone the outer court deacons, inner court disciples, and outer court disciples. 10 days was equivalent to a month on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During this 1 month, Duanling Tian had been cultivating on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When the time was up, he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his courtyard and went to the vast training field in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. The training field was bustling with noise. Not only were the outer court disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation present, but there were also many inner court disciples present as well. The number of inner court disciples present was far more than the number of inner court disciples who came when Duanling Tian fought Feng Fan a month ago. At that time, there were only a dozen inner court disciples present. This time, there were more than 100 of them present. Some of these inner court disciples were those who had seen Duanling Tian defeat the inner court disciple, Yinan, outside the Merit Pavilion a month ago. Some of them were those who had seen Duanling Tian kill the Earth Rankings powerhouse, Feng Fan. Chapter 1469. Senior Brother He Zhong is here. A sharp-eyed outer court disciple exclaimed in surprise. His voice attracted the attention of the people present as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall young man with a devilish yet handsome appearance walked over with majestic steps. His green robe fluttered in the wind, accentuating his elegance and elegance. Senior Brother He Zhong. Many outer court female disciples' eyes lit up like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. In the outer court, many outer court female disciples regarded He Zhong as their dream lover. Many outer court female disciples frowned and said, compared to Senior Brother He Zhong, I still prefer Senior Brother Duanling Tian. Senior Brother Duanling Tian's handsomeness is masculine. Senior Brother He Zhong's handsomeness, on the other hand, is feminine. That's right. Moreover, I think Senior Brother Duanling Tian is more handsome. I even dreamt of him yesterday. I dreamt of Senior Brother Duanling Tian a few days ago as well. I even dreamt of him bringing a palanquin with 8 carriers to marry me. Marry you? Stop dreaming. How would a monstrous genius like Senior Brother Duanling Tian fall for a commoner like you? You make it sound as if Senior Brother Duanling Tian is interested in you. The outer court female disciples who sided with Duanling Tian were undoubtedly more. They instantly suppressed the voices of the outer court female disciples who admired He Zhong. Although Duanling Tian had only been in the Moon Illumination sect for slightly over 3 months, his few moves in the Moon Illumination sect had stunned the entire outer court. In the history of the Moon Illumination sect's outer court, there had never been a genius like Duanling Tian. Humph. Everyone has their own preferences. I like Senior Brother He Zhong the most. An outer court female disciple snorted in dissatisfaction. At once, the group of outer court female disciples began to cause a ruckus again. In the end, it was the group of outer court female disciples who admired Duanling Tian who overwhelmed the group of outer court female disciples who admired He Zhong. Humph. Although He Zhong did not pay much attention to the competition between the outer court female disciples, he still heard it. For a moment, he coldly snorted as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Duanling Tian, from today onwards, you will be a cripple. At that time, I'd like to see who else will love you. He Zhong's mentality was a little twisted. In the past, he did not put the female disciples of the outer sect in his eyes. Even if they expressed their love for him, he only enjoyed the feeling and did not reciprocate. But now, seeing that most of the outer court female disciples were biased towards Duanling Tian, he couldn't help but feel jealous. It was as if his belongings had been taken away by Duanling Tian. Senior Brother Duan, Senior Brother is here. As an excited cry rang out, all the gazes that were originally on He Zhong landed on the purple figure that was slowly walking towards the training field. It was a young man in purple. He was tall and handsome with a pair of dashing eyebrows. There was a bright and sunny smile on his face. Compared to the evil look on He Zhong's face, They were two extremes. Looking at He Zhong's face would make one feel depressed. However, looking at Duan Lingtian's face made one feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. He's Duan Lingtian? He's only 35 years old. He's so young. Among the group of inner court disciples who came to watch the show, there were many who had an extraordinary cultivation base. They boldly probed Duan Lingtian with their secret spiritual tactic. They discovered Duan Lingtian's age immediately. He was 35 years old. Sensing the waves of spiritual energy sweeping towards him, Duan Lingtian frowned a little. However, he soon relaxed again as if he was not bothered. At this moment, he could not be bothered even if he wanted to. There were at least 20 inner court disciples who probed him with their secret spiritual tactic. Could he go over and teach them a lesson one by one? He really did not have the ability to do so now. To the outer court disciples present on the scene, Duan Lingtian's age was not a secret because they had already found out about it 3 months ago. 3 months ago, when Duan Lingtian participated in the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect, the outer court deacon had probed his age with his secret spiritual tactic. Duan Lingtian. Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted from Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian with his arrival, He Zhong's face turned grave immediately. Although not many people in the outer court knew that He Zhong was the direct disciple of the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, He Zhong was still ranked 3rd in the outer court. However, He Zhong was ranked 3rd in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court after all. He was also a powerhouse at the peak of the mortal shedding stage who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. However, his limelight was stolen by a guy who had just entered the sect 3 months ago. How could he possibly accept this? An outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 3 months ago had more support in the outer court than an outer court disciple like him who had been in the sect for more than 5 years. He felt like his dignity was being trampled on. It was being trampled on. It was being trampled on. Your junior brother Duan Lingtian? However, when He Zhong turned around to look at Duan Lingtian and greeted Duan Lingtian, the gloomy expression on his face was gone. It was replaced by a friendly smile. Of course, the friendly smile hanging on He Zhong's devilishly handsome face also seemed a little strange. You're He Zhong. Duan Lingtian glanced at He Zhong nonchalantly. Don't you think it's too early for you to call me junior brother? In the martial Dao world the strong are respected. If you're not as strong as me, don't you think it's a little disrespectful to call me junior brother? After learning about He Zhong's identity, Duan Lingtian knew that He Zhong did not come with good intentions. Therefore, even though it was his first time meeting He Zhong, he was not going to be courteous at all. After all, he and Lu Huan would not rest until one of them was dead. He Zhong was Lu Huan's nephew. He was on the same side as Lu Huan, so it was only natural that he wanted him dead. He felt extremely disgusted when he looked at He Zhong who was looking at him with a fake smile on his face. Gasp! As soon as Duan Lingtian said that, the group of outer court disciples who were present was in an uproar. They did not expect Duan Lingtian and He Zhong to be so hostile the moment they met. They even suspected that Duan Lingtian and He Zhong had a conflict to begin with. He Zhong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. At that moment, a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. The cold gleam flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, Duan Lingtian still caught it. I was rash. I apologize to you. However, He Zhong did not fly into a rage. Instead, he smiled and apologized to Duan Lingtian. At that moment, he seemed very magnanimous. This is the senior brother He Zhong that I admire. He's so magnanimous. Unlike the senior brother Duan Lingtian that all of you admire. He's so aggressive and unforgiving when he just met senior brother He Zhong. What a narrow-minded man. The outer court female disciple who admired He Zhong exclaimed. Narrow-minded? Bah! This is senior brother Duan Lingtian's character. Character, you know? Moreover, since senior brother Duan Lingtian said that, it's obvious that he's confident that he can defeat your senior brother He Zhong and become his senior brother. The outer court female disciple who admired Duan Lingtian replied, unwilling to be left behind. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. If he did not already know He Zhong's identity, he might have been deceived by He Zhong's friendliness. However, at that moment, he became even more vigilant. It was obvious that He Zhong was trying to make him lower his guard by pretending to be weak so that he could deal him a fatal blow at the critical moment.
I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I hope he'll behave himself. Otherwise, I, Duan Ling Tian, am not a pushover that anyone can bully. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian glanced at He Zhong nonchalantly. Then, he walked directly to the center of the training field and turned around to look at He Zhong. Let's begin. My time is limited. I'll have to go back and cultivate after I defeat you. Defeat me?
He Zhong smiled faintly.
It seems like Duan Ling Tian, you're very confident in your ability as well. Don't tell me you're not confident?
If that's the case, then there's no need for this battle.
You can just admit defeat.
Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, even though He Zhong suppressed his anger and did not explode, it was difficult for him to pretend to be polite in front of Duan Ling Tian. He snorted with a straight face. I've long heard that Duan Ling Tian has a powerful mouth. Now that I've seen it for myself, I can see that you really live up to your reputation.
Powerful mouth?
Duan Ling Tian smiled and said sarcastically, since you think my mouth is powerful, then there's no need for you to speak anymore, right? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just attack? Humph. Do you really think that no one in the outer court can deal with you just because you killed Feng Fan and defeated an inner court disciple at the early Saint Rudiment stage? Faced with Duan Ling Tian's sarcasm, He Zhong, who did not have a good temper to begin with, could no longer hold back his anger and vented it completely. Even if you're ranked 99th on the Earth ranking, you're still nothing in my eyes. Since you want me to attack, then I'll fulfill your wish. When He Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he smirked coldly. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword that looked like a willow twig appeared in his hand. Although the 3-foot-long green sword was slender, it was perfectly straight in He Zhong's hand. As true energy was infused into it, it exuded waves of sharp aura. This sharp aura was far from what an ordinary 3-foot-long green sword could compare to.
Saint inscription?
When Duan Ling Tian sensed this trace of aura, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that the 3-foot-long green sword that looked like a willow twig in He Zhong's hand was also a saint weapon that was inscribed with a saint inscription.
Duan Ling Tian, I'll let you know soon. Even if you can kill Feng Fan, you're still nothing in my eyes.
The 3-foot-long green sword in He Zhong's hand trembled and immediately bent like a spirit snake.
It was extremely flexible.
You said my mouth is powerful, but yours isn't too bad either. A sneer crept up on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. You're seeking death.
He Zhong's gaze turned cold.
The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand trembled and instantly straightened again.
Chapter 1470. Horizontal Lightning Sword.
It was the single-target offensive technique from the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic that He Zhong cultivated. He had cultivated it to the 4th stage, the proficiency stage. Now, as he performed the movement technique, the horizontal stride, he arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye.
Whoosh!
The 3-foot-long green sword that was as thin as a willow twig in his hand was like a sharp thorn as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian.
Horizontal Lightning Sword.
The sword was so fast that a piercing sound could be heard in the air. The piercing sound seemed to be able to penetrate everything, causing the onlookers' faces to turn grave. Naturally, some of the outer court disciples with a lower cultivation base did not have time to hear the piercing sound at all.
Heavy as Mount Tai.
In the face of He Zhong's sword, Duan Ling Tian took out the 1,000-mass sword at a leisurely pace and activated the 1,000-mass saint inscription on it. He swung the sword horizontally as though he was lifting a mountain and smashing it toward He Zhong's sword that was charging at him. You're overestimating yourself. He Zhong smirked in the face of the scene. The true energy on the sword in his hand pulsated like green electric snakes, emitting an oppressive aura. As soon as the aura appeared, Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave. This aura gave him a feeling of invincibility. It was as though the sword in He Zhong's hand had undergone an earth-shattering change at that moment and became invincible.
Rumble!
The 1,000-mass sword pierced through the air and brought along a series of rumbles as it charged toward He Zhong's horizontal lightning sword. From the beginning until the end, He Zhong's horizontal lightning sword had been moving in a straight line, and it didn't have the slightest intention of changing direction to dodge. It pierced straight towards the 1,000-mass sword that Duanling Tian swung and smashed out. In the face of the heavy sword that was charging at him like a mountain, he was fearless. Finally, the sword in He Zhong's hand hit Duanling Tian's 1,000-mass sword. Just when the corner of Duanling Tian's mouth curled up into a sneer, thinking that he would be able to send He Zhong flying with his sword,
a sudden change occurred.
A terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. The terrifying scene caused the smirk on his face to freeze instantly. He was shocked to see the sword in He Zhong's hand actually seemed to be indestructible. When the 1,000-catty heavy sword in his hand was raised and smashed out, it pierced through the vital energy that covered the 1,000-catty heavy sword. After piercing through the 1,000-mass sword, the 3-foot-long blade that was as thin as a willow twig seemed to have transformed into a poisonous snake as it bit toward him. Its speed was shocking eyes as heart's eye. Strange pupil. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's spiritual energy swept out and entered his left eye as he activated the strange pupil. At that moment, Duanling Tian was eyes lightning eye. He also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly dodge to the side. However, he soared. He Zhong's sword brushed past his arm and tore his robe, causing a splash of fresh blood to spurt out. It penetrated his flesh. The tearing pain immediately traveled through his nerves to Duanling Tian's consciousness. Duanling Tian could not help but gasp. In the next moment, Duanling Tian quickly retreated. He Zhong did not pursue him. Instead, he looked down at Duanling Tian from above. His eyes were filled with mockery.
Duanling Tian, that's all there is to you.
What saint inscription is that? It can actually pierce through the 1,000-mass sword. The 1,000-mass sword is an Earth-rank primitive saint weapon. Duanling Tian felt a lingering fear when he recalled the earlier scene.
He looked at the sword in He Zhong's hand with a hint of dread in his eyes. Not only did the sword ignore the impact of the 1,000-mass sword, but it even pierced through his true energy and 1,000-mass sword as it headed toward him. The hole on the 1,000-mass sword's body was extremely glaring. The 1,000-mass sword was pierced through. Don't tell me that's the penetration saint inscription? An inner disciple sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in surprise. The penetration saint inscription. The moment his words left his mouth, the entire place went into an uproar as expected. The sword in senior brother He Zhong's hand is actually inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription. The penetration saint inscription? As far as I know, even in the Merit Pavilion, saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions are rare.
They only appear occasionally.
Moreover, the moment they appear, the inner court elders will buy them all. In the sect, only the inner court elders and above have the wealth to purchase a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions.
A saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions costs at least 1,000,000 merit points. The group of onlookers discussed among themselves.
Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at He Zhong.
That sword seems a little familiar.
An inner court disciple frowned as he looked at the sword in He Zhong's hand.
He seemed to be trying to recall something.
A moment later, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, I remember now. That's the sword of our inner court's Elder Lu Huan. I was fortunate enough to see Elder Lu Huan using this sword before. A saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions will never appear twice in the Moon Illumination sect. It's obvious that the sword in He Zhong's hand is Elder Lu Huan's sword.
Elder Lu Huan's sword?
I've never heard of He Zhong being related to Elder Lu Huan.
How does he have Elder Lu Huan's sword?
Many inner court disciples looked at He Zhong in shock. Perhaps He Zhong is a direct disciple that Elder Lu Huan secretly took in? As far as I know, the sect's senior officials like to secretly take ingenious disciples in the outer court as their disciples. Their identities will only be made public after they enter the inner court.
An inner court disciple said, I've heard about that as well.
It seems like He Zhong must be a disciple that Elder Lu Huan secretly cultivated. Another inner court disciple chimed in.
Lu Huan?
Upon hearing the group of inner court disciples' discussion, many of the onlookers' eyes lit up.
Elder Lu Huan has finally made his move? Unfortunately, this isn't a death duel.
The outer court elder Huang Chang, who had arrived at the scene and was hiding by the side to watch the battle, smirked coldly. However, even if it's not a death duel, With the enmity between Elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mount Hill City, Feng Hui, I'm sure he won't let this Duan Lingtian go so easily. The enmity between Lu Huan and Feng Hui was not a secret in the Moon Illumination sect. Therefore, after learning that Duan Lingtian came from Mount Hill City, Huang Chang had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to get into trouble. Huang Chang was the outer court elder who had lost more than 300,000 merit points to Duan Lingtian more than a month ago. For more than a month, he had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian dared to leave the sect, he would kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Unfortunately, he had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian for more than a month, but Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any intention of leaving the sect to train. Elder Lu Huan? The outer court deacon, Deng Wei, smiled as well. With Elder Lu Huan's people making a move, this Duan Lingtian will be crippled even if he doesn't die. With He Zhong's position in the outer court, even if Duan Lingtian is crippled, he'll only be punished moderately. Although Duan Lingtian was a genius martial cultivator, if he was crippled, he would lose his value to the Moon Illumination sect. He Zhong, on the other hand, was very valuable. Naturally, the Moon Illumination sect would not cripple He Zhong. Naturally, if He Zhong dared to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape death. This was because that was the Moon Illumination sect's rule. If someone managed to survive after killing someone, the Moon Illumination sect's prestige would no longer exist. Nobody would abide by the Moon Illumination sect's rule in the future. Duan Lingtian. Yi Man was present as well. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian was from Mount Hill City, and he had heard about the enmity between him and the inner court elder Lu Huan, since he had been in the Moon Illumination sect for more than 3 months. Therefore, he also felt that He Zhong would not let Duan Lingtian go so easily. Unlike before, Yi Man could not wait for Duan Lingtian to be crippled. If that was the case, it would be much easier for him to kill Duan Lingtian. 3-star Saint Inscription. The Penetration Saint Inscription? Lu Huan's sword? Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. He did not expect Lu Huan to lend his sword to He Zhong just to deal with him. However, the power of the 3-star Saint Inscription still shocked Duan Lingtian. When he went to the Merit Pavilion previously, he did not see any saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. Otherwise, he would have definitely bought one. Horizontal Stride. Horizontal Lightning Sword. When He Zhong heard the surrounding inner court disciples pointing out the origin of the sword in his hand, he immediately made his move again. This time, the target of the sword in his hand was Duan Lingtian's right hand that was holding the 1000-mass sword. It was as though he wanted to cut off Duan Lingtian's right arm. Faced with He Zhong's viciousness, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely grave. In the next moment, he immediately activated the strange pupil. Endless spiritual energy continued to gather in Duan Lingtian's left eye, causing a small whirlpool to appear in the middle of Duan Lingtian's left eye. The whirlpool's spinning speed continued to increase until it reached its limit. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the strange pupil. As the person who ranked 3rd in the outer court, He Zhong's strength was extraordinary. Coupled with the sword that was inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, Duan Lingtian could not block it at all. He activated the strange pupil. Space shift. At that moment, the sword in He Zhong's hand was also shifted to the side, allowing it to pass through Duan Lingtian's right arm. Just when Duan Lingtian sighed in relief, he was surprised to see that He Zhong's eyes revealed a hint of realization. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. It was as though he had already known that this would happen. He already knew? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Feng Fan must have died under your spiritual secret tactic, right? Your spiritual secret tactic is indeed extraordinary to be able to shift the horizontal lightning sword that I stabbed out with all my might. However, it's time for all of this to end. He Zhong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, confirming Duan Lingtian's ominous feeling. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that a yellow piece of paper appeared in He Zhong's other hand. There were some complicated veins drawn on it. It's a Dao talisman. When the crowd recognized the Dao talisman, Duan Lingtian naturally recognized it as well. The Dao talisman shot straight toward Duan Lingtian. Lin!
Chapter 1471.
Appear. Almost at the same time as He Zhong shouted the word appear, another appear echoed in the air. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian who shouted the word descend. When He Zhong's true energy voice transmission pierced Duan Ling Tian's eardrums, an ominous feeling rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. His entire body and mind were on full alert at that moment. When he saw He Zhong taking out the Tao Talisman, he knew the reason for He Zhong's confidence. As it turned out, He Zhong wanted to use the Tao Talisman to deal with him. Naturally, he believed He Zhong would not dare to kill him with the Tao Talisman. However, He Zhong would definitely dare to cripple him. Perhaps, this was He Zhong's motive. Due to this reason, when He Zhong took out the Tao Talisman, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and grabbed a Tao Talisman in his hand as well. When He Zhong's Tao Talisman shot out, he shouted appear to activate the Tao Talisman's power. At the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian also shouted appear, and activated the Tao Talisman's power in his hand. A non-offensive Tao Talisman could be used without being thrown out. In the air, the Tao Talisman that He Zhong threw out exploded instantly and transformed into 4 extremely fast rays of light that shot toward Duan Ling Tian's limbs. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian's limbs apart. One could imagine that if the 4 rays of light succeeded, Duan Ling Tian would definitely become a limbless cripple. The speed of the 4 rays of light was so fast that only a handful of people on the scene could see it clearly. 2-star offensive Tao Talisman. The outer court elder, Huang Cheng, was one of the few people who could see the trajectory of the 4 rays of light. His eyes lit up immediately when he saw that He Zhong had used a 2-star offensive saint inscription. The energy contained in it was comparable to the attack of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The other outer court elders' expressions turned solemn. They did not expect He Zhong to be so ruthless as to want to cripple Duan Ling Tian with a Tao Talisman. Duan Ling Tian, after today, you are destined to become a cripple. The outer court deacon, Deng Wei, had a bright smile on his face. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Ling Tian's limbs being cut off. If Duan Ling Tian was crippled, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for him. This was undoubtedly good news for his nephew. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the people who clearly saw the trajectory of the 4 sharp lights that burst out from the 2-star offensive Tao Talisman froze. This was because they only saw a flash in front of their eyes before they realized that Duan Ling Tian had disappeared in front of them. From the beginning to the end, they did not know how Duan Ling Tian disappeared. It's a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Soon, one of the outer court elders cried out in surprise and was the first to react. Just now, when Duan Ling Tian shouted Lin, he also heard it and realized that Duan Ling Tian had also used a Tao Talisman. A Tao Talisman that could make Duan Ling Tian disappear in front of his eyes could only be a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. The highest grade of Divine Strider Talisman in the Moon Illumination sect was 3-star. For this reason, he immediately confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had used a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Although a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman cost 300,000 merit points, it was impossible for an ordinary outer court disciple to afford it. However, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary outer court disciple. He had earned almost 2 million merit points more than a month ago. It was not difficult for him to buy a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. A 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Upon hearing the outer court elder's exclamation, Huang Cheng and Deng Wei's face turned grave immediately. Impossible! In the training field, horror dawned on He Zhong's face when he saw the 4 sharp lights that burst out from the Tao Talisman that he shot out missed Duan Ling Tian after he disappeared. Disbelief was written all over his face. Nothing's impossible. Just when He Zhong was pushed a distance away by the inertia and barely managed to stop himself, a calm yet terrifying voice resonated in his ears. After using the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, Duan Ling Tian, whose speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, appeared next to He Zhong like a ghost. Bang! Before the onlookers, including the few outer court elders, could react, He Zhong was sent flying out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He crashed hard on the ground in a wretched manner. Slap! Just as He Zhong was about to struggle to stand up, a crisp sound of a slap rang out. On his face, there was a fiery red palm print. Duan Lington, if you're so capable, come out and fight me with your sword and spear. What's the point of being so sneaky? He Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth as he gritted his teeth. Upon hearing He Zhong's words, the group of onlookers had a strange expression on their faces. Did he say Duan Lingtian had the ability to fight him with his sword and spear? Did he say Duan Lingtian was sneaky? Wasn't he the one who used the Dao talisman first earlier? This He Zhong is too shameless. How can he say something like that? Right now, Duan Lingtian is just giving him a taste of his own medicine. An inner court disciple glanced at He Zhong in disdain and said. The other inner court disciples agreed with his words. Even the group of outer court disciples agreed with him. They felt that He Zhong only had himself to blame. Fight with my sword and spear? Do you think you're worthy? Duan Lingtian's sneer resonated in the entire training field. However, nobody could see his figure at all. After using the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial or Dao Cultivator. He could even maintain it for 15 minutes. As long as he was moving, unless it was someone who was an inner court elder or above in the Moon Illumination sect, it would be difficult for anyone to catch his trace. Even the few outer court elders could only vaguely catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's afterimage the moment he made his move. Apart from that, they could not see Duan Lingtian's figure clearly at all. Slap. Another crisp slap resonated in the air. The other side of He Zhong's face began to swell as well. His entire body turned into a pig's head. His handsome face no longer existed. Duan Lingtian, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know who my master is? He Zhong roared. I'm not interested in knowing who your master is. All I know is that you want to cripple me. If that's the case, I'll cripple you too. Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely cold. He Zhong was so frightened that horror dawned on him. He immediately said, I admit. He wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Duan Lingtian again. He forcefully swallowed the word that he was about to say. Subsequently, every time he wanted to open his mouth and admit defeat, Duan Lingtian would slap him to stop him. In the end, he became completely obedient. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't cripple me, I promise I'll never be your enemy again. Under the watchful eyes of the others, He Zhong gave in completely. He was afraid. If he was crippled by Duan Lingtian, he would have no future to speak of. Faced with a crisis that concerned his future, He Zhong had no choice but to lower his arrogant head. Never be my enemy again? Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully. Do you think I'll believe you? Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely taken control of the situation. His speed was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. Just his speed alone was enough to send chills down He Zhong's spine. In the martial Dao in the world, only speed was invincible. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian's speed was so ridiculously fast. I'll make an oath right now. Afraid Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him, He Zhong hurriedly pricked his finger and used the tribulation oath to swear he would never be Duan Lingtian's enemy again. Boom, 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 boom. 9 deafening claps of thunder bore witness to He Zhong's oath. You're quite bold. Duan Lingtian sneered. However, you almost crippled my limbs today and even made me waste a precious 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Do you think you'll be able to cover up what happened today just by swearing an oath? I can compensate you for the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. He Zhong took a deep breath and said. It's only right that you compensate me with the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. Also, if you want to keep your limbs, you'll have to show your sincerity. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Although he could not wait to cripple He Zhong's limbs and give him a taste of his own medicine, Lu Huan was the reason behind Lu Huan's actions. However, when he thought about how the culprit was Lu Huan, even if he crippled He Zhong, he would not be able to change anything. At once, he thought of another way to solve the problem. Extortion. What do you want? He Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian warily. 1 million merit points to buy your limbs. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I think your limbs are still worth these merit points, right? 1 million merit points. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Oh my god! This Duan Lingtian has such a huge appetite. He actually wants 1 million merit points from He Zhong. Many inner court disciples clicked their tongues. It was obvious they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Senior brother Duan Lingtian wants so many merit points. I'm afraid senior brother He Zhong can't afford it, right? Many outer court disciples mumbled with a dazed expression on their faces. Even the outer court elders and deacons who were present were shocked by Duan Lingtian's exorbitant demand. 1 million merit points. None of them would be able to take out so many merit points in one go. Although He Zhong knew Duan Lingtian would ask for an exorbitant price, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a huge appetite to ask for 1 million merit points in one go. At once, He Zhong's face turned grave. I don't have that many merit points. Of course, I know you don't have that many merit points. You can just ask the person who ordered you to pay for these merit points. I think he has no reason not to pay for your limbs, right? Duan Lingtian smirked. Even if he doesn't care about the kinship between the two of you, I'm sure he'll do something for you, who's helping him, for the sake of your master, right? Duan Lingtian spoke to He Zhong through true energy voice transmission. You actually know about this? He Zhong was dumbfounded. It turned out that Duan Lingtian already knew about his background. At this moment, an unparalleled sense of defeat rose in his heart. Uncle, it seems like you have no choice but to pay for it this time. At this moment, He Zhong's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Make another oath. Say that you'll send 1 million merit points and a 3-star divine strider talisman to me tomorrow. If you can't do it, you'll be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Chapter 1472. Duan Lingtian only let him go when He Zhong swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation again. This speed. It feels so good. Duan Lingtian, who was boosted by the 3-star divine strider talisman, and whose speed was comparable to a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, began to wander around the outer court after He Zhong swore on his oath. He was so fast that even the outer court elders could not catch him. However, the effect of the 3-star divine strider talisman was limited after all. After wandering around the outer court for a while, the effect disappeared and Duan Lingtian returned to his original state. At the same time, the news of Duan Lingtian defeating He Zhong spread to the inner court like a hurricane, causing Duan Lingtian to be in the limelight again. Although He Zhong was only an outer court disciple, he was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings in the 9 Sect Alliances district. He was so famous in the 9 Sect Alliances district that he even surpassed some of the ordinary inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. However, such a person was defeated by Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple who had just entered the sect 3 months ago. Duan Lingtian had successfully replaced He Zhong, and became the person who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. He Zhong, on the other hand, switched places with Duan Lingtian and was now ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. This position originally belonged to Feng Fan. In the inner court district, Duan Lingtian's name spread out again, causing many inner court disciples to click their tongues repeatedly. All this while, as long as it's someone from Mound Hill City, they would not be able to gain any advantage when facing Elder Lu Huan's group. However, this Duan Lingtian actually made Elder Lu Huan's group suffer a loss. He's really something. Many inner court disciples knew about the enmity between the inner court elder Lu Huan and the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui. They could not help but be shocked. The news of He Zhong being Lu Huan's disciple also spread out. All in all, Lu Huan was greatly humiliated this time. In Lu Huan's mansion in the inner court. Smack! The enraged Lu Huan raised his hand and slammed his palm forward, shattering the stone table in front of him. 1 3-star divine strider talisman for 1 million merit points? He really had a big appetite. Isn't he afraid of eating himself to death? His appetite has always been huge. It is said that he earned nearly 2 million merit points a month ago. He Zhong sighed. Uncle, I know you're not willing to accept this, but I've already made a vow. He Zhong reminded Lu Huan. Little Zhong, don't worry. Uncle won't let you go back on your words. Isn't it just a 3-star godly strider talisman and 1 million merit points? Uncle can still afford it. Lu Huan took a deep breath. When he looked at He Zhong, his expression softened a little. However,
The anger in the depths of his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. However, that Duan Lingtian is really bold.
He actually beat you up like this.
Looking at He Zhong, whose face was still swollen, Lu Huan said angrily, "Little Zhong, are you really willing to accept this?" "Uncle, I know what you mean. But I've already made a vow that I'll never go against him again. Therefore, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning punishment." How could He Zhong not know what Lu Huan meant? It was without a doubt that Lu Huan wanted to continue dragging him into the water so that they could deal with the Duan Lingtian together. At this moment, he was starting to regret agreeing to Lu Huan's request. Otherwise, he would not have been so humiliated. Although he did not suffer any substantial loss, the humiliation was enough to cause his position in the outer court to plummet. "I know you've made a vow, but Vice Sect Leader Zhang," Lu Huan's eyes gleamed. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by He Zhong. "Uncle, it's not up to me to interfere with what Master will do. Since I've already made a vow that I'll never go against that Duan Lingtian again, it's only natural that I won't go to Master to instigate him. Otherwise, the tribulation of the oath will definitely think that I've broken my vow and send down the lightning punishment."
"There's no need for you to say that.
I'll tell Vice Sect Leader Zhang about this."
I'm sure Vice Sect Leader Zhang won't let go of someone who humiliated his direct disciple. When Lu Huan reached the end of his sentence, a cold smile appeared on his face. He Zhong glanced at Lu Huan indifferently but did not say anything. If that was the case, he would not be considered as breaking his vow. "Uncle, about the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 1 million merit points." He Zhong looked at Lu Huan and reminded him, intentionally or otherwise. "I'll transfer 1.4 million merit points to you. You can purchase the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman from the Merit Pavilion. As for the extra 100,000 merit points, take it as my compensation to you. After all, I'm the one who asked you to deal with that Duan Lingtian." Lu Huan took out his crystal card and transferred 1.4 million merit points to He Zhong without any hesitation.
"All right."
He Zhong nodded. He was very satisfied with Lu Huan's tactfulness. After He Zhong left, Lu Huan's face turned completely gloomy. 1.4 million merit points were gone just like that. It was impossible for him not to feel the pinch. His entire net worth was no more than 1.6 million merit points. In just a short while, he had lost almost 90% of his merit points. "Duan Lingtian, if you don't die, I, Lu Huan, won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." Lu Huan thought to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. Subsequently, Lu Huan began to rack his brain to think of a way to get rid of Duan Lingtian once and for all. Early the next morning, He Zhong went to look for Duan Lingtian. "Not bad, you're quite trustworthy." After receiving the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and the 1 million merit points that He Zhong transferred to him, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. When He Zhong heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. How could he not keep his word? He had made an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation oath. If he did not keep his oath, he would definitely not live to see the next day. After He Zhong passed the Dao Talisman and the merit points to Duan Lingtian, he did not stay any longer and left immediately. Although he had made an oath that he would no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian, it did not mean that he could face Duan Lingtian calmly. Right now, all he wanted to do was to stay as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. To him, Duan Lingtian was no different from a nightmare. "It's a good thing I bought a 3-star Divine Strider Talisman when I went to the Merit Pavilion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape yesterday." When Duan Lingtian recalled what happened yesterday, fear still lingered in his heart. If it was not for the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, he would not have been able to dodge the offensive Dao Talisman that He Zhong threw at him yesterday. That offensive Dao Talisman was a 2-star offensive Dao Talisman. The energy contained in it was comparable to the full force of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse once it was unleashed. "It seems like I can't save the merit points that I used to buy the Dao Talisman." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian left the small courtyard and went to the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination Sect again. Unlike the last time he came to the Merit Pavilion, most of the inner court disciples recognized him when he came to the Merit Pavilion this time. After arriving at the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian did not stay on the first level of the Merit Pavilion. Instead, he went up the stairs directly. His target was the third level of the Merit Pavilion. The third level of the Merit Pavilion was where Dao talismans were sold. When Duan Ling Tian passed by the second level of the Merit Pavilion, he realized the person on duty was not Elder Fang Gong. Therefore, he went up to the third level of the Merit Pavilion directly.
Duan Ling Tian.
The two inner court deacons on duty on the third level of the Merit Pavilion were still the same as before. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. They had heard about what happened yesterday. He had defeated He Zhong, the Earth Rankings powerhouse who was suspected to be the disciple of Inner Court's elder Lu Huan, and extorted 1 million merit points and a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. When they first heard about Duan Ling Tian's valiance, they were rendered speechless. In the history of the Moon Illumination sect, it seemed like there had never been such a valiant person before. Duan Ling Tian nodded at the two of them. Then, he put down his spatial ring and entered the third level of the Merit Pavilion directly. This time, apart from buying a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, he also bought 2 3-star Golden Energy talismans. When Duan Ling Tian was buying offensive Dao talismans, he realized there were no 3-star offensive Dao talismans on sale, so he could only buy a 2-star offensive Dao talisman. At this moment, he had 2 3-star Divine Strider talismans, 3-star Golden Energy talismans, and 2-star offensive Dao talismans in his hands. At the entrance of the third level of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian, who had spent 900,000 merit points, could not help but ask, "May I ask why there are no 3-star offensive Dao talismans on the third level of the Merit Pavilion?" Once a 3-star offensive Dao talisman was activated, its power was comparable to the full force of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal or Dao Cultivator. Naturally, it was only an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Marshal or Dao Cultivator. "We don't have any 3-star offensive Dao talismans in the Moon Illumination sect." One of the inner court deacons shook his head and said, "Among all the Dao talismans, the offensive Dao talisman is the most difficult to inscribe. Although the offensive Dao talisman can be used up in just a blink of an eye, its value is still incomparable to the Divine Strider Dao talismans and Golden Energy Dao talismans. If you want to buy a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, you'll have to buy it at the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters." The other inner court deacon said, "The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters is located in the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliance's district, Hanyang City. If you want to buy a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, you'll have to go to Hanyang City. The inner court deacon who spoke first said again, "Understood." Duan Ling Tian nodded and asked again, "May I ask where Elder Fang Gong lives?" After learning the approximate location of Elder Fang Gong's residence from the 2 inner court deacons, Duan Ling Tian left the Merit Pavilion and went to the inner court district. This was his first time entering the inner court district since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. The biggest difference between the inner court district and the outer court district was the cultivation environment. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much higher than the outer court district. Not only that, the deeper he went, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy he could feel. The 7th grade Saint Stone Reserve of the Moon Illumination sect is obviously in the central district of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. The closer he was to the Saint Stone Reserve, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy was. Not only that, but the inner court district was also much larger than the outer court district. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Following the directions given by the 2 inner court deacons, Duan Ling Tian arrived at an area east of the inner court district. Chapter 1473. Senior Brother. Do you know which mansion belongs to Elder Fang Gong? Duan Ling Tian stopped an inner court disciple who was passing by and asked politely.
"That mansion is it?"
The inner court disciple pointed at a mansion not far away and replied, "Thank you, Senior Brother." Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked him and walked toward the mansion at the same time. An outer court disciple looking for Elder Fang Gong? The inner court disciple was slightly surprised when he saw the outer court disciple identity token on Duan Ling Tian's waist. In the Moon Illumination sect, the gap between an outer court disciple and an inner court elder was like a chasm. Theoretically,
It was impossible for them to cross paths. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Feng Gon's mansion, he was stopped by an old man. "Senior, is this Elder Feng Gon's mansion?" Duan Lingtian looked at the skinny old man in front of him and asked politely, "Is there anything you need from my young master?" The old man asked back, "Young master?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. Then he realized the young master the old man mentioned was Elder Feng Gon. "Senior, please pass the message on my behalf. Just say that outer court disciple Duan Lingtian is here to see Elder Feng Gon." Duan Lingtian smiled. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's eyes lit up. It was obvious he had heard of Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian's waist. To be more precise, he was looking at the outer court disciple identity token on Duan Lingtian's waist.
"Young master has instructed me to bring you in directly if you're here to look for him." As the old man spoke, he led Duan Lingtian in. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Elder Feng Gon would care so much about him, and for a moment, he was extremely touched in his heart. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian met Elder Feng Gon in the backyard of the mansion. Elder Feng Gon was watering the vegetable garden in the backyard. He looked very serious and didn't even know that they had arrived. "Young master, Duan Lingtian is here." The old man looked at Feng Gon and said respectfully,
"Duan Lingtian?" When Elder Feng Gon heard this, he immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. "It really is you. Why are you looking for an old man like me? What can I do for you?" Feng Gon asked with a smile.
"I do need Elder Feng Gon's help."
Duan Lingtian nodded. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. If it wasn't for a cause, he wouldn't have come looking for Feng Gon. While Duan Lingtian and Feng Gon were conversing, the old man who had led Duan Lingtian in quietly retreated. "I've told you before that you can look for me if you need anything. As long as it's within my ability, I won't reject it." Feng Gon gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the backyard and poured him a cup of tea. "Thank you, Elder Feng Gon." After Duan Lingtian thanked him, he explained his purpose of visit. "Elder Feng Gon, I'm here today to ask you, is there a saint inscription master who can inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions on saint weapons in the Moon Illumination sect?"
"Yes."
Feng Gon nodded. "In our Moon Illumination sect, most of the high-ranking officials who are inner court elders and above have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. These saint weapons all came from the hands of Elder Bailey." "Elder Bailey?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Elder Bailey is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he's also the revered elder of our Moon Illumination sect. His position in our Moon Illumination sect is equivalent to the vice sect leader. Due to his special identity as a saint inscription master, even the sect leader and the few saint stage powerhouses in the sect are very courteous when they see him. This is something that the few vice sect leaders of our Moon Illumination sect can't compare to. Feng Gon said. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. A 3-star saint inscription master would be treated well even in a 6th-rate force, let alone in a 7th-rate force, the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if it's possible for me to ask Elder Bai Li to inscribe a saint inscription on a saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Gon in anticipation after taking a deep breath. This was the reason he came to look for Feng Gon. Ever since he saw the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, on He Zhong's sword yesterday, he wanted to inscribe a penetration saint inscription on his sun's shooting bow as well. In that case, the arrow that he shot out from his sun's shooting bow would have a powerful penetration attribute. Once the arrow was shot out, it would be able to pierce through everything. Naturally, even if the saint inscription masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land could inscribe a saint inscription master on the sun's shooting bow, it was not something the saint inscription masters in the Moon Illumination sect could do. Duan Lingtian wanted to inscribe a penetration saint inscription on the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow. The bowstring of the sun's shooting bow was the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon. Although it was challenging to inscribe a saint inscription on it, it was much easier compared to inscribing a saint inscription on the sun's shooting bow. Inscribe a saint inscription? What kind of saint inscription do you want Elder Bai Li to inscribe?
Feng Gong asked curiously.
Penetration Saint Inscription. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Penetration Saint Inscription? A 3-star saint inscription similar to the one on Lu Huan's sword?
It was obvious Feng Gong knew the saint inscription on Lu Huan's sword was a penetration saint inscription.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. The most powerful saint-grade martial tactic I cultivate is my archery skill. I'm thinking if I can inscribe a penetration saint inscription on my bowstring, the arrows I shoot out will have the penetration attribute and its power will increase tremendously. If the penetration saint inscription is inscribed, its power will definitely increase tremendously once it's activated, Feng Gong said. However, it's not easy to get Elder Bai Li to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription for you. Elder Bai Li always depends on his mood when he inscribes a 3-star saint inscription. For this reason, not every inner court elder has a saint weapon inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription even in the inner court.
Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this.
Those who were truly capable were those who had their own independent personalities.
Since you've come to the inner court, I'll bring you to visit Elder Bai Li. I'll try my best to convince him.
However, it's not up to me to decide whether he'll agree or not.
Feng Gong gave Duan Lingtian a heads-up beforehand. I understand.
Duan Lingtian nodded.
In that case, let's go to Elder Bai Li's mansion.
Feng Gong stood up and said. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was more than happy to see Feng Gong was so concerned about his matter, and wanted to bring him to Elder Bai Li immediately. After leaving Feng Gong's mansion side by side, Duan Lingtian learned a little about Elder Bai Li from Feng Gong along the way. He found out Elder Bai Li's full name was Bai Li Hong, and that he had joined the Moon Illumination sect 30 years ago. When he joined the Moon Illumination sect, he was already a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He was only a step away from the Saint stage. However, many years had passed, and he was still at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
The Saint stage is too difficult.
I've already broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage for 20 years, but I still can't take the last step. Feng Gong could not help but sigh when he mentioned Bai Li Hong's cultivation base. Similar to Bai Li Hong, his cultivation base was stuck at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He could not take another step forward to enter the Saint stage. Although there was only a step between the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the Saint stage, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. The weakest Saint stage powerhouse could easily kill dozens of Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses if they joined forces. There was a saying in the Tao martial Saint land. Those who had not entered the Saint stage were like chickens and dogs. Once they entered the Saint stage, they would ascend to the heavens. Based on this, one could see the difference between the Saint stage and the non-Saint stage. Naturally, there was a difference in strength between those who were at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. According to Feng Gong, he was no match for Bai Li Hong. The saint weapon in Bai Li Hong's hand was an earth-rank prominent saint weapon that was inscribed with 3-3-star saint inscriptions. It was also the #1 saint weapon in the Moon Illumination sect. With this saint weapon alone, Bai Li Hong's strength was on par with the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. In fact, those few vice sect leaders were already half a step into the saint stage. They were the ones who had the highest chance of breaking through to the saint stage in the Moon Illumination sect. All they needed was an opportunity to break through to the saint stage. The imminent saint stage was between the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the saint stage. It was stronger than the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage but weaker than the saint stage. A saint weapon inscribed with 3-3-star saint inscriptions? Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he heard about Bai Li Hong's saint weapon. That's too extravagant. Duan Lingtian, even if Elder Bai Li is willing to inscribe the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, for you, it'll cost at least 1,000,000 merit points. Feng Gong reminded Duan Lingtian before they arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion.
I understand.
Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already mentally prepared himself for this.
Elder Bai Li, I still have about 1,000,000 merit points with me. If it's not enough, please lend me some.
Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Gong and said, I'll return them to you as soon as possible. This is a small matter.
Feng Gong smiled faintly.
After being notified by the people in Bai Li Hong's mansion,
Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan entered by Li Hong's mansion and walked into the main hall of the vast mansion. A middle-aged man with stubble on his face was already standing in the main hall. He was frowning as though he was thinking about something. Elder Fang Gan is here. The person who led Duan Lingtian and Fang Gan in said to the middle-aged man.
He's by Li Hong?
Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately as he stared at the middle-aged man.
All right, you may leave.
The middle-aged man's brows relaxed as he waved his hand impatiently. Then, he looked at Fang Gan and asked, Elder Fang Gan, is there anything I can help you with?
Elder Bai Li.
Chapter 1474.
Duan Lingtian?
Upon hearing Fang Gan's words, Bai Li Hong's gaze instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. You're the Duan Lingtian who's only been in the sect for 3 months, but you've already caused a commotion in the outer court district? Duan Lingtian greets Elder Bai Li. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also bowed at Bai Li Hong. It seems like Elder Fang Gan thinks highly of you since he's willing to lead the way for you.
Tell me, why are you looking for me?
Bai Li Hong asked without beating around the bush. Elder Bai Li, I'm here to ask you to help me inscribe a penetration saint inscription on my saint weapon. Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush.
Penetration saint inscription?
Bai Li Hong shook his head when he heard this. If you're here for the penetration saint inscription, then I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip. Even I have to put in a lot of effort to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription. For this reason, I only inscribe a 3-star saint inscription based on my mood.
Based on my mood?
Upon hearing this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. As expected of a capable person.
What a character.
Elder Bai Li, it seems like you're worried you won't be able to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription on my saint weapon. If that's the case, you can rest assured that I've already decided to let you inscribe a saint inscription on the bowstring of my bow. There's no need to inscribe it on the bow. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Bai Li Hong.
Do you think your provocation will work on me?
Bai Li Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice. Fang Gan, who was standing at the side, smiled wryly. He felt Duan Lingtian was too impatient. Let alone Elder Bai Li. Even Fang Gan could see through Duan Lingtian's provocation. Elder Bai Li, why don't we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he spoke.
What bet?
Bai Li Hong asked calmly. If you can inscribe a saint rune on my saint artifact bow, even if it's only a 1-star saint rune, I'll consider it my loss. If I lose, I'll give you 1 million merit points.
How about that?
Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong and announced the terms of the bet. 1 million merit points. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's generosity had not only shocked Fang Gan, but even Bai Li Hong was so shocked that he took another look at Duan Lingtian.
Are you sure?
Although Duan Lingtian did not lack merit points since he was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, he did not have any reason to reject Duan Lingtian's bet since he was offered 1 million merit points. Even if it was a heaven-grade saint artifact, he was confident that he could inscribe saint runes on it. Therefore, he did not think that he could not inscribe saint runes on Duan Lingtian's saint weapon.
Elder Bai Li, you've agreed?
Duan Lingtian asked with a smile.
That's right.
Bai Li Hong nodded. Elder Bai Li, I don't think I've mentioned the price you'll have to pay if you lose, right?
You've agreed so quickly?
Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. I won't lose, Bai Li Hong said confidently. Bai Li Hong was very confident. He did not dare to speak about other areas, but he was confident in the saint inscription Dao. Although you're so confident, Elder Bai Li, I still have to tell you the price you'll have to pay if you lose. If you really can't inscribe the saint inscription on my saint weapon bow, please inscribe the penetration saint inscription on my saint weapon bow for free. Elder Bai Li, Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and said,
No problem.
Bai Li Hong agreed immediately. Elder Bai Li, I haven't finished speaking. Duan Lingtian said again. Duan Lingtian, don't push your luck. Bai Li Hong said with a frown. The wager of 1 million merit points was almost the same as the value of the penetration saint inscription. Now that he saw Duan Ling Tian wanted to increase the wager, he was unhappy even though he did not think he would lose. If you lose, Elder Bai Li, apart from inscribing the penetration saint inscription for free, you'll also have to guide me in the saint inscription Dao for free for a month. Duan Ling Tian ignored Bai Li Hong's words and continued to speak. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was Bai Li Hong stunned, but even Feng Gan was stunned as well. Duan Ling Tian was interested in saint inscriptions? That's all. Elder Bai Li, are you willing to bet with me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Humph. Since you want to give me merit points, I naturally won't refuse. Bai Li Hong snorted. Take out your saint weapon. I'd like to see what kind of saint weapon can make you so confident. I'm not bragging, but I can even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. Heaven-rank saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh inwardly when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. A heaven-grade sacred artifact was nothing in front of the sun-shooting bow. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Li Hong and Feng Gan, Duan Ling Tian took out the sun-shooting bow and revealed it to them. The corner of Feng Gan's mouth twitched when he saw the rusty sun-shooting bow. No matter how he looked at it, this saint weapon did not look like a saint weapon that Elder Bai Li could not inscribe saint inscriptions on. However, Bai Li Hong's attitude was different from Feng Gan's. As the saying went, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the skill. With just a glance, Bai Li Hong could tell Duan Ling Tian's bow was extraordinary. Put aside the bow, just the bowstring alone was not something a human-rank saint weapon or earth-rank saint weapon would possess. Is this a dragon tendon? Bai Li Hong asked after he took the sun-shooting bow. He stared at the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow and gasped. Dragon tendon? Feng Gan was also shocked by Bai Li Hong's words. Although there were many rumors about dragons in the history of the Dao martial saint land. However, in the current era, the dragon was a legendary existence. However, Bai Li Hong said the bowstring of Duan Ling Tian's bow was a dragon tendon? Elder Bai Li, you can recognize it? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect Bai Li Hong to recognize the dragon tendon. In fact, this was the first time someone recognized the bowstring of his sun-shooting bow as a dragon tendon since he came to the Moon Illumination sect. In the Dao martial saint land, there's no lack of bows that use dragon tendons as bowstrings. The worst bow is a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. It seems like your saint weapon must be a heaven-rank saint weapon as well. Bai Li Hong muttered to himself. Heaven-rank saint weapon. Feng Gan was dumbfounded. He did not expect the saint weapon Duan Ling Tian took out to be a heaven-rank saint weapon. In fact, even the Moon Illumination sect did not have a heaven-rank saint weapon. Even the 9 sect alliances might not be able to take out a single heaven-rank saint artifact. Heaven-rank saint weapon? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Ling Tian remained silent. However, even if it's a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon, although it's difficult for me to inscribe a saint inscription on it, it's not impossible. You'll definitely lose this bet. Chapter 1475. Elder Bai Li, don't you think it's too early for you to say this? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Humph! Bai Li Hong snorted softly and ignored Duan Ling Tian. With a raise of his hand, he took out an extremely small iron pen. It was the inscription pen used by Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The inscription pen had 2 ends. One of the ends looked no different from a brush. The other end was a sharp awl. The inscription pen was so small that it was like a big needle. It emitted waves of cold air. It was obvious the material used was extraordinary. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, inscription pens were divided into different grades. The inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was one of the best in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His inscription pen could even leave a mark on a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon. Logically speaking, such an inscription pen should not have appeared in the hands of a 3-star saint inscription master in the Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone a 3-star saint inscription master. Even a 6-star saint inscription master might not have such an inscription pen. The reason Bai Li Hong had such an inscription pen was related to a fortuitous encounter he had in the past. That fortuitous encounter was the inheritance left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. The inscription pen was also left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. Due to this fortuitous encounter, he finally became a saint inscription master after many hardships. There's no need to try to inscribe saint inscriptions. As long as my inscription pen can leave a mark on your saint weapon bow, I'll be able to inscribe saint inscriptions on it. You won't deny this, right? Bai Li Hong, who was holding Duan Lingtian's sun shooting bow in one hand and the inscription pen in the other, asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course I won't deny it. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, as long as you can leave a mark on my bow, Elder Bai Li, I'll consider our bet as my loss.
I'll definitely admit defeat. Very good. Bai Li Hong nodded in satisfaction.
Then, under Duan Lingtian and Feng Gon's watchful eyes, he inserted his true energy into the inscription pen and pointed the sharp end of the inscription pen at the sun-shooting bow's body at lightning speed. The two ends of the inscription pen were also very particular. The sharp end was used by saint inscription masters to inscribe saint inscriptions on saint weapons. The other end of the brush was used by talisman masters to inscribe talismans on talisman papers. The inscription pen was used by both saint inscription masters and Dao talisman masters. Of course, saint inscription masters usually didn't use the other end. Feng Gon watched intently. His heart was filled with curiosity. Who would have the last laugh in this bet? It was not that he did not trust Bai Li Hong. It was Duan Lingtian's confidence that had shaken him a little. After all, ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Moon Illumination sect, he had never suffered a loss before.
He wasn't sure if it would be an exception this time.
Duan Lingtian watched calmly. Although he did not know that the inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was extraordinary, he was full of confidence in the body of the sun-shooting bow, almost blind confidence.
What a joke!
The body of the sun-shooting bow was a special material used to forge immortal supreme treasures. It was definitely not an easy task to leave a mark on it. At the very least, Duan Lingtian did not think Bai Li Hong would be able to leave a mark on it.
Whoosh!
The inscription pen fell like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding genuine qi was like a small green snake. At first glance, it looked like streaks of green lightning, constantly rotating around the inscription pen.
Clang!
Finally, the inscription pen landed on the body of the sun-shooting bow and made an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, Bai Li Hong's eyes narrowed. His hand that was holding the inscription pen shook as he tried to leave a mark on the body of the sun-shooting bow. However, although his hand moved, the result left him dumbfounded. He was shocked to find that there was no mark on the body of the bow at all.
How's this possible?
With the inscription pen in my hand, I can even leave a mark on a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon. After taking a deep breath, Bai Li Hong tried again in disbelief. Unfortunately, the result was the same this time. His inscription pen did not leave a mark on the body of the sun-shooting bow.
There's no mark at all.
Feng Gon was stunned as well. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression.
Elder Bai Li, you won't go back on your word, right?
Duan Lingtian asked with a smile.
What saint weapon is this?
Don't tell me it's one of the legendary super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land?
Bai Li Hong did not answer Duan Lingtian.
Instead, he asked with a solemn expression.
No.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and said nonchalantly, "This is a saint weapon that my master asked his friend to refine for me 20 years ago. It's definitely not one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking that has been circulating for a long time." When Duan Lingtian spoke, he made up a fabricated master. Your master isn't simple to have a friend who can refine such a saint weapon. Bai Li Hong's expression turned even more solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
Feng Gon sighed in relief.
Fortunately, he did not ask to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. No wonder he only acknowledged the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher and not his master. As it turns out, he already has a master, and it's obvious that he's an extremely powerful one.
Feng Gon thought to himself.
It was not difficult for Feng Gon to figure this out. He knew about Bai Li Hong's ability. According to Bai Li Hong, he could even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. When Bai Li Hong suspected that Duan Lingtian's saint weapon was one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking earlier, it undoubtedly explained one thing. Duan Lingtian's bow was a saint weapon that was comparable to a super saint weapon. As for the connection between Duan Lingtian and the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had only found out about it recently.
I don't know about that.
Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the solemn expression on Bai Li Hong's face. He muttered to himself gloomily, "That old man isn't a good master at all.
He always likes to leave me alone, saying that he's training me. I've really boarded a pirate ship." Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words were fabricated.
However, it was a different story when it was heard by Bai Li Hong and Fang Gong. If he did not have the sun-shooting bow as a cover, they might not have believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, with the sun-shooting bow that was comparable to a super saint weapon, they could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian's words might be true.
Duan Lingtian, you're lucky to have such a master. It's your good fortune. How can you say that you've boarded a pirate ship?
Fang Gong shook his head. I was wondering what kind of background could nurture and produce such a monstrous talent like you. I didn't expect you to have such a mysterious and powerful master behind you. When Fang Gong reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement when he heard Fang Gong's words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, I admit that I've lost this bet. Come and take your saint weapon 3 days later. As for learning saint inscriptions, you can start in 3 days." Although he could not inscribe the body of the sun-shooting bow, he was 100% confident that he could inscribe the bowstring. This was because he could not tell what material the body of the sun-shooting bow was made of, but he had long recognized the material of the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow.
It was a dragon tendon. Dragon tendon.
With the inscription pen in my hand, I'll be able to inscribe the saint inscription even if it's the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon.
Bai Li Hong was filled with confidence.
In the inheritance he obtained from the 7-star saint inscription master, not only did it contain the saint inscription art, but it also contained many secrets such as the secrets of the dragons. He also knew that the 5-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful existence among the dragons in the Tao Martial Saint Land. According to the message left behind by the 7-star saint inscription master, the inscription pen he left behind could even inscribe saint inscriptions on the toughest part of a 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon scales, let alone the dragon tendon. However, Bai Li Hong did not know that the dragon tendon on the bow in his hand was the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon.
"Thank you, Elder Bai Li."
A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Bai Li Hong's promise.
He quickly thanked him.
After thanking him, Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and Fang Gong before he said solemnly, "Also, please don't tell anyone about this bow of mine, Elder Bai Li and Elder Fang Gong.
I don't want to become a target for everyone."
One could imagine that if others found out that his sun-shooting bow was comparable to a super sacred artifact, there would be countless people who would want to snatch his sun-shooting bow.
"I'm not that bored," Bai Li Hong said indifferently. "I'm not that bored." Naturally, there was something he did not say.
Even if he was so bored, he did not dare to take the risk because it was very likely that he would offend the master behind Duan Lingtian. Although Bai Li Hong could not confirm the existence of Duan Lingtian's master, he did not dare to take the risk.
"Don't worry."
Fang Gong's reply was even more straightforward. Since Bai Li Hong was going to help Duan Lingtian inscribe the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow, Duan Lingtian and Fang Gong did not stay to disturb him. After saying their goodbyes, they left Bai Li Hong's mansion together. After they left, Fang Gong spoke to Duan Lingtian along the way. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's master. Duan Lingtian responded to his questions one by one. The reason he made up a master that did not exist was just to be safe. From the moment he was prepared to show how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow was, he already had a plan. He would fabricate a master so that Bai Li Hong and Fang Gong would be wary of him and would not dare to snatch the sun-shooting bow from him. Although he could see that Bai Li Hong and Fang Gong were not cunning people, he had to be cautious. As the saying went, one could know a person's face but not his heart. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he was more cautious than ordinary people. "Elder Fang Gong, when I went to look for you earlier, the senior in your mansion seemed to address you as young master?"
He must have been following you for a long time, right? Chapter 1476. Yes, he's been with me for a long time.
Fong Gong nodded and said in a nostalgic tone, more than 100 years ago, when I was still young, I was the young master of the prominent clan in the Moon Illumination sect's territory. He, on the other hand, was a martial arts student who accompanied me to train. Later on, he entered the Moon Illumination sect with me until today.
Fong Gong's face was gentle when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was similar to what he had expected.
After rejecting Fong Gong's invitation, Duan Ling Tian left the inner court and returned to the outer court. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to his independent courtyard, he saw a familiar figure standing outside his courtyard. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the figure. He greeted him with a smile. Xueqi.
Senior brother Duan. Xueqi turned around when he heard Duan Ling Tian's greeting. His face was also filled with excitement.
I didn't expect so many things to happen while I was in closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian, you're too powerful. This time, our Mound Hill City can finally hold our heads up high. It was apparent that Xueqi had heard about Duan Ling Tian's recent achievements after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Killing Feng Fan, defeating an inner court disciple, and defeating He Zhong. When he first heard about it, he was stunned and could not react in time.
Duan Ling Tian appeared calm in the face of Xueqi's excitement. He merely smiled faintly.
Xueqi, you happened to be in closed-door cultivation when I went to look for you the last time. Since you've come out of closed-door cultivation, I should transfer the merit points that teacher gave you to you.
Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and took out his crystal card.
Senior brother, you should keep those merit points for yourself.
Xueqi chuckled. Are you sure you want to keep them for me?
Are you sure you don't want to borrow a human rank prominent saint grade martial tactic?
Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Xueqi, causing him to feel a little awkward.
He really did not think so much before this. He only thought that those merit points could be put to greater use in Duan Ling Tian's hands.
That's enough. You're a man. Why are you wasting time? Duan Ling Tian said impatiently. Only then did Xueqi take out his crystal card.
However, when he saw the merit points that Duan Ling Tian had transferred to him, he cried out, Senior brother Duan, this isn't right. I remember that master gave me 20,000 merit points. Why did you transfer 250,000 merit points to me?
What can you do with 20,000 merit points?
With these 250,000 merit points, other than being able to borrow a human rank high-grade saint-grade martial technique, you can also buy an earth rank saint weapon inscribed with 2-star saint inscriptions.
Duan Ling Tian said, That's all I can help you with.
As for the merit points you need to borrow human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics, you'll have to earn them yourself.
Senior brother Duan. Xueqi's eyes turned red when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was trying to help him.
Even his master, the city governor of Mound Hill City, might not have an earth rank saint weapon inscribed with 2-star saint inscriptions.
All right, hurry up and go to the Merit Pavilion.
After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he returned to his small courtyard without waiting for Xueqi's response. He had thought it through carefully before giving Xueqi so many merit points. Currently, he had completely offended the inner court elder, Lu Huan, in the Moon Illumination sect. If Lu Huan thought that he was not easy to deal with, he would definitely shift his target to Xueqi and Ling Yun. If Xueqi and Ling Yun did not have the ability to protect themselves, they would definitely suffer. Although Lu Huan would never let the people from Mound Hill City go, he was the one who had triggered the current conflict. Therefore, he did not want Xueqi and Ling Yun to suffer because of him. After 3 days, Duan Ling Tian finally finished inscribing the saint inscription on the sun shooting bow. During these 3 days, Duan Ling Tian entered the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated for 9 days before coming out. At this time, 3 days had passed in the outside world. This time, Duan Ling Tian went to Bai Li Hong's mansion alone. Your saint weapon. Bai Li Hong passed the sun shooting bow to Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian received it on the spot, he was ready to test it out in the front courtyard of Bai Li Hong's mansion. Coincidentally, there was a huge rock in the front courtyard. Moreover, It was not an ordinary rock. With your strength, the saint weapon in your hand, and the penetration saint inscription, it'll be a little difficult for you to penetrate this huge rock. Bai Li Hong told Duan Ling Tian. This huge rock was a unique rock in the Dao martial saint land. The metal material extracted from it could even be used to refine saint weapons. Naturally, it could only be used to refine human-rank saint weapons. However, even with that being the case, it was not difficult to pierce through such a large rock. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. He raised his hand and raised the sun-shooting bow. True energy shot out from his right hand and eventually formed an arrow. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring open. This is the penetration saint inscription? As he pulled the bowstring open, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the bowstring. He saw the inconspicuous inscription on the bowstring. It was obvious it was the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, that Bai Li Hong had inscribed on it. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian directly inserted his true energy into it and activated it. In an instant, the penetration saint inscription was activated. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the change in the true energy arrow that was knocked on the bowstring. It was a very clear change. It was as though the arrow had the ability to pierce through everything at this moment. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian pulled the bowstring open with all his might. Squeak! Squeak! In the end, the bowstring emitted a soft sound that was particularly ear-piercing. Bai Li Hong stood at the side and watched intently. He also wanted to see how powerful this martial Dao genius who was famous in the outer court would be with the help of a strong bow that was inscribed with the penetration saint inscription. Duan Ling Tian, who had knocked the arrow on the bow, began to pull his back as well. It was as though he had transformed into a strong bow as well. All of a sudden, the strong bow shook violently. In the next moment, the arrow on the bowstring in his hand shook and transformed into a streak of light that shot through the air. With a puff sound, it penetrated the huge rock in front of him, leaving a bottomless hole on it. Puff! Before Bai Li Hong could react, he heard another soft sound. After the Genkai arrow pierced through the boulder, the Genkai arrow continued to pierce through the thick wall and continued to whistle through the air. Ah! At this moment, a shriek suddenly resonated from outside, causing Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. Someone was shot by me? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a strange expression on his face. Who would be so unlucky? Duan Ling Tian rushed to the entrance of Bai Li Hong's mansion immediately. When he looked outside the wall, he happened to see an inner court disciple limping away without any hesitation. It was as though he had no intention of entering Bai Li Hong's mansion at all. It seems like as a 3-star saint inscription master, Elder Bai Li's prestige in the Moon Illumination sect is quite high. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to understand this. Even the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect and the few other saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect had to treat a 3-star saint inscription master with respect, let alone the people below. Since that inner court disciple was able to appear here, he must be a disciple of an inner court elder. As a disciple of an inner court elder, it was only natural that he knew Bai Li Hong was not someone to be trifled with. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the front courtyard of Bai Li Hong's mansion, he saw Bai Li Hong looking at him as though he was looking at a monster. Elder Bai Li, you're indeed a 3-star saint inscription master. The 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription, is just too powerful. Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim when he recalled the power of the arrow when it left his hand. Not only did the arrow penetrate the huge rock, but it even penetrated the thick wall and injured an inner court disciple who was passing by. Are you really a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage? However, Bai Li Hong ignored Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked, What? Elder Bai Li, are you trying to probe me with your spiritual secret tactic? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li Hong's spiritual energy pressed down on him and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he even felt as though he was standing in front of others completely naked. At this moment, it seemed like he no longer had any secrets. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. He did not expect Bai Li Hong to probe him with his spiritual secret tactic. Moreover, he could not lose his temper.
After all, he was the one who suggested it. It was equivalent to shooting himself in the foot. He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage. What a little monster.
Bai Li Hong muttered to himself after inhaling a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was even more certain of one thing in his heart, and that was it was very likely that the master Duanling Tian had fabricated really existed.
If it was not for the mysterious and powerful master behind him, how could Duanling Tian be so monstrous? Bai Li Hong's thoughts were simple and straightforward. With your current ability, you can be ranked at the top even in the Earth ranking. By the time you break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid the first place on the Earth ranking will have to give way to someone better. Bai Li Hong looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze as he said this. Elder Bai Li, are you that confident in me? Duanling Tian asked with a smile.
Humph. I'm confident in the saint inscriptions that I've inscribed.
Bai Li Hong snorted. Naturally, he would not admit that. Every time he recalled how he had given away a 3-star saint inscription for free, his heart felt like it was bleeding. The materials for a 3-star saint inscription alone would be worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. If Duanling Tian could hear Bai Li Hong's thoughts, he would definitely have cursed him secretly. A saint inscription that could be inscribed with 200,000 to 300,000 merit points was sold at a sky-high price of millions of merit points. Even a crow was not that greedy. Elder Bai Li, can I learn saint inscriptions from you from today onward?
Duanling Tian asked with a gleam in his eyes.
Since I've promised you, of course, I won't regret it. However, the saint inscription Dao isn't something that can be learned easily. It also depends on your innate talent. You must be mentally prepared for that. Chapter 1477.
Was the saint inscription Dao not something that could be learned just because one wanted to?
Did it have to depend on one's innate talent? Did it have to be mentally prepared? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duanling Tian chuckled inwardly. He had inherited Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of Inscription Dao. Since Inscription Dao and Saint Inscription Dao were different, he did not need to start from scratch to learn Saint Inscription Dao. All he needed to do was to grasp the similarities between Saint Inscription Dao and Saint Inscription Dao. As long as he could build a bridge between Saint Inscription Dao and Saint Inscription Dao, he believed he would become an outstanding Saint Inscription Master. In the following month, Duanling Tian stayed in Bai Li Hong's mansion and learned the Saint Inscription Dao from him. In the beginning, Bai Li Hong did not think highly of Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian's innate talent in the martial Dao was already heaven-defying. In his opinion, God was fair. When he gave Duanling Tian a heaven-defying innate talent in the martial Dao, he would not give Duanling Tian an innate talent in the Saint Inscription Dao. However, reality gave him a resounding slap. He even thought God was playing a joke on him. How could there be such a person in this world who was so blessed by God? In just a month, Duanling Tian could already inscribe a 1-star saint inscription. If it was not for Duanling Tian's spiritual energy being too weak, Bai Li Hong did not doubt Duanling Tian would be able to inscribe a 2-star saint inscription. In this 1 month, Duanling Tian had given him too many surprises. In the beginning, Duanling Tian was confused. Then, Duanling Tian was able to draw inferences from one instance. Occasionally, Duanling Tian would say something that would make him ponder for a long time. Sometimes, Duanling Tian gave him a feeling that he was not a beginner in the Saint Inscription Dao. Instead, he felt more like an experienced person. It was an unbelievable feeling, but it was true. Inscriptions, saint runes. They are the same in essence. Duanling Tian had already seen the bridge that connected inscriptions and saint inscriptions when he had just learned 10 heavenly saint inscriptions from Bai Li Hong. After 20 days, he had already walked on the bridge and comprehended it. After a few more days, he had completely grasped the similarities between inscriptions and saint inscriptions. He could also convert some of the inscriptions in Emperor Wu's memory into saint inscriptions. The inscriptions in Emperor Wu's memory were all-encompassing. There were so many types that it would take more than a day and a night to list them all. For example, the 2-star saint inscriptions, the 1000-mass saint inscription, the Gale saint inscription, and the 3-star saint inscription, the penetration saint inscription.
that he had come into contact with before could be transformed and inscribed through the inscriptions in the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Naturally, the material required for the inscription must be similar to the material used by the Tao Martial Saint Land's Saint Inscription Masters.
It must be refined into an ink-like liquid.
The liquid was driven by the inscription pen to inscribe saint inscriptions. With his current spiritual energy, the limit was to inscribe a 1-star saint inscription. If he wanted to inscribe a 2-star saint inscription, he would have to break through to the saint rudiment stage first. Only by breaking through to the saint rudiment stage would his spiritual energy be able to transform further and reach the level where he could inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. After this 1 month of learning, I can now see inscriptions and saint inscriptions as one. With the help of Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, as long as my spiritual energy reaches a certain level, I'll be able to inscribe the corresponding saint inscription.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
This situation was exactly the same as when he was on Cloud Continent. When he was on Cloud Continent, as long as his spiritual energy reached a certain level, he would be able to inscribe the corresponding inscription. Elder Bai Li, I'll have to trouble you for this 1 month.
A month had passed, and it was time to leave.
Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Li Hong and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent in the saint inscription Tao surpasses mine. Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Then, as though he had made up his mind, he clenched his teeth and said to Duan Lingtian, I'd like to accept you as my disciple on behalf of my teacher.
Are you willing?
Elder Bai Li, why you have a teacher? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised.
Otherwise, where do you think I learned the saint inscription Tao from?
Bai Li Hong shook his head and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, my teacher is a 7-star saint inscription master. Even the inscription pen in my hand was given to me by him.
7-star saint inscription master. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Bai Li Hong's words.
Although he had guessed Bai Li Hong's teacher must be a 4-star saint inscription master or above, he did not expect Bai Li Hong's teacher to be a 7-star saint inscription master.
Do you know why I was so confident about our bet a month ago?
Bai Li Hong asked.
Weren't you confident that you could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon?
Duan Lingtian asked.
Then do you know why I was so confident that I could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon?
Bai Li Hong asked again.
It should be the inscription pen.
Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he replied. The material used to forge a heaven-rank saint weapon was extremely hard. If the inscription pen was too inferior, it would not be able to leave a mark on it.
That's right. It's the inscription pen.
Bai Li Hong nodded. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he said, generally speaking, it's already considered good for a 3-star saint inscription master to have a 4-star inscription pen. However, a 4-star inscription pen can only inscribe saint inscriptions on an earth-rank primitive saint weapon at most. A 4-star inscription pen can only inscribe saint inscriptions on an earth-rank primitive saint weapon at most?
There's such a requirement?
Duan Lingtian was surprised.
Of course.
Bai Li Hong nodded. Inscription pens are divided into different grades. The worst is a 1-star inscription pen while the best is a 9-star inscription pen. Of course, this is just a common saying in the Tao Martial Saint Land. According to my teacher, there's an inscription pen that's of a higher grade than a 9-star inscription pen in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Although he had already connected saint inscriptions and inscriptions together and mastered the method of transforming inscriptions into saint inscriptions, he did not know much about the inscription pens in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Now that he heard Bai Li Hong's words, he finally knew there were so many requirements to an inscription pen. A 1-star inscription pen corresponds to human rank inferior saint artifacts, and it can inscribe saint inscriptions on them at most. A 2-star inscription pen corresponds to human rank medial saint artifacts, and it can inscribe saint inscriptions on them at most. A 3-star inscription pen corresponds to a human rank primitive saint weapon. A 4-star inscription pen corresponds to an earth rank primitive saint weapon, and so on. A 9-star inscription pen corresponds to a heaven rank primitive saint weapon. Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the inscription pen after Bai Li Hong finished speaking in one breath. Then, Elder Bai Li, the inscription pen in your hand is a 7-star inscription pen or above.
Duan Lingtian asked in surprise.
A month ago, Bai Li Hong had said he could inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank saint weapon. Now that he had a deeper understanding of the inscription pen, it was not difficult for him to figure this out.
That's right. Bai Li Hong nodded.
At the same time, he took out his inscription pen and muttered, "This is an inscription pen that my teacher whom I've never met gave me. It's a 9-star inscription pen. With it, I can even inscribe saint inscriptions on a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon. Now, you should know why I was so confident a month ago, right?" When Bai Li Hong reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he recalled the bet from a month ago. He could not help but sigh. "However, I didn't expect the saint weapon in your hand to be a super saint weapon that's above a heaven-rank primitive saint weapon." Super saint weapon was how Bai Li Hong described Duan Lingtian's sun-shooting bow. Only Duan Lingtian knew the sun-shooting bow in his hand was not a super saint weapon. It was a damaged celestial supreme treasure. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, it was a celestial supreme treasure. Although it was damaged, its hardness was not something a mere super saint weapon could compare to. A 9-star inscription pen. When Bai Li Hong said his inscription pen was a 9-star inscription pen, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he did not hear what Bai Li Hong said after that. A 9-star inscription pen was the best inscription pen in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed the inscription pen in Bai Li Hong's hand was at least a 7-star inscription pen, he thought it was just a 7-star inscription pen. He did not expect Bai Li Hong's inscription pen to be a 9-star inscription pen. "Elder Bai Li, didn't you say your teacher was only a 7-star saint inscription master? How did he get a 9-star inscription pen?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong in shock. "Well, it's not mentioned in the jade token my teacher left behind. That's why I don't know." Bai Li Hong shook his head. "You didn't ask him?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Ask him." Bai Li Hong was stunned as well. Then he smiled wryly. "Duan Lingtian, I've already said that I've never met my teacher. The inheritance I obtained is a spatial ring my teacher left behind. Apart from some materials for inscribing saint inscriptions, there are only 2 jade tokens and this 9-star inscription pen in my hand in the spatial ring. Even I don't know which era my teacher was from in the Dao Martial Saint Land." When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. "I see." Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, the saint inscription inheritance that Bai Li Hong obtained came from the spatial ring left behind by a 7-star saint inscription master. It was not passed down by the 7-star saint inscription master himself. "Since that senior isn't here, why did you say you want to accept me as your disciple on behalf of your teacher, Elder Bai Li?" Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. "In the jade token my teacher left behind, he told me that if my innate talent in saint inscriptions is ordinary and I meet someone who's much more talented than me, I must accept him as my disciple and inherit his legacy, the strange inscription art." When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, his face was solemn. "Strange inscription art?" Duan Lingtian was surprised. "What's that? Does it have anything to do with saint inscriptions?" "According to my teacher, the strange inscription art is an alternative inscription technique of the saint inscription art. It focuses on using the cheapest materials to inscribe saint inscriptions that are similar to the ones inscribed by the orthodox inscription technique. The saint inscriptions are the same, but the materials used are very different. In some cases, the difference is a few times more exaggerated." Chapter 1478. It's a pity my talent is limited, and I didn't manage to learn the strange inscription art from the legacy my teacher left behind. If it wasn't for the legacy my teacher left behind, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Bai Li Hong sighed with a gloomy expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. Bai Li Hong had always been worried about not being able to learn the strange inscription art from his teacher whom he had never met before. Throughout the years, he had met some saint inscription masters who were quite talented in saint inscriptions. However, those saint inscription masters could not learn the strange inscription art. The strange inscription art was all about the word strange. For a saint inscription with the same effect, The strange inscription art required less than half of the materials required for an orthodox saint inscription art. The reason the strange inscription art was so miraculous was because it had a high requirement on one's spiritual energy. Naturally, the high requirement on one's spiritual energy did not mean the level of one's spiritual energy was high. Instead, it meant the usage of one's spiritual energy was high. Only those who could utilize their spiritual energy to an extraordinary degree would be able to master the strange inscription art. Some people were born with strong spiritual energy. Their spiritual energy would follow their thoughts like a shadow. In other words, they could move their soul at will. Unfortunately, Bai Li Hong was not such a person. Due to this reason, he was destined to never learn the strange inscription art. This had always been a knot in Bai Li Hong's heart. After he obtained the 7-star Saint Inscription Master's legacy, he knew how much the 7-star Saint Inscription Master wanted to find a successor for the strange inscription art. For this reason, he had always hoped to find a qualified successor for the 7-star Saint Inscription Master. Although he had never met the 7-star Saint Inscription Master before, he had always treated the 7-star Saint Inscription Master as his teacher. After all, without the 7-star Saint Inscription Master, he would not have achieved what he had today. All these years, he had relied on the Saint Inscription art to gather a large amount of cultivation resources to achieve what he had today. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would not have achieved what he had today. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had always been looking for an opportunity to repay his debt of gratitude. And now, he realized that his chance to repay the favor had come. Duan Ling Tian was the person he had been looking for, the person who could inherit his teacher's strange inscription art. During this period of time, when Duan Ling Tian was inscribing the saint runes, he could clearly sense that Duan Ling Tian's use of mind power had reached the acme of perfection, leaving him in the dust. Ordinary saint inscription masters had to be at least at the saint rudiment stage. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was able to inscribe sacred runes when he was in the immortal realm. Strange pattern art. Duan Ling Tian was quite curious about the strange inscription technique from Bai Li Hong. The orthodox saint inscription art in the Dao Martial Saint Land was undoubtedly similar to the inscription art on Cloud Continent. However, the strange inscription art was quite different from the inscription art on Cloud Continent. This piqued his curiosity. This jade token contains the records of the strange inscription art. I think you're the most suitable person for him. With a raise of his hand, Bai Li Hong took out a jade token and passed it to Duan Ling Tian solemnly. At the same time he said solemnly, Duan Ling Tian, I know you already have a teacher. However, if you really inherit the strange inscription art, I hope you can treat my teacher as your teacher as well. That's only right. Duan Ling Tian did not reject the jade token that Bai Li Hong passed to him. He was also curious about the strange inscription art. Now that he had the chance to learn it, he would not miss it. Since he had obtained the inheritance from the 7-star Saint Inscription Master, it was only natural for him to acknowledge him as his teacher. Moreover, he did not know which era the 7-star Saint Inscription Master was from. He might not even be alive now. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not even need to think about it. Only a fool would reject the benefits that were sent to him. From today onward, you're my junior brother, Bai Li Hong said with a smile. Bai Li Hong smiled and said, in the future, don't call me Elder Bai Li. Just call me senior brother. Senior brother. Duan Ling Tian was not a person who would stick to trifles. He immediately changed his way of addressing Bai Li Hong. A bright smile appeared on Bai Li Hong's face when he heard how Duan Ling Tian addressed him. It doesn't matter if my teacher is still alive or not. I'm sure he'll be very happy if he knows I found such an outstanding disciple like you for him. Senior brother, don't be in such a hurry to praise me. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to cultivate the strange inscription art. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. With your ability to use spiritual energy, if you can't cultivate the strange inscription art, I'm afraid nobody in the world can cultivate it. Bai Li Hong was very confident in Duan Ling Tian. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian had already acknowledged an inner court elder as his senior brother before he even entered the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. Moreover, this inner court elder was not an ordinary inner court elder. As a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, Bai Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect was not only on par with the few vice sect leaders, but it was even slightly above them. Even the few saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, were very polite to him.
Junior brother, I heard you're from Mound Hill City? Bai Li Hong asked.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded.
The fact that he was from Mound Hill City was no secret in the Moon Illumination sect.
As for Lu Huan, I'll personally knock some sense into him later. I'll let him know that my junior brother isn't someone he can touch as he pleases. Bai Li Hong's eyes gleamed. His tone was domineering. It was apparent he knew about the conflict between the people from Mound Hill City and Lu Huan. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would not reject Bai Li Hong's good intentions.
However, he knew very well that even if Lu Huan was wary of his senior brother, he would only restrain himself on the surface. However, Lu Huan would still see him as a thorn in his side. If he did not get rid of him, Lu Huan would not be able to eat or sleep in peace.
That's good as well. At the very least, Lu Huan will restrain himself on the surface. This is a good thing for Xiong Hu and Ling Yun.
Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted.
Senior brother, a month's time is up. It's time for me to return. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Bai Li Hong. Junior brother, leave your bow behind. I'll inscribe 2 more 3-star saint inscriptions for you. My current limit is to inscribe 3 3-star saint inscriptions on a saint weapon at most. More than that is beyond my ability. Bai Li Hong told Duan Ling Tian.
Now that Duan Ling Tian was his junior brother, it was only natural that he would help Duan Ling Tian as much as he could. He was reluctant to inscribe a 3-star saint inscription for Duan Ling Tian previously. However, he was more than willing to inscribe more 3-star saint inscriptions for Duan Ling Tian now.
Thank you, senior brother.
Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately as he thanked Bai Li Hong. If the Sun Shooting Bow had 3 3-star saint inscriptions, it would undoubtedly be more powerful.
It would be of great help to him.
Although his attainment in the Saint Inscription Dao was not inferior to Bai Li Hong after he had mastered both Saint Inscriptions and Saint Inscriptions. However, due to his weak spiritual energy, he could only inscribe 1-star Saint Inscriptions. According to Bai Li Hong, he would have to break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage before he could inscribe 3-star Saint Inscriptions. Also, you can stay in my mansion from now on, Bai Li Hong said to Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong said to Duan Ling Tian, Senior brother has arranged a quiet courtyard for you. It's definitely better than the courtyard in the outer court.
Senior brother, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'd like to stay in the outer court for the time being.
It won't be too late for me to stay in your courtyard when I enter the inner court.
Duan Ling Tian smiled. You said it yourself.
You must stay at my place when you enter the inner court, Bai Li Hong said seriously.
Yes, of course. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly nodded in response.
After handing the Sun Shooting Bow to Bai Li Hong, Duan Ling Tian left. He was in a hurry to go back and study the strange inscription art. If he could master the strange inscription art, the efficiency of him earning saint stones in the future would be 2 times higher than an ordinary saint inscription master. After all, a saint inscription master who specialized in the strange inscription art would need less than half of the materials compared to an ordinary saint inscription master to inscribe the same saint inscription master. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could faintly sense that the profundity of the strange inscription art did not stop there. However, since he did not cultivate the strange inscription art, his understanding of the strange inscription art was limited to the amount of materials needed to inscribe the saint inscription.
Naturally, this was just his intuition. He would have to find out if this was the case. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the inner court, a piece of news spread in the inner court. The inner court elder Bai Li Hong, the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, announced that he would take Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple, as his disciple on behalf of his master. From today onward, Duan Ling Tian would be Bai Li Hong's junior brother. The news spread like a hurricane in the inner court and shook the entire inner court. It was as though a violent earthquake had happened in the inner court. Elder Bai Li has taken an outer court disciple as his junior brother? Is this a joke? Who's that outer court disciple? Is he so awesome? He's taken as Elder Bai Li's junior brother? The group of inner court disciples who did not pay much attention to what happened in the outer court were stunned by the news.
Really?
You don't know who that Duan Lingtian is?
That Duan Lingtian is famous in the sect recently, but you don't know him? Those inner court disciples who had long heard of Duan Lingtian began to tell the disciples who had never heard of Duan Lingtian before about Duan Lingtian's past deeds. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name began to spread in the inner court. These inner court disciples who had heard of Duan Lingtian were also shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian had become elder by Li's junior brother. Some of them even looked into it and found out that it was true. Duan Lingtian had really become elder by Li's junior brother. When the news shocked the entire inner court, Lu Huan, naturally, received the news as well. When he heard the news, he was so angry that he crushed the teacup in his hand into powder.
Who's that Duan Lingtian?
How did that old man Bai Li Hong take him as his junior brother?
Damn it! Damn it!
Chapter 1479. Duan Lingtian has been taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li on behalf of his master. And he's now Elder Bai Li's junior brother? Outside the courtyard where Lu Huan lived, Xueqi, who had planned to look for Lu Huan, stopped in his tracks when he heard Lu Huan's roar. A complicated expression flashed across his eyes. However, a faintly discernible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth.
He did not look for Lu Huan anymore. Instead, he turned around and left.
He knew Lu Huan's temper very well. He would be asking for trouble if he looked for Lu Huan at this time. In the next few days, the news that spread in the inner court had also spread to the outer court, shocking everyone in the outer court. Not many people would be surprised if some outstanding outer court disciple was secretly taken in as a direct disciple by an inner court elder. This was not a rare occurrence in the history of the Moon Illumination sect. However, this was the first time in the history of the Moon Illumination sect that an outer court disciple was taken in as a junior brother by an inner court elder. Most importantly, the inner court elder who took in the outer court disciple as his junior brother was not an ordinary inner court elder. Elder Bai Li has taken in senior brother Duan Lingtian as his disciple on behalf of his master. And he's taking senior brother Duan Lingtian as his junior brother?
Is this for real?
The news came from the inner court, and it was confirmed by the people in Elder Bai Li's mansion.
This news can't be fake.
Isn't senior brother Duan Lingtian a little too amazing? 4 other outer sect disciples to be able to become inner sect elders' disciples is already envied by others. Yet, he directly became an inner sect elder's junior brother. That's an existence on par with inner sect elders. Most importantly, that inner court elder is Elder Bai Li. Who doesn't know that Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect? Among the 9 great sects in the 9 sect alliances, only our Moon Illumination sect and another sect have a 3-star saint inscription master each. The other 7 sects don't have one. They'll have to come to our Moon Illumination sect if they want a 3-star saint inscription master. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to neglect Elder Bai Li. After all, if Elder Bai Li is unhappy and leaves our Moon Illumination sect, it'll definitely be a great loss to our sect. As the news spread, the entire outer sect area was shaken. All the outer sect elders, deacons, and outer sect disciples who were not in closed-door training knew about the news immediately. In a remote mansion located at a corner of the outer court district, the outer court's grand elder, Dong Feng Quan, almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just sipped when he heard the news. Duan Lingtian has been acknowledged by Elder Bai Li as his junior brother? After Dong Feng Quan swallowed the tea in his mouth, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face was filled with shock. As the grand elder of the outer court, Dong Feng Quan's position in the Moon Illumination sect was in no way inferior to the inner court elders. In fact, his position even surpassed ordinary inner court elders. However, before Elder Bai Li Hong, even though he did not have to be extremely respectful, he still had to maintain a courteous attitude. He did not dare to be negligent or overstep his boundaries. All of this was not only because Elder Bai Li was powerful, but it was more because he was a 3-star saint inscription master. In the Moon Illumination sect, apart from the few saint stage powerhouses including the sect leader, the person he feared the most was Elder Bai Li. However, now that he found out Elder Bai Li had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Elder Bai Li is definitely not an impulsive person. Why would he acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his junior brother? Dong Fangquan could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time. In the end, he could only make wild guesses. Maybe it's because Duan Lingtian has revealed his true identity in front of him, so he acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother just to cover it up and protect Duan Lingtian? Other than that, he really could not think of any other reason. He did not believe that Duan Lingtian had known Bailey Hong for a long time. If Duan Lingtian had such a relationship with Bailey Hong, why would he need to spend 4th grade and 5th grade Saint Stones to hire him as a witness when he had a death duel with Feng Fan? Due to this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian and Bailey Hong had only gotten in touch recently. While Dong Fangquan was shocked by the news of Bailey Hong acknowledging Duan Lingtian as his junior brother, Huang Cheng, who was in an independent mansion in the outer court, had also received the news. Smack! The moment Huang Cheng heard the news, his expression was extremely grave. He slapped his palm out, and the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. The stone table in front of him was instantly crushed into dust.
Is this news true?
Huang Cheng asked in a deep voice as he looked at the outer court disciple who told him the news.
It's true. I heard that even the people in Elder by Li's mansion admitted it.
The outer court disciple nodded.
All right, you can leave now. Huang Cheng took a deep breath and waved his hand impatiently.
After the outer court disciple who told him the news left, Huang Cheng's expression darkened as he growled in a low voice. Don't tell me that the matter between me and Duan Lingtian is going to end just like that? My 300,000 merit points are going to be wasted just like that?
He was unwilling to accept this.
Finally, Huang Cheng took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian, you have Elder Bai Li as your backer now. It's true that I can't do anything to you in the sect. However, if you dare to leave the sect, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life.
It was obvious that Huang Cheng did not choose to compromise in the end.
At the same time, the outer court deacon, Deng Wei, had also received the news. His expression was extremely grave. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve Elder Bai Li's favor, and even become Elder Bai Li's junior brother? He suddenly felt that his chance of revenge seemed to have become extremely slim. Forget it, forget it. The enmity between us was because of Yuer in the beginning. Now that he has such a backer, there's no need for me to continue to be his enemy. Otherwise, if Elder Bai Li finds out about this, I'll definitely die.
Unlike Huang Cheng, Deng Wei chose to compromise. I must let Yuer know about this. I must let him forget about the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian. Deng Wei did what he wanted to do.
He immediately wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to his clan, the Deng clan. He did not want Deng Yu to not forget about the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian and bring disaster to the Deng clan.
Elder Bai Li?
The only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect? In an independent courtyard in the outer court area, Yiman's eyes were scarlet red, and his expression was extremely gloomy.
Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian.
Could it be that you were really born to restrain me, Yiman?
I'm unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling to accept this.
Yiman was almost roaring when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, he had a feeling that since he was born, why was there a need for him to be born? In another independent courtyard, He Zhong had also received the news.
He let out a long sigh. I only hope Uncle can stop now. Although it's impossible.
Elder Bai Li is someone that even my master, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, is afraid of. Although his master was the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. However, in terms of strength, he was on par with Elder Bai Li at most. This was because Elder Bai Li had an Earth-rank prominent saint weapon that was inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. With that saint weapon, Elder Bai Li could fight an eminent saint stage powerhouse even though he was only at the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage. In the end, He Zhong gritted his teeth and left the outer court district to enter the inner court district. No matter what, Lu Huan was still his uncle. He still planned to persuade him personally. I understand.
In the face of He Zhong's kind words, Lu Huan nodded perfunctorily.
Although He Zhong could tell Lu Huan was trying to brush him off, he knew this was the best he could do. Uncle, now that Duan Lingtian has become Elder Bai Li's junior brother, I'm afraid even my master wouldn't want to make him his enemy.
I know.
Lu Huan nodded his head nonchalantly.
If there's nothing else, you may leave. He Zhong sighed when he heard Lu Huan's intention to send him off. He could only turn around and leave. No matter what, he had done his best. It was enough for him to answer to his mother who had passed away many years ago. After He Zhong left, Lu Huan smirked coldly. You want me to stop? Impossible. I've already sworn that anyone who comes out of Mound Hill City will either die or become my disciple. There's no exception. Not even Duan Ling Tian. 5 days later, an uninvited guest arrived at Lu Huan's mansion. Elder Bai Li. Lu Huan's expression was a little unnatural when he saw the person, but he still bowed politely. Although the person in front of him was also an inner court elder, his position in the Moon Illumination sect was not something he could compare to. Elder Lu Huan. The person who had just arrived was none other than Bai Li Hong, Duan Ling Tian's senior brother. I've never been one to beat around the bush. I'm here to remind you that Duan Ling Tian is my junior brother. If anyone dares to harm him, it'll be equivalent to slapping my face. Bai Li Hong's tone was calm, but it was overbearing. The relationship between Elder Bai Li and your junior brother is so deep that it's enviable. Lu Huan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. Bai Li Hong glanced at Lu Huan nonchalantly before he turned around and left. He came and went like the wind, entering and exiting Lu Huan's mansion as though there was no one around. After Bai Li Hong left, Lu Huan's face turned completely grave. He said hatefully, Duan Lingtian, if you don't die, I, Lu Huan, swear that I'm not human. Unless you hide in the Moon Illumination sect forever, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. The moment his words left his mouth, he left his mansion, the inner court, and the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect, Lu Huan headed north. That direction was the direction of Han River City. Han River City was the biggest city in the 9 Sect Alliance's territory. It was also the most prosperous city. The headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliances was located there. Chapter 1480. It's been 10 days. Senior brother should have finished inscribing the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions on my sun's shooting bow, right? After Duan Ling Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he walked out of his room, courtyard, and outer court district. After 10 days, he entered the inner court district again. Did you see that? He's Duan Ling Tian. Unlike before, Duan Ling Tian was recognized not long after he entered the inner court district. Wherever he went, there would be inner court disciples paying attention to him. No wonder those outer court disciples looked at me differently when I left the courtyard earlier. It seems like senior brother has already spread the news that he's taking me in as a disciple on behalf of his master. 10 days ago, he had been in seclusion ever since he returned from Bai Li Hong's mansion. He had stayed in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a month. 10 days had passed in the outside world before he finally came out. When he recalled the respectful gazes of the outer court disciples along the way and the complicated gazes of the group of inner court disciples in front of him, he could vaguely guess what had happened. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion once again. Young Master Ling Tian, please come in. The servants in Bai Li Hong's mansion were also respectful when they faced Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they treated Duan Ling Tian as their second master. Junior brother. When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Ling Tian from afar, he walked up to him enthusiastically. Senior brother. Duan Ling Tian smiled in response. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. After meeting with Duan Ling Tian, Bai Li Hong took out Duan Ling Tian's sun's shooting bow and returned it to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian reached out to take the sun's shooting bow. The first thing he did was to look at the bowstring. Soon after, he saw the 2 additional saint inscriptions on the bowstring. Senior brother, what are the other 2 3-star saint inscriptions that you inscribed for me? These 2 3-star saint inscriptions are the Explosive Flame Saint inscription and the Erosion Saint inscription. Bai Li Hong said with a smile, these are 2 3-star saint inscriptions that I specially picked out for you. Together with the Penetration Saint inscription, they will have a miraculous effect. I would like to hear the details.
Duan Lingtian looked curious. No matter how much you say, it's all meaningless. Why don't we leave the sect and look for a savage beast to test it on? Bai Li Hong suggested. That's fine. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, no matter how much he said, it was better to put it into practice. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong left the inner court together. They left the Moon Illumination sect and arrived outside the sect's estate. This was Duan Lingtian's first time leaving the Moon Illumination sect since he had been here for almost 4 months. Humph. You're lucky that Bai Li Hong is following you. After Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong left, a faint silhouette appeared at the side of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. It was blurry when one looked at it from afar. It was as though one was seeing things. If one looked closely, one would be able to tell it was a person. If there was an outer court disciple here, he would be able to tell it was the outer court elder, Huang Cheng. Although Huang Cheng was only an outer court elder and his cultivation base was not as high as Bai Li Hong's, he had obtained a secret tactic to conceal his whereabouts when he was young. With his current cultivation base at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, it was impossible for anyone to discover his whereabouts as long as they were not Saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, Bai Li Hong did not notice him at all. Recently, he had taken the initiative to request to be on duty at the monastery gate. Usually, other than a few outer court disciples, an outer court elder would be in charge of the monastery gate's duty. The reason Huang Cheng took the initiative to request to be on duty at the monastery gate was, naturally, because he had an ulterior motive. His target was Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian dared to leave the Moon Illumination sect without the accompaniment of a powerhouse, he would follow him immediately. Then, he would kill Duan Lingtian at a place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate and snatch Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and Duan Lingtian's crystal card. His purpose was to take back the merit points that he had lost to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he would kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that apart from Lu Huan, there was someone else who was plotting to kill him in the Moon Illumination sect. Currently, Duan Lingtian had followed Bai Li Hong to a remote place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Apart from being remote, this place was unique because there were many wild beasts. Wild beasts were beasts without intelligence in the Dao Martial Saint land. They were like wild beasts on the mortal continent that fought and killed each other. It was the law of the jungle. Every powerful savage beast had its own territory. As long as there were invaders in its territory, it would fight to the death to defend its absolute control of its territory. This place is the territory of an early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Bai Li Hong had introduced this place to him before he came here. This place was called the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. Here, wild beasts at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had their own territories. In their territories they were the absolute kings. Boom! As Bai Li Hong raised his hand and pressed it down, a gush of invisible energy shrouded the ground and hit a big tree. Not only did it destroy the tree, but it even made a huge pit appear on the ground. Be careful, it's coming, Bai Li Hong said. When it appears, try your best to shoot an arrow at it. Don't hit its vital parts. Don't hit its vital parts? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How do I kill it then? Just do as I say. However, although you can't hit its vital parts, you must activate all 3 saint inscriptions at the same time. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, a gigantic creature appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as the sound of a furious beast roaring reverberated in the air. It was a wild beast the size of a small hill. Wherever it passed, the ground trembled as though there was a violent earthquake. This wild beast looked very strange. Duan Lingtian could not find any words to describe it. It had a triangular head with eyes as big as a gong at each corner. All of them were glaring at him and Bai Li Hong fiercely. Bang! As a loud bang reverberated in the air, the wild beast the size of a small hill stomped on the ground in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. Like a huge cannonball, it shot up into the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian focused his left eye and quietly activated his strange pupil. In an instant, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the wild beast's speed slowed down. However, it was still very fast. Wherever it passed, The sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Duan Ling Tian raised the sun-shooting bow with his left hand while he condensed a true energy arrow with his right hand and placed it on the bowstring. As soon as he pulled the bowstring, traces of true energy gushed out of his qi and merged into the bowstring in his hand through more than 70 saint veins, activating the 3 saint inscriptions on the bowstring.
Penetration Saint Inscription. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription. Erosion Saint Inscription. All 3 saint inscriptions were 3-star saint inscriptions.
As Duan Ling Tian pulled the bowstring and placed the arrow, his left eye locked on the wild beast's lower abdomen. That was not a vital part. Even if the arrow can penetrate the wild beast's body with the penetration saint inscription, it's not a vital part after all. Even if it penetrates, it'll only injure it but not kill it. Although Duan Ling Tian had many doubts in his heart, he still chose to believe Bai Li Hong. Clang! The moment Duan Ling Tian let go of the bowstring, the true energy arrow in his hand instantly transformed into a bolt of green lightning and shot through the air. Due to the penetration saint inscription, the arrow pierced through the air like a meteor tearing through space. In the blink of an eye, the true energy arrow pierced through the thick scales on the wild beast's lower abdomen amidst the wailing of the wild beast. The arrowhead of the arrow appeared behind the wild beast in just a blink of an eye. Look carefully. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears like a clap of thunder. With Bai Li Hong's reminder, the scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes was clearly captured in his left eye's field of vision. The true energy arrow had penetrated the wild beast's body. The arrowhead appeared behind it. The tail of the arrow was still in front of it. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to see the scene before him. With the power of the penetration saint inscription, the true energy arrow that had easily penetrated the wild beast's body emitted a dazzling green light. Following which, the dazzling green light exploded like a flame. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the green true energy flame exploded, causing a huge hole to appear in the wild beast's lower abdomen. The hole was so big that 2 adults could enter and exit at the same time. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription? Hearing the shrill cry of the wild beast, these 4 words immediately appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The scene before him was not his doing. In that case, it could only be the power of the saint inscription. There's also the erosion saint inscription. As though it was supporting Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, the moment Duan Ling Tian's thoughts left his mind, black smoke began to emit from the hole on the wild beast's body. The black smoke continued to spread, and wherever it spread, everything turned into nothingness. The hole in the wild beast's lower abdomen was getting bigger and bigger. Wherever the black smoke around the hole passed, the wild beast's body was corroded. It was as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid or corpse-dissolving powder. The wild beast's cry became softer and softer. In the end, it stopped abruptly. At the same time, the wild beast's body turned into nothingness. It was completely corroded, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke that dissipated without a trace. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. The early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that was still alive a moment ago had turned into nothingness in just a blink of an eye and completely disappeared from this world. There were many inscriptions similar to the Corrosion Saint inscription in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. He had even used similar inscriptions before. However, those inscriptions could only deal with those with mediocre cultivation base. They were useless against those with profound cultivation base. However, a similar saint inscription had directly turned an early Saint Rudiment stage wild beast into ashes. Chapter 1481. Now, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Bai Li Hong told him not to attack the vital points of the savage beasts. It was because Bai Li Hong knew that even if he didn't attack the vital points of the savage beasts, he would still be able to kill them. Whether it was the Explosive Flame Saint inscription or the Erosion Saint inscription, they were both created by Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong was well aware of their power. Although the Explosive Flame Saint inscription and the Corrosive Saint inscription are both 3-star saint inscriptions with extraordinary power, the most you can do is deal with someone at the early Saint Rudiment stage with your true energy at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Bai Li Hong reminded Duan Ling Tian. The Saint Rune require the activation of true energy. Only when one's Zhen Qi was strong enough would they be able to activate the full power of the Saint Rune. If it wasn't enough, he could only activate a portion of the Saint Rune's power. For example, a 1-star Saint inscription could have a miraculous effect in a battle between two people of the same cultivation level. However, if one wanted to defeat an enemy of a higher level, it was almost impossible. 2-star Saint inscriptions, on the other hand, could allow one to defeat opponents of a higher cultivation level. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent's strength hadn't reached the level where he could defeat someone of a higher level. For example, Duan Ling Tian was currently at the perfection mortal shedding realm. Even if he did not use the strange pupil or the saint inscription, the martial and Dao cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage would not be able to fight against him even if they used 2-star saint inscriptions. This was because he was an existence that could easily defeat opponents above his level even without using the strange pupil or the saint runes. On the other hand, 3-star saint inscriptions were 2 grades more effective. For example, the perfection mortal shedding stage's true qi could activate the 3-star saint inscription. It would be effective on those in the early saint rudiment stage. Of course, it would only work on those in the early saint rudiment stage at most. In order to be effective on intermediate saint rudiment stage powerhouses, one must first break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The saint runes only depended on the level of one's true energy. The higher the level of one's zhenqi, the more powerful it would be. Of course, no matter how strong it was, there was a limit. It depended on how many stars the saint inscription was. For example, a 2-star saint inscription could only threaten an imminent saint stage powerhouse at most. Only a 3-star saint inscription could threaten a saint stage powerhouse. In order to threaten a saint stage powerhouse with a 3-star saint inscription, one must first be at the perfection saint rudiment stage. There were 2 levels between the perfection saint rudiment stage and the saint realm. The imminent saint stage was actually the paramount mortal shedding stage. It was only called the imminent saint stage because it was close to the saint stage. The saint realm was a watershed. The difference between the saint stage and the non-saint stage was even more exaggerated than the difference between the mortal shedding stage and the innate stage. The 3-star saint inscription activated by my current true energy is only effective on early saint rudiment stage existences? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "It seems like I still have to seize the opportunity to elevate my cultivation base. Currently, I'm not far from breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Once I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I can defeat even a saint rudiment intermediate stage cultivator." Of course, this was without using his strange pupil to defeat an intermediate saint realm master. As for the existence of a saint realm master, Duan Ling Tian didn't even dare to think about it. Someone at the mastery saint rudiment stage had already mastered the true energy consolidated weapon technique. Even if he used his strange pupil, he would have to exhaust all of his spiritual energy just to affect his opponent for a split second. He might not be able to defeat his opponent in that split second. Using the true qi weapon, he was able to block Li Mu's attack at that moment. The mastery saint rudiment stage and the intermediate saint rudiment stage is a watershed. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. "Thank you, senior brother." Duan Ling Tian put away the sun-shooting bow and thanked Bai Li Hong. Based on the effects of the 2 3-star saint inscriptions, it was enough to see Bai Li Hong's good intentions. The 2 saint inscriptions combined with the penetration saint inscription would definitely have a miraculous effect. "There's no need to thank me since we're brothers." Bai Li Hong shook his head and smiled. Then he asked in anticipation, "Junior brother, how much have you mastered the strange inscription art in these 10 days? I should be able to inscribe saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art now." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Bai Li Hong was dumbstruck when he heard this. 10 days ago, he had just passed the jade token that recorded the strange inscription art to Duan Ling Tian. 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian said he could inscribe saint inscriptions with the strange inscription art? How could he not be shocked? "Junior brother, let's go. Let's go back." Bai Li Hong raised his hand, and an invisible energy swept out and shrouded Duan Ling Tian. He quickly brought Duan Ling Tian back to the Moon Illumination Sect, the inner court, and his mansion. He was eager to see Duan Ling Tian's strange inscription art technique. He had never mastered the strange inscription art in his entire life. However, The junior brother that he had accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master had mastered the strange inscription art in just 10 days.
There was a quiet room in by Li Hong's mansion that was specially used to inscribe saint inscriptions.
When inscribing saint inscriptions, one could not be disturbed at all.
Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Currently, there were only Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong in the quiet room.
There was a stone table in the middle of the quiet room.
A sword was placed on the stone table. It was obvious it was a saint weapon.
Next to the sword was a vessel that contained an unknown liquid. The unknown liquid was dark yellow and would boil from time to time.
Junior brother, are you really able to inscribe the floating light saint inscription with the inscription ink refined from such a small amount of materials?
Bai Li Hong asked in disbelief as he looked at the dark yellow liquid in the vessel.
The floating light saint inscription was a one-star saint inscription.
Bai Li Hong knew this saint inscription very well because it was an extremely common one-star saint inscription.
When he had just become a one-star saint inscription master, he had used it to practice many times. He knew the materials needed to inscribe this saint inscription very well. Not a single one of those materials could be missing. Currently, his junior brother, Duan Ling Tian, was also preparing to inscribe the floating light saint inscription. However, the materials he was going to use were less than half of the standard materials. The cost of the materials was reduced by almost 2/3.
Although he knew the biggest advantage of the strange inscription art was its cost saving, he still found it unbelievable that it was so economical.
Senior brother, just watch and see. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly. His words were filled with confidence. In the next moment, he extended his right hand and held Bai Li Hong's 9-star inscription pen in his hand. After taking a deep breath, he extended his left hand and picked up the sword on the table. This was his first time inscribing a saint inscription with the strange inscription art.
Naturally, in the past 10 days, he had practiced it countless times in his mind, so he was already very familiar with it.
Therefore, everything that happened next was logical. Duan Ling Tian shook the 9-star inscription pen in his right hand. The 9-star inscription pen seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it shot toward the inscription ink. Inscription ink was a general term for the liquid refined from the materials needed to inscribe saint inscriptions.
The sharp end of the 9-star inscription pen that shot out like a bolt of lightning picked up a drop of inscription ink like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water.
Then, the 9-star inscription pen brought the drop of inscription ink to the sword in his left hand. Suddenly, a mark appeared on the sword. As Duan Ling Tian's right hand moved quickly, a series of complicated inscriptions appeared on the sword. The drop of inscription ink flowed along the inscriptions like water flowing into a stream. Everything was so natural. Duan Ling Tian's movements were as smooth as flowing water.
However, Bai Li Hong, who was standing at the side, was already stunned.
Duan Ling Tian's speed of inscribing saint inscriptions was even faster than his. This is the strange inscription art? How much mental energy does he have to use at such a fast speed? Junior brother is really the best candidate to cultivate the strange inscription art. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's heart trembled slightly from excitement. Fast, too fast. That was the only thought left in Bai Li Hong's mind when he saw Duan Ling Tian's movements. Is this the difference between the orthodox saint inscription art and the strange inscription art? After a long while, Bai Li Hong regained his senses. He had mixed feelings. It's done. While Bai Li Hong was in a daze, Duan Ling Tian had already stopped. Senior brother, take a look at the effect of the floating light saint inscription and see if it has decreased. It's done? Bai Li Hong was completely dumbfounded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words.
It should be known that even with his current strength, it would take him at least half an hour to inscribe the floating light saint inscription.
However, this junior brother of his only used less than 15 minutes to do so. It was not even half of the time he had to spend. He was a 3-star saint inscription master. Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and suppressed the inexplicable shock in his heart. He took the sword that Duan Ling Tian passed to him and tested the 1-star saint inscription, the floating light saint inscription. His gaze became extremely complicated. The effect has not decreased. After a long while, Bai Li Hong finally caught his breath and sighed. The strange inscription art is really the work of a god. It's a pity that I'm not fated to use the strange inscription art with my mental strength.
The use of mental strength depended on one's innate talent. However, Bai Li Hong was obviously not talented in this aspect. He was not the only one who could not do it. Most saint inscription masters could not do it. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. Although he had deduced the strange inscription art many times in his mind, this was the first time he had put it into practice. Therefore, although he was confident, he could not help but feel a little nervous. "Senior brother, here's your inscription pen." Duan Ling Tian called out to Bai Li Hong when he was gently caressing the floating light saint inscription on the sword in his hand. At the same time, he passed the inscription pen back to him. However, although Bai Li Hong raised his head in time to look at the inscription pen, he did not reach out to take it. His eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth. It was as though he had made a huge decision. "Junior brother, you can have this 9-star inscription pen. I'll go to Han River City and buy an inscription pen for myself." Bai Li Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He said, "You've inherited teacher's strange inscription art, so it's only right that I give this inscription pen to you. Senior brother, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come into contact with teacher's strange inscription art. This 9-star inscription pen is your fortuitous encounter. If I were to snatch away what you love, I wouldn't be worthy of being your junior brother."
Chapter 1482.
Duan Ling Tian had his own principles. He had to admit that he really wanted the inscription pen in his hand. Who would not want a 9-star inscription pen? However, as the saying went, a gentleman would not take away someone else's treasure. Based on Bai Li Hong's hesitation earlier, one could see that he was reluctant to part with the inscription pen. Therefore, he shouldn't have taken the inscription pen for himself.
Otherwise, it would be too selfish of him.
Seeing how Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to accept the inscription pen, Bai Li Hong had no choice but to take it. After taking it, he said firmly, "Junior brother, I know you don't want to take away what I love. However, I can take this inscription pen back temporarily, but you have to promise me one thing."
"Please tell me."
"Senior brother," Duan Ling Tian said, "when you become a 3-star saint inscription master, at that time, you must accept this inscription pen. Otherwise, you'll have to accept this inscription pen today." It was true that Bai Li Hong was reluctant to part with the 9-star inscription pen in his hand. However, that was human nature. There were not many 9-star inscription pens even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he had used it for so long. It was normal for him to be reluctant to give it away. However, he knew he could not be so selfish. This inscription pen was left behind by his teacher whom he had never met. Although he was the one who obtained it, his teacher had always hoped to find a successor who could inherit his strange inscription art. Duan Ling Tian happened to be that successor. He believed that if his teacher was present, he would most likely pass the inscription pen to Duan Ling Tian.
"No problem."
Seeing how Bai Li Hong looked as though he was going to fight him if he did not agree to it, Duan Ling Tian agreed immediately. In his opinion, nobody knew what would happen in the future. Perhaps, he would no longer be in the Moon Illumination sect when he became a 3-star saint inscription master. After chatting with Bai Li Hong for a while, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell and prepared to return to the outer court. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian noticed that as long as it was a person, they would stare at him as though there was a flower on his face. It's true that people are afraid of fame while pigs are afraid of being fat.
Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly to himself.
When he passed by the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian stopped and muttered to himself, "There seems to be nothing left to exchange for in the Merit Pavilion now. I'll use the remaining merit points to exchange for Dao talismans to protect myself." In the end, Duan Ling Tian only kept the portion of merit points that he had given to Ling Yun and 100,000 merit points for himself. He used the remaining merit points to buy Dao talismans. To him, the Dao talisman was a life-saving item. As for the 100,000 merit points, he kept them as a precaution. What if the materials needed to repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda appeared in the stalls of the inner disciples on the 1st level of the Merit Pavilion? If he didn't have any merit points, who would he cry to? Naturally, he could ask for it from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. However, His senior brother had already helped him a lot. If it was possible, he really did not want to trouble his senior brother. After buying the Dao talismans, Duan Ling Tian went to the first level of the Merit Pavilion and started to wander around. However, after one round, due to Duan Ling Tian's greeting, Hua Lao, who was paying attention to the outside, did not find the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Looks like I've really used up all my luck.
Duan Ling Tian laughed at himself and left the Merit Pavilion under the watchful eyes of the group of inner disciples.
I heard from senior brother that there's an inscription pen for sale in Han River City. Han River City is the largest city in the Nine Sect Alliance's territory. The headquarters of the Nine Sect Alliances are also located there. It's time for me to take a look there.
On the way back to the outer court, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He decided to go to Han River City. He had heard of Han River City many times. Moreover, he really needed an inscription pen now. Other than the inscription pen, I can also go to Han River City to see if there's any materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Now, I'm not far from completely repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, my cultivation speed will be even more efficient. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. He would find a time to go to Han River City. With his current ability, he could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasures in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, the cultivation environment inside had a profound meaning to him. 5 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. 8 months later, I must make a trip back to Half Moon Island to accompany the 2 girls until they give birth. If I can repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my ability will definitely skyrocket 8 months later. By then, I'll be able to protect myself on the way back. When Duan Ling Tian thought of Kerr and Li Fei, his heart was filled with motivation. When I find my parents, I'll bring them back to the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, I'll definitely hold a grand wedding for them. When he thought of his 2 fiancées, Duan Ling Tian's face was filled with a blissful smile. As for those 2 girls, he still hadn't given them a proper status until now. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to, but he could not because his parents were not around. It was fine if the 2 girls' parents were not around, but his parents were healthy. If he wanted to get married, it was only natural that both of his parents were present. Perhaps when I find my parents, both of my children will be able to speak. I wonder how happy they'll be when they find out that they're going to be grandparents. Duan Ling Tian could not stop smiling. Wherever Duan Ling Tian passed by, the group of outer court disciples would be stunned when they saw him laughing foolishly to himself. Why was senior brother Duan so happy? Could it be that Elder Bai Li had given him some benefits again? When the outer court disciples thought of this, their eyes were filled with envy. However, they also knew that they could not be envious of Duan Ling Tian's good fortune. Duan Ling Tian was destined to be someone they had to look up to. Xueqi, did Lu Huan's people cause you any trouble recently? When Duan Ling Tian saw Xueqi again, he asked. Senior brother Duan, who doesn't know that you're Elder Bai Li's junior brother now? Lu Huan must have been scared out of his wits when he heard that Elder Bai Li acknowledged you as his junior brother. How would he dare to cause trouble for us? Xueqi grinned. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you yet, senior brother Duan. Duan Ling Tian did not comment on Xueqi's optimism. He did not believe Lu Huan would completely give up on making things difficult for him just because of Bai Li Hong's existence. Currently, Lu Huan must have moved from being in the open to being in the dark. This was not a good thing for him. Of course, he did not regret allowing Bai Li Hong to publicize their relationship as fellow disciples. At the very least, Xueqi and Ling Yun would be safe now. Lu Huan would definitely not dare to cause trouble for them in the open. However, senior brother is really overbearing. He beat Lu Huan up as soon as he saw him. Bai Li Hong had mentioned to Duan Ling Tian that he had beaten Lu Huan up. Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. He really didn't see that his senior brother had such a side to him. His protective nature was obvious at a glance. It was as though Lu Huan would definitely die if he dared to touch him. Although there was a rule in the Moon Illumination sect that forbade disciples from killing each other. However, who was Bai Li Hong? Even the few powerhouses in the sect did not dare to put on airs in front of Bai Li Hong. Even if Bai Li Hong did not have a valid reason to kill, they would not dare to do anything to him. Bai Li Hong meant a lot to the Moon Illumination sect. All these years, the other 7 seventh-rate sects that did not have a 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the 9 sect alliances had never stopped sending people to lure Bai Li Hong to their sections. The few Saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect knew about this very well. In the past, Bai Li Hong had rejected the 7 great sects' good intentions because he had a good time in the Moon Illumination sect. Once he was dissatisfied with the Moon Illumination sect, it would be hard to say if he would reject the 7 great sects again. A 3-star Saint Inscription Master was too important to a 7th-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect. He was no different from a pillar. Xionghu, I'll transfer Ling Yun's merit points to you. Give it to him later. I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for a while. Duan Ling Tian took out his crystal card and told Xionghu. Senior brother Duan, you're going into closed-door cultivation? Xionghu asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not plan to tell Xionghu about his plan to leave the Moon Illumination sect and go to Han River City. Not only that, he did not plan to tell anyone, including Bai Li Hong. He knew very well that although he had been in the Moon Illumination sect for less than 4 months, he had offended many people in this period of time. If those people knew he was leaving, would they not chase him out of the Moon Illumination sect and kill him immediately? However, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to leave immediately. I'll break through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage first before going to Han River City. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart and made a decision. What Duan Ling Tian did not know was when he entered the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate in closed-door cultivation, the inner court elder Lu Huan had arrived at Han River City. Lu Huan had arrived at Han River City. Even if his direct disciple, Xueqi, was still alive, he would not be able to recognize him. This was because he had disguised himself. After entering the bustling Han River City, Lu Huan went into a few secluded alleys and completely concealed himself. He only appeared again when it was late at night. In the west of Han River City, there were few people at night. In a secluded area near the west of Han River City's city wall, there was an independent house. The house looked very ordinary. It was so ordinary that it did not attract anyone's attention at all. It was almost impossible to see anyone going in or out during the day. However, there were many ghost-like figures going in and out of the house every night. Lu Huan arrived at the house. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he walked in. After passing by quite a number of ghostly figures, Lu Huan walked into a dark room with an open door. Almost as soon as he walked in, the light was turned on and the door was closed. I want to buy a person's life. Chapter 1483. More than once, Duan Ling Tian had imagined what would happen after he had broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. He wondered how many saint veins he would be able to open and whether he would be able to open all of them. There were a total of 99 saint veins. However, when he broke through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, he calmed down all of a sudden. Saint veins. After opening all the saint veins that he could open, Duan Ling Tian began to observe the saint veins in his body. Now that he had broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, it meant that the saint veins in his body had been completely formed. It would be impossible for him to have more in the future. Therefore, he felt a little solemn. Due to his solemn mood, he did not count how many saint veins he had opened after breaking through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage when he was opening his saint veins. If he had counted, he would have known and would not be as anxious as he was now. However, when he counted the number of saint veins in his body, the huge rock that was pressing on his heart was finally lifted. 99 saint veins. This. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed when he counted the number of saint veins in his body for the first time. This was something that he had been thinking about in his dreams many times. It had always been what he had been looking forward to. Now that he had realized it, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Duan Ling Tian knew very well what 99 saint veins meant. It meant that he had reached the limit of the number of saint veins he had. Even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, from the ancient myths and legends in his past life, And the one who had once suppressed Sun Wukong under the Five Fingers Mountain had opened more saint veins than him.
I'll count again.
After a moment of excitement, Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming. He immediately counted again.
That's right. It's 99 saint veins. Count again.
After counting a few times, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed that he had opened 99 saint veins.
Walao!
Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, he went to look for Hua Lao. When Hua Lao heard that Duan Lingtian had opened 99 saint veins, he was stunned for a moment. He even asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you have opened 99 saint veins?" Ever since Duan Lingtian met Hua Lao, this was the first time he had seen Hua Lao lose his composure like this. For a moment, he was secretly pleased.
Hua Lao, do you want to take a look yourself?
Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Hua Lao did not stand on ceremony. He placed his hand on Duan Lingtian's hand at lightning speed. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he withdrew his hand and muttered, "It's really 99 saint veins.
Are you really human?"
In the end, Hua Lao looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on this. Just now, when Hua Lao placed his hand on his hand, he felt as if an electric current had passed through his body. Before he could react, the electric current had withdrawn. At the same time, Hua Lao withdrew his hand. Hua Lao's strength shocked Duan Lingtian once again. It's a pity that Hua Lao can't leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda now, and he can't attack anyone outside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great help to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself that it was a pity. After opening 99 saint veins, Duan Lingtian had opened up all the saint veins that should be opened up. Currently, apart from his hearing, his eyesight, and even his sense of smell had been elevated to an extremely exaggerated level. Duan Lingtian, who had opened up 99 saint veins, was confident that he could be called a king on the mortal shedding stage even without relying on the saint inscriptions, the strange pupil, or even a saint weapon. The help that the 99 saint veins gave him was no joke. With my current strength, I can be considered to be able to protect myself to a certain extent. It's time to leave the Moon Illumination sect and explore the outside world. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. On the same night that Duan Lingtian had this thought, he quietly left his courtyard in the dead of the night. He left the outer court and the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Whoosh! After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Duan Lingtian let loose and shot into the distance as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. He was heading in the direction of Han River City. It had been a month since he had planned to go to Han River City. After a month, Duan Lingtian had finally broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and left the Moon Illumination sect. From the beginning until the end, he did not tell anyone. Everything was done secretly. However, although Duan Lingtian's movements were discreet, he was still discovered by someone. This person was none other than the outer court's elder Huang Cheng. After waiting for so long, the rabbit has finally come knocking on my door. Duan Lingtian left in the middle of the night without anyone following him. I'm afraid even Elder Bai Li doesn't know about this, right? Huang Cheng smirked at the side of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. He moved with the wind and chased after Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng had mastered the secret tactic to conceal his tracks. Even though Duan Lingtian was the most powerful weapons specialist on Earth in his past life and had an amazing anti-tracking ability, he did not notice Huang Cheng following him. He continued on his way. He only realized the situation had changed when a gust of wind whistled behind him. Horror dawned on his face immediately. The moment Duan Lingtian's expression changed, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. Another person appeared in front of him. It was someone he was familiar with. Huang Cheng. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he saw the person in front of him. He did not expect to be targeted even though he had left so discreetly. Huang Cheng was one of the people he had offended in the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. Huang Cheng's face was filled with a bright smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression. I've waited for more than 2 months, and you've finally left on your own. The last time you left, that old man by Li Hong followed you. I couldn't do anything to you at all. This time, you'll definitely die. As soon as Huang Cheng's voice fell, two streams of zhanqi rose above his head. One of them turned into a giant saber, and the other turned into a giant beast that looked like a leopard but wasn't a leopard, or a tiger but wasn't a tiger. Whoosh! The gigantic saber tore through the air and appeared on Duan Lingtian's left in just a blink of an eye. It hovered in the air while emitting waves of sharp aura. Boom! 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 The gigantic beast took a step forward. Every step it took shook the air and created a thunderous sound. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic beast appeared on Duan Lingtian's right. It stared at Duan Lingtian covetously as though it would pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time and swallow him whole. True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he muttered to himself. You're quite knowledgeable to recognize my True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. Huang Cheng snorted coldly. However, from today onward, you, the genius whose martial Dao innate talent is widely acknowledged as the #1 in the outer court, is destined to turn into a pile of dirt in the Dao martial saint land. Perhaps, after a year or so, not many people will remember you anymore. Huang Cheng, as far as I remember, there's no great enmity between us, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. The conflict between us seems to be limited to that bet. I didn't use a knife to force you to make a bet during that bet. It was you who made the bet yourself. It's your own fault that you lost. What does it have to do with me? It's meaningless to talk about this now. Huang Cheng said nonchalantly, from today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are destined to disappear from this world forever. Nobody will know that I'm the one who killed you. If there's a next life, remember that there are some people you can't afford to offend. If I return the 300,000 merit points to you, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian asked coldly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Cheng burst out laughing instead. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, you're too naive. After I kill you, all the crystal cards in your hands will be mine. At that time, I'll be able to get as many merit points as I want. Moreover, since you've become elder by Li's junior brother, you should have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions that he gave you, right? Let me guess. The saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in your hands has at least 2 3-star saint inscriptions, right? At this moment, the way Huang Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was looking at a person at all. Instead, it was as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as he looked at Huang Cheng. What he said earlier was actually just a test for Huang Cheng. He no longer had 300,000 merit points in his hands. In his crystal card, there were only 100,000 merit points. Huang Cheng, you've guessed wrongly. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Guessed wrongly? Huang Cheng sneered. Duan Lingtian, what tricks are you trying to pull now? Don't tell me you think you'll still be able to live after today? What tricks can I pull? Duan Lingtian said, I just want to tell you that the saint weapon in my hand is not only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions, but it's inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. However, even if you obtain it, would you dare to use it? Duan Lingtian sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. When Huang Cheng heard Duan Lingtian mention the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions, there was only a greedy gleam left in his eyes. When he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence, he smirked in disdain. Don't tell me you think there's a need for me to stay in the Moon Illumination sect after I kill you and snatch the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions from you? Even if I stay in the Moon Illumination sect temporarily, it'll only be a cover-up at most. I'll leave eventually. A saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions was enough for him to leave the Moon Illumination sect. Huang Cheng had made up his mind. It seems like you, Huang Cheng, have been planning this for a long time. You've even thought of your own escape route. Chapter 1484. As soon as his words left his mouth, a talisman appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This 3-star Divine Strider talisman speed is comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you, Huang Cheng, think you can catch up to me with the 3-star Divine Strider talisman? A confident smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at Huang Cheng. However, contrary to Duan Lingtian's expectations, Huang Cheng was not surprised by Duan Lingtian, who had taken out the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. At once, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Activate! Although Duan Lingtian did not know why he had such a feeling, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately shouted and activated the 3-star Divine Strider talisman in his hand. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman instantly disappeared as a mysterious energy entered Duan Lingtian's body. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's body moved and disappeared before Huang Cheng's eyes. Although Huang Cheng and the giant saber and giant beast condensed from his true energy blocked Duan Lingtian's escape route, Duan Lingtian was not disturbed at all when he left. This was because Huang Cheng, whose cultivation base was only at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, could not react in time at all. The speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was not something a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could compare to. However, Huang Cheng did not panic when he saw Duan Lingtian disappearing before his eyes. Instead, he raised his hand at lightning speed and a talisman appeared in his hand. Activate! As soon as Huang Cheng opened his mouth, a loud shout reverberated in the air. After the talisman disappeared, Huang Cheng also disappeared on the spot. Naturally, he did not really disappear. His speed was so fast that it seemed like he had disappeared. Duan Lingtian, do you think you're the only one who has a 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's speed had slowed down after he had fled for a distance, it did not take long for Huang Cheng to catch up to him and appear behind him. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice behind him. Huang Cheng has a 3-star Divine Strider talisman as well. This was the first thought that came to his mind. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about how Huang Cheng could afford a 3-star Spirit Travel talisman. Logically speaking, Huang Cheng had lost so many merit points to him, so he shouldn't have any more merit points to buy a 3-star Spirit Travel talisman. After all, the wealth in the hands of an outer court elder was limited. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that. In the Moon Illumination sect, there were many inner court elders who liked to lend money. Huang Cheng had found an inner court elder and borrowed 200,000 merit points from the loan shark. Including the merit points he had, he used all of his wealth to buy a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. The reason he did this was all for Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was for the huge wealth in the hands of the Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian fought with He Zhong, he had used the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Huang Cheng had seen it. Moreover, he also knew that He Zhong had given a 3-star Divine Strider talisman to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely because he knew that Duan Lingtian had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman that he did not hesitate to borrow money from the loan shark to buy a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. It was all for this moment where he could kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop and seize Duan Lingtian's wealth. He believed that this would definitely be a profitable business. Whoosh! After learning that Huang Cheng also had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman, Duan Lingtian hurriedly sped up. At this moment, he even regretted decelerating earlier. The reason he had decelerated earlier was because he thought he had escaped from Huang Cheng's sight. It did not cross his mind that Huang Cheng also had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Moreover, he had caught up with him. When Duan Lingtian raised his speed to its peak again, Huang Cheng had already caught up with him and was running side by side with him. Duan Lingtian, I've said before that after today, you'll leave this world forever. I'll send you on your last journey. Huang Cheng sneered. 2 surges of true energy appeared above his head. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast techniques appeared again. Buzz! The huge saber swept across the sky like a saber waterfall that streaked across the sky. It charged toward Duan Lingtian menacingly as though it wanted to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Boom! 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 The enormous beast soared into the sky and opened its bloody mouth to bite Duan Lingtian. Lin! Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice as his face turned grave when he saw Huang Cheng attacking him. At the same time, the talisman that he had just grabbed in his hand disappeared as well. Huang Cheng frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's shout. He noticed a layer of golden energy rising from Duan Lingtian's body. It looked like a golden eggshell that enveloped Duan Lingtian. At the same time, The huge saber and the huge beast formed by Huang Cheng's true energy shattered when they collided with the golden eggshell. On the other hand, the golden eggshell was not damaged at all. 3-star golden energy talisman. Huang Cheng's expression darkened when he saw this. He did not expect Duanling Tian to have a 3-star golden energy talisman other than the 3-star divine strider talisman. Duanling Tian, it seems like you're really afraid of death. Not only do you have a 3-star divine strider talisman, but you also have a 3-star golden energy talisman. Huang Cheng scolded sarcastically. Afraid of death? Duanling Tian sneered when he heard Huang Cheng's words. Based on your words, you're not afraid of death? Don't you want to kill me? Come on then. Once the 3-star golden energy talisman was activated, it would form a layer of defense around one's body. This defense was comparable to the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Similar to the 3-star divine strider talisman, it could last for 15 minutes. Huang Cheng, a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial artist, could not break through the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Duanling Tian, don't be so smug. Huang Cheng's expression darkened. After 15 minutes, the 3-star golden energy talisman will lose its effect. At that time, you'll be a fish on my chopping board. Before that happens, your 3-star divine strider talisman will lose its effect as well. Let's wait and see. Duanling Tian glanced at Huang Cheng indifferently before he slowed down and even came to a halt. Huang Cheng stopped as well. Naturally, he knew what Duanling Tian was thinking. Since he could not shake him off, it was meaningless for him to continue using the 3-star divine strider talisman. He might as well stop since the result would be the same anyway. At this moment, Huang Cheng's heart was bleeding. The 3-star divine strider talisman that he had spent 300,000 merit points on had become useless after just a short while. However, when he thought about the huge amount of wealth on Duanling Tian, he felt relieved. In his opinion, as long as Duanling Tian died, the millions of merit points in Duanling Tian's possession would be his. At that time, he would be able to buy the 3-star divine strider talisman whenever he wanted. Duanling Tian stood in the same spot with the golden eggshell around his body. He looked at Huang Cheng calmly. Huang Cheng was also staring at Duanling Tian. He was waiting for the moment the 3-star golden energy talisman on Duanling Tian's body would lose its effect completely. At that moment, he would show his might and kill Duanling Tian in one fell swoop. He was looking forward to it. Just like that, a strange scene appeared. Duanling Tian and Huang Cheng stood there staring at each other, but neither of them made a move. Time passed by quietly. From the moment Duanling Tian used the 3-star divine strider talisman, 15 minutes had passed by very quickly. The effect of Duanling Tian's 3-star divine strider talisman was the first to disappear. Following that, the effect of the 3-star divine strider talisman on Huang Cheng's body disappeared as well. Huang Cheng, the effect of the 3-star divine strider talisman on you should be gone by now, right? It was rare for Duanling Tian to speak, breaking the silence. So what if it's gone? If the effect of the 3-star divine strider talisman on me is gone, it means that the effect of the 3-star golden energy talisman on you is about to disappear as well. The moment the effect of the 3-star golden energy talisman is gone will be the moment of your death. Huang Cheng sneered. Huang Cheng, I'm very curious. How do you still have so many merit points to buy the 3-star divine strider talisman? You lost more than 300,000 merit points to me earlier. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have enough merit points to buy the 3-star divine strider talisman, right? Duanling Tian asked. Huang Cheng only snorted in response to Duanling Tian's question. He did not reply. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. Could he say that he had borrowed a loan from an inner court elder? Or was it the kind of loan shark that would charge 20,000 merit points a month for a loan of 200,000 merit points? I think you don't have a second 3-star divine strider talisman on you, right? Duanling Tian asked with narrowed eyes. Don't tell me you do? Huang Cheng asked reflexively when he heard Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, Huang Cheng saw the smile on the corner of Duanling Tian's mouth. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Huang Cheng, Duanling Tian, will remember what happened today. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Cheng deeply before he took out another 3-star Divine Strider talisman. When the golden eggshell on his body began to fade, he shouted, "Activate!" Duan Lingtian instantly disappeared before Huang Cheng's eyes again.
Oh no!
Huang Cheng's expression changed drastically. Why does he still have a 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Why is he so afraid of death? He even prepared so many 3-star Divine Strider talismans. At this moment, Huang Cheng felt like he was going crazy. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a second 3-star Divine Strider talisman. How was he going to chase after him? Although he could confirm the direction Duan Lingtian had left in, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian was still in that direction. Moreover, even if he was, he could not catch up to him. The reason he could catch up to him earlier was because he also had a 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Before Duan Lingtian could turn around, he managed to catch up with Duan Lingtian in time. This time, it's impossible for me to return to the Moon Illumination sect since I didn't manage to kill Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian might have returned to the Moon Illumination sect to look for Bai Li Hong. With Bai Li Hong's position in the Moon Illumination sect, he can definitely take my life. Huang Cheng's face turned pale as he took a deep breath. Even if I leave, I still have to. At the very least, I don't have to pay the loan sharks to the inner court elder anymore. Huang Cheng knew very well that he only had one choice now, which was to leave the Moon Illumination sect. If he returned to the Moon Illumination sect, he would definitely die. Nobody would say anything even if Bai Li Hong did not have a valid reason to kill him, let alone killing him. Bai Li Hong's special position in the Moon Illumination sect gave him a power that was different from ordinary inner court elders. Chapter 1485. Duan Lingtian, don't ever fall into my hands again. Otherwise I, Huang Cheng, will make you wish you were dead. When Huang Cheng thought of the culprit who forced him to leave the Moon Illumination sect, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. In his opinion, all of this was Duan Lingtian's fault. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian did not return his bet, he would not have hated Duan Lingtian, and things would not have escalated to this stage today. It had never crossed his mind that he had participated in the bet that Duan Lingtian had set up because of his own greed. Now that Duan Lingtian was far away from Huang Cheng, he flew at full speed for 15 minutes. He only came to a halt when the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman left his body. It's a good thing I still have a second 3-star Divine Strider talisman with me. Otherwise, I'd definitely die today. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the scene earlier. Even if you have a third 3-star Divine Strider talisman with you, you'd still die today. A hoarse voice that seemed to come from all directions entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression change immediately as he shouted, "Who's there?" At the same time, a figure covered in a black robe appeared near Duan Lingtian like a ghost. The person covered in the black robe only revealed a pair of cold eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that I'm here to take your life. No wonder you're so valuable. As it turns out, you have so many trump cards with you." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, he was almost mumbling to himself as though he was lamenting. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he had seen the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Huang Cheng. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he was obviously the final oriole. "Are you an assassin?" The black-robed man's mutterings were heard by Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change. "You are very smart. It's a pity that many people smarter than you have died in my hands." The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. You actually still have the 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Is this a 3-star Golden Energy talisman? It seems that you have a lot of trump cards." Duan Lingtian once again took out a 3-star Spirit Strider talisman and a 3-star Golden Energy talisman. As soon as he took them out, the black-robed man saw them. "Brat, don't tell me you think I'm that trash called Huang Cheng?" The black-robed man sneered and said, Do you think that this 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 3-star Golden Energy Talisman can help you escape from under my nose?
Now, I will let you know how naive and ridiculous your idea is.
Almost as soon as the black-robed man's words left his mouth, the black robe on his body suddenly fluttered like dark clouds. At the same time, 3 waves of vast and rolling true energy swept out from his body. One of them transformed into a gigantic sickle while the other transformed into a skinny wild beast. The last wave swept out in all directions. It was this last wave of true energy that swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it spread out to a radius of 100 meters around the black-robed man and enveloped Duan Lingtian as well. Wisps of faint green aura appeared at the edge of the 100-meter radius around him.
True energy consolidated territory. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. Why, you're at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
Previously, when the black-robed man caught up to him, he thought he had used a 3-star Spirit Strider Talisman to catch up to him. Now, he finally realized his opponent was a genuine Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. If the true energy consolidated weapon was the symbol of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, then the true energy consolidated beast was the symbol of the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In that case, the true energy consolidated territory was the symbol of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The true energy consolidated territory was a territory that covered a radius of 100 meters. Every Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was different. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was the gravity territory. Once it was activated, the gravity within a radius of 100 meters around the territory would rapidly increase to an extremely exaggerated degree. Naturally, Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who controlled territories would not be affected. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses' territory was the wind territory. Once the territory was activated, it would turn into a world of wind. The wind inside was completely controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. It would either turn into wind blades to attack or form a gust of wind that swept out in all directions to affect the opponent, tiring them out. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses' territory was the sword territory. Once the territory was activated, countless swords would form in the territory. These swords were all controlled by the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. Apart from that, there were many other territories. Otherwise, why do you think I said you'll die today even if you have the third 3-star Divine Strider Talisman? The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. How many saint stones did the person who hired you spend? As long as you're willing to stop, I can give you saint stones that will tempt you even more. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he learned the black-robed man was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was just as the black-robed man had said. The 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman were useless against him. Although the speed of the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman was comparable to the speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, it was only comparable to the speed of an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was the same for the defense of the 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. These 2 Dao talismans might be effective against martial and Dao cultivators below the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, they were nothing in front of a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Boy, we have our rules in our line of work. Moreover, as long as you're dead, all your wealth will be mine, and I won't have to break the rules. The black-robed man continued to smile sinisterly. At the same time, the black scythe above the black-robed man's head seemed to have transformed into a blood moon that hung high in the air. The tip of the scythe was pointed at Duan Lingtian. As for the skinny wild beast, it was also glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Although it was a wild beast that was consolidated from true energy consolidated beast, it was still very lifelike. The saint stones that will tempt you are not with me. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to swear on the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that I'll give you all the saint stones. Duan Lingtian said to the black-robed man after taking a deep breath. He was not afraid of death. However, in the face of such danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not his own life. Instead, what would happen to his 2 fiancées if he died? Moreover, what would happen to the children in their wombs if they were born without a father? For this reason, he did not want to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, He wanted to live on. The current him was different from the him in his previous life. In his previous life, he had no ties and was all alone in the world. Even in the face of death, he could remain calm. However, the current him had too many ties. Boy, let's cut the crap. Do you think people in our line of work would not break the rules without swearing on the tribulation oath? The black-robed man sneered. For this reason, it's useless even if you're willing to give me 10,000 first-grade saint stones as long as I let you go. If I break the rules, the tribulation oath will come true immediately. The 99 heavenly tribulation will descend and kill me. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he gripped the 2 Dao talismans in his hands tightly. Was he really going to die here today? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was in a mess. Activate! Activate! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shouted twice and activated the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 3-star Golden Energy Talisman in his hands. At once, his entire body was shrouded by the golden eggshell. At the same time, the energy in the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman also merged with his body, allowing him to possess a speed comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was apparent that even though Duan Lingtian knew he was in a dire situation, he did not intend to wait for death to come. It was not his style to wait for death without putting up a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian transformed into a streak of light and shot into the distance. In the distance, the black-robed man stood there. When he saw Duan Lingtian using the 3-star Divine Strider Talisman and 3-star Golden Energy Talisman, he smirked contemptuously. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius suddenly became active. The territory that was originally light green instantly turned crimson red. Wisps of black mist could be seen in the crimson red, emitting an extremely evil aura. At the same time, the black mist that was mixed with crimson continued to tumble in Duan Lingtian's path. In the end, it consolidated into a human figure and transformed into a giant. Naturally, it was a giant formed purely from the black mist. The giant stood there like an iron wall, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. With a raise of his hand, a 2-star offensive Dao talisman shot out. As the word appear resonated in the air, the attack that was comparable to a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse landed on the giant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian used whatever he had. He no longer thought about saving anything. Since he was already on the verge of death, it was meaningless to save anything. Once he died, there would be nothing left. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the giant was unharmed after being hit by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman's energy, horror dawned on him. What kind of monster is this? Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and tried to escape in another direction. However, in another direction, an identical giant also appeared in a timely manner. Subsequently, no matter where Duan Lingtian fled, an identical giant would appear in that direction. These giants were formed from black mist with a crimson aura emitting from them. It gave off an invisible pressure, causing Duan Lingtian to feel extremely depressed. Boy, you're still trying to escape in my blood devil territory? How naive. Chapter 1486. Blood Devil's Territory? Is this the power of the true energy consolidated territory? Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. His expression turned gloomy. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to die here today? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. He could not accept this. He had yet to see his 2 unborn children. He had yet to find his parents. He had yet to return to Earth to seek revenge. There were too many things that he had yet to do. As the giants around Duan Lingtian's body dissipated, they transformed back into black mist that was mixed with a bloody aura. The black-robed man appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His eyes were shining under the black robe. Duan Lingtian finally saw his eyes clearly. He did not look human at all. Boy, it's all over now. As the black-robed man spoke nonchalantly, the gigantic scythe above his head and the skinny wild beast charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their speed was not fast, as though they were intentionally giving Duan Lingtian a chance to catch his breath. This was the black-robed man's habit of killing. When he killed someone, he did not like to take his opponent's life in one go. He preferred to see the despair on his opponent's face when they were struggling for their lives. To him, this was a form of enjoyment. It was a form of spiritual enjoyment. However, Duan Lingtian's performance was destined to disappoint him. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the black-robed man. The gloominess on his face was gone. The unwillingness in his eyes was gone as well.
He smiled strangely.
"Why, you're a devil cultivator?
Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. You can tell that I'm a devil cultivator from my blood devil's territory."
Although the strange smile on Duan Lingtian's face annoyed him, the black-robed man still snorted arrogantly. "Even in the Moon Illumination sect, other than those saint stage powerhouses, only those imminent saint stage powerhouses can defeat me. You should be proud that you're able to die in my hands." The black-robed man smiled sinisterly.
"We don't know who will die yet."
Duan Lingtian grinned and his eyes flashed. Before the black-robed man could react, he raised his hand and took out a stone tablet with a chipped corner. Above the stone tablet, there were wisps of black fog that emitted waves of terrifying aura. Seeing this stone tablet, the black-robed man had an ominous premonition.
"Kid, what is this?"
As a devil cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm sure you know that there's a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapon rankings that can restrain devil cultivators, right? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face was brilliant, and he was no longer as disheartened as before.
The 10 great divine weapons ranking?
A super sacred artifact that can restrain devil cultivators? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black-robed man was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed greatly.
"Seal, that's right.
It's the Devil Seal tablet,"
Duan Lingtian shouted.
It shocked the black-robed man so much that his body trembled. While he was in a daze, he suddenly lifted the stone tablet with a chipped corner in his hand and smashed it at the black-robed man.
This smash did not contain any martial arts moves. It was purely a casual smash.
However, this smash was the final straw for the black-robed man. The stone tablet with a chipped corner, the Devil Seal tablet, was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon rankings in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When it was smashed out, the black light around it shone brightly as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Its speed became faster and faster. When the black-robed man finally regained his senses and wanted to make a move, the Devil Seal tablet had already smashed hard on his body.
Bang!
A loud sound resonated in the air. The black-robed man's body trembled before he was sent flying. At this moment, the black-robed man's eyes that were shining with a faint light suddenly turned dark and merged with the black-robed man's body. At the same time, the black-robed man no longer made any sound. His soul had been devoured and suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. At the same time, the gigantic scythe and the skinny wild beast that the black-robed man had consolidated with his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast technique disappeared as well. It was as though they had never appeared. Apart from that, the blood devil territory that the black-robed man had cast with his true energy consolidated territory technique that covered a radius of 100 meters disappeared as well. After killing the black-robed man, the Devil Seal tablet returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. What a false alarm. However, it's fortunate that he's a devil cultivator. Otherwise, I would have died today. Duan Lingtian said with lingering fear in his heart after he took a deep breath and calmed down his restless emotions. The Devil Seal tablet was only useful against devil cultivators. With Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not a saint stage devil cultivator, the Devil Seal tablet would be able to easily suppress him. Perhaps he didn't even dream that a brat like me, whom he didn't take seriously, would possess the Devil Seal tablet that would strike fear in all the devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian flew out and landed next to the black-robed man's body. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. At the same time, he reached out and lifted the black-robed man's robe to reveal his face. Even though Duan Lingtian had lived 2 lives and had a strong heart, he could not help but frown when he saw the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man's face was festering. He did not look human at all. If an ordinary person saw the black-robed man's face, perhaps he would have vomited the food he had eaten the day before out of disgust. After searching the black-robed man's body for a while, Duan Ling Tian found his spatial ring and put it away. Since the black-robed man had died, the spatial ring had become ownerless as well. After claiming ownership of the spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian took a look inside and could not help but click his tongue. As expected of a powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint rudiment stage, the wealth in his hands is really shocking. These things that are piled up like a mountain seem to be 6th-grade saint stones. There must be at least 1 million of them, right? With just a cursory glance, Duan Ling Tian could see that there were at least 1 million 6th-grade saint stones piled up like a mountain. Apart from 6th-grade saint stones, there were also many 7th-grade saint stones. Naturally, it was not that exaggerated. There were few low-grade saint stones while there were many high-grade saint stones. It seemed a little strange, but to Duan Ling Tian, it was undoubtedly a huge gain. I'm afraid even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint rudiment stage wouldn't have such an exaggerated amount of wealth. This guy must have something to do with his identity as an assassin for him to have so much wealth. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. In his past life, when he was a mercenary, some of the businesses he did were similar to an assassin's. He was hired to kill people. Naturally, he had his own principles when he was hired to kill people. That person must be someone who deserved to die. No matter what, he was trained by the Hua Nation's official special forces. He had his own bottom line. Apart from the millions of 6th-grade saint stones and the hundreds of thousands of 7th-grade saint stones, there were many other things in the black-robed man's spatial ring. There were saint weapons inscribed with saint inscriptions and various Tao talismans. 3-star Divine Strider Talisman. 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. There are so many of them? Also, this is a 3-star offensive Tao talisman? Duan Ling Tian observed the Tao talismans in the spatial ring for a while, and realized there were 3-star offensive Tao talismans that the Moon Illumination sect did not have. Once the 3-star offensive Tao talisman was used, it could unleash an attack that was comparable to a Paramount Saint rudiment stage powerhouse's strength. At once, Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened. There are actually 2 3-star offensive Tao talismans. This is good stuff. Although the number of 3-star offensive Tao talismans was not as many as the 3-star Divine Strider talismans and the 3-star Golden Energy talismans, Duan Ling Tian was still in a good mood since he managed to obtain 2 of them. One must know that when he discovered the black-robed man was a devil cultivator, he already regretted using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman. After all, the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman were useless against the black-robed man. Most importantly, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. If he wanted to deal with a devil cultivator below the saint stage, he would not have to go through so much trouble. All he had to do was to use the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet's strength alone was enough to kill the black-robed man. However, now that he saw the black-robed man had left behind so many 3-star Divine Strider talismans and 3-star Golden Energy talismans, he felt better. Not only did he make up for what he had wasted today, but he even gained a lot more. Most importantly, he had also obtained 2 3-star offensive Tao talismans. As for the 3-star Tao talismans, there were even more. However, there were no 3-star Tao talismans. With his strength, he definitely wouldn't care about the 3-star Tao talismans. Duan Ling Tian could understand this. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he was at the peak of the Paramount Saint rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would not have boasted that nobody in the Moon Illumination sect would be able to defeat him apart from the few Saint stage powerhouses and imminent Saint stage powerhouses. After looking at the Tao talismans in the black-robed man's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian looked at the pile of saint weapons. The best saint weapon was only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions. These saint weapons were not very attractive to Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! His sun shooting bow was inscribed with a total of 3 3-star saint inscriptions. It was not something the pile of saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring could compare to. In terms of value, even if all the saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring were added together, they would not be comparable to the sun shooting bow in his hands. There are still many materials. I wonder if there's any material needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda among these materials. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted when he saw the pile of materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring. Currently, he was obsessed with repairing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This was because the opening of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was of great significance to him. He wanted to open the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda even in his dreams.
Hualao.
Duan Lingtian immediately greeted Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he poured out all the materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring and distributed them for Hualao to check. Hualao checked for a while but did not say anything.
Hualao, are there any materials that can be used?
In the end, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask.
We're in luck.
There are a few materials that can be used. With these materials, it'll be enough to repair the remaining parts of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Hualao replied.
Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualao's words. He felt as though he was dreaming.
Chapter 1487.
Once the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, it would mean that Duan Lingtian would have an excellent cultivation environment.
According to Hualao,
the cultivation environment on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the cultivation environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Coupled with the slower flow of time, it was of great help to Duan Lingtian. Once the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, I can begin to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside will completely stabilize. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Once the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda stabilized, it meant that he could hide inside when he encountered a life-or-death situation.
Just like today.
Fortunately, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. And if the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was stable, even if the black-robed man was not a devil cultivator, he would not be afraid. This was because he could hide inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and let the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda turn into a speck of dust. When the black-robed man left, he would come out again. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the only way to repair the fourth level. Now that he could completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was something worth celebrating for Duan Lingtian.
Hualao,
you can start repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
I will continue on my way.
By the time I reach Han River City, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda should have been repaired.
Duan Lingtian threw the materials into the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda and impatiently told Hualao. Hualao nodded and went to work.
Duan Lingtian collected the remaining materials on the ground and continued on his way to Han River City. After experiencing the obstruction from the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court elder, Huang Cheng, and the black-robed assassin, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian successfully arrived in the vicinity of Han River City. Before coming here, he had specifically gone to Han River City to find out the exact location of Han River City, as well as the situation around it. This should be the Xueqi mountain range south of Han River City. Duan Lingtian stood in the air, gazing at the mountain range in front of him as he muttered. This mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. If one wanted to pass through it, one would have to pass through it. It's said that the gravity in the Xueqi mountain range is much stronger than the outside. Even an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator would find it difficult to fly in there. This was Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Xueqi mountain range. I don't know if it's true. Looking at the continuous mountain range in front of him, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. At the same time, he took to the air and approached. He couldn't imagine how a mere mountain range could have such a strong gravitational force. However, when he neared the Xueqi mountain range and had yet to enter the mountain range, he could faintly feel an additional pressure from the void pressing down on his body, causing him to lower the altitude he was flying at. This pressure was similar to the flight forbidding formation, but it was not a flight forbidding formation. In the area covered by the flight-prohibiting formation, those with insufficient cultivation base would not be able to fly at all.
However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was only flying at a lower altitude, but he could still continue to fly. The closer I get to the Xueqi mountain range, the stronger the pressure. It seems like the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range is really extraordinary. When he arrived at the words of the Xueqi mountain range, Duan Ling Tian could only walk on the ground due to the pressure. Although he could still fly, he would have to exert all his strength, and he could not fly for long. At this time, if he wanted to fly, it was equivalent to fighting against the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range. The gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range was the force of nature. Only when one's strength had reached a certain level would one be qualified to ignore it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems like I can only walk on the ground if I want to pass through the Xueqi mountain range. It's said that there are many wild beasts in the Xueqi mountain range, including Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. I can't be careless after I enter. Before entering the Xueqi mountain range, Duan Ling Tian was secretly on guard. Duan Ling Tian entered the Xueqi mountain range through one of the entrances. After entering, he could feel the gravitational force getting stronger. Now, it's a little strenuous to take each step. Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked. He had heard that the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range was strong, but he did not have much of an idea of it. However, when he saw the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range, he realized he had underestimated it. Such a strong gravitational force. Unless one's at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage or above, it's impossible for one to fly freely in the air. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after gaining a certain understanding of the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range. Naturally, if he used the 3-star Divine Strider talisman, he would be able to fly in the air in the Xueqi mountain range. However, he did not plan to do so. Unless he encountered a life-or-death situation, he would not consider using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman. Not only was the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range strong, but there were also many unknown dangers inside. These dangers were the wild beasts inside. The wild beasts in the Xueqi mountain range had been living in the Xueqi mountain range since they were young. They had long gotten used to the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range. Not only that, but they had also been suppressed by the gravitational force in the Xueqi mountain range since they were young. Surviving in such a harsh environment also allowed their strength to surpass wild beasts of the same level in the outside world. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless when he was in the Xueqi mountain range. He carefully guarded his surroundings. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of a wild beast that was as strong as a bull and looked like a tiger leaped out from behind the bamboo forest at the side and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. It opened its bloody mouth as though it wanted to swallow Duan Ling Tian in one gulp. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of heat coming toward him. Accompanying the wave of heat was a foul stench. It was the bad breath of the wild beast that had leaped out from behind the bamboo forest. "You're asking for death." Duan Ling Tian's face darkened as he roared. The 1,000-kati sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. With a sudden jerk, he swung it toward the wild beast's bloody mouth. The 2-star saint inscription, 1,000-kati saint inscription, was activated. Heavy as Mount Tai. Duan Ling Tian swung the 1,000-kati sword in his hand. It was as though a huge mountain had collapsed as it landed heavily on the wild beast's bloody mouth, pinning it to the ground. Roar! Roar! The wild beast that was pinned on the ground had a pair of red eyes that were as big as a gong. It kept roaring and moving its bull-like body as though it was trying to break free from the grip of the broadsword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. "You want to stand up so badly?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. "Since you want to stand up so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his 1,000-kati sword at lightning speed. The wild beast's large eyes lit up immediately. Following that, its 4 limbs shook the ground as it tried to stand up. Heavy as Mount Tai. However, Duan Ling Tian would not let it stand up so easily. He raised his hand and swung the 1,000-kati sword that was raised above his head again. It landed on the wild beast's head and killed it. Boom! The wild beast's huge body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was completely silent. Its large eyes were still wide open as though it had died with a remaining grievance.
This wild beast's cultivation base is at most at the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, the strength it displayed is comparable to a wild beast at the perfection mortal shedding stage. The wild beasts in the Xueqi mountain range are really terrifying. Duan Tian did not feel smug after killing a wild beast at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Instead, his expression turned solemn. This was the first wild beast he had encountered since entering the Xueqi mountain range. The wild beasts he would encounter would definitely be more terrifying than this wild beast as he ventured deeper. Therefore, Duan Tian was extremely cautious throughout the journey. Along the way, Duan Tian killed a few more wild beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage and perfection mortal shedding stage. As for the few wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage that he encountered, Duan Tian intentionally avoided them and tried his best to avoid conflict with them. After all, those wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage were from the Xueqi mountain range. Even he had to fight them with all his might. If a battle really broke out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, it might attract more wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage or even more powerful wild beasts. Therefore, even though Duan Tian was confident he could kill those wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he did not make a move. The wild beasts that he killed were all wild beasts that he was confident he could kill in one blow. Of course, this one-hit kill was under the condition that he did not use the sun-shooting bow. With the 3-3-star saint inscriptions on the sun-shooting bow, he was confident he could kill the wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage in the Xueqi mountain range with one arrow. However, the commotion caused by the explosive flame saint inscription was too great. If it was not necessary, he did not want to use it. Therefore, Duan Tian tried his best to behave with his tail between his legs as he traveled through the Xueqi mountain range. Ha! Duan Tian, who was traveling cautiously along the way, suddenly heard a huge commotion in front of him. Taking a closer look, he realized that an elderly man was currently fighting with a savage beast. Whether it was the old man or the wild beast, both of them were injured. However, they had no intention of stopping. They fought fiercely as though they would not stop until one of them was dead. Apart from that, Duan Tian also saw two people standing nearby while the old man was fighting with the wild beast. One of them was a good-looking young lady, and the other was an ordinary-looking young man in luxurious clothes. Judging by the young lady's attire, it was obvious she came from an extraordinary background. Elder Ping is indeed a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse from the Ouyang clan. He's even stronger than this Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. This is a wild beast that grew up in the Xueqi mountain range. Its strength is incomparable to wild beasts from other places. The young man in luxurious clothes praised. Of course. Chapter 1488. Upon hearing the young woman's words, a cold gleam flashed across the young man's eyes. This trace of cold light was noticed by Duan Tian. Aren't they together? Why does it seem like there's a conflict between them? Duan Tian was confused. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast was finally killed by the old man. With a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, the old man pierced through the wild beast's glabella and pinned the wild beast to the trunk of a big tree. It hung there, causing the big tree to tremble. Elder Ping, you're amazing. The young woman smiled as she walked toward the old man. She exclaimed in admiration. Barf! When the young woman walked toward the old man's face suddenly turned red. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he knelt on one knee on the ground. His body began to tremble. It was obvious he was severely injured. Elder Ping, you're injured? The young woman's expression changed drastically. She asked a question that made Duan Tian speechless. This woman, she couldn't possibly think that this old fellow only had a little wound on his body, right? Naive. This was Duan Tian's first impression of the young woman. Second miss, let's return to Han River City. The old man lifted his head with difficulty and said to the young woman. Okay. The young woman nodded immediately. At the same time, she looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and frowned. Tian Xing, why aren't you helping Elder Ping? Coming. The young man in luxurious clothes, Tian Xing, smiled awkwardly. He strode toward the young woman and the old man. All of a sudden, his gaze turned cold as a ferocious expression appeared on his face.
Ouyang Ping! Yi Tianxing suddenly shouted.
The young woman was so shocked that she was stunned. Ouyang Ping, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, lifted his head instinctively and looked at Yi Tianxing in a daze. When he saw Yi Tianxing raising his hand and sending a saber ray toward him, horror dawned on his face. Fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. Although he was at the Mastery Saint rudiment stage, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight after fighting with a wild beast. In the past, this early Saint realm martial cultivator was nothing in his eyes, but under such circumstances, he had no way to avoid such a blow.
Kacha!
As the saber light descended, Ouyang Ping's head was chopped off and rolled to the side. The two halves of his body continued to spurt out blood, staining the ground.
It was a dazzling sight.
A thick smell of blood permeated the air.
Yi Tianxing, you're crazy.
The young woman finally came back to her senses. When she saw this scene, her expression could not help changing drastically.
You actually killed Elder Ping. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Even your father won't be able to save you this time.
My father can't protect me?
Yi Tianxing smiled.
Ouyang Yan, you don't seem to understand the situation, do you? Now that this old man is dead, do you think you can still survive to go back and inform him? You want to kill me?
Ouyang Ruo's expression changed.
If you dare to kill me, your Yi family will be in chaos. Even if I kill you, who would know that I was the one who killed you?
Yi Tianxing smirked.
I met you halfway, so who would know that I was with you? Even if you didn't return to the Wiang family, the Wiang family would only think that you were buried in Xueqi mountain range.
Why would they suspect me?
Ouyang Ruo's face turned pale when she heard Yi Tianxing's words. Naturally, she knew that Yi Tianxing was telling the truth. Yi Tianxing, I don't think I've ever offended you. Why are you doing this? Ouyang Ruo's voice trembled slightly. She was the young miss of an aristocratic family who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever encountered such a situation? She was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. Why am I doing this? When Yi Tianxing heard this, his expression turned ferocious.
Naturally, it's to get you.
You, Ouyang Ruo, relied on the Ouyang clan's power and never treated me, Yi Tianxing, seriously. Since we were young, I've written no less than 1,000 love letters to you.
Have you even read one?
You're looking down on me, Yi Tianxing, from the bottom of your heart.
Yi Tianxing roared when he reached the end of his sentence.
When Ouyang Ruo heard this, she was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect Yi Tianxing to harbor evil intentions and kill her because of this. How twisted must one's mind be to do such a thing? For a moment, her heart was filled with fear.
Yi Tianxing, it's not like that.
I've read all the letters you've written. However, I don't have the habit of replying to letters. Ouyang Ruo lied to calm Yi Tianxing down. You don't have the habit of replying to letters?
Yi Tianxing laughed maniacally.
Then, why did you reply to Situ Hao's letters? Until now, do you still think that I, Yi Tianxing, am an idiot that you can toy with?
Ouyang Ruo's face was pale.
She did not expect Yi Tianxing to know about this. I've heard that the Situ family will soon come to the Ouyang family to ask for Situ Hao's hand in marriage. Your father has also agreed to it. I've been thinking about how to get you. Thank God, I've finally found my chance. Yi Tianxing walked toward Ouyang Ruo step by step. His eyes were filled with lust. Yi Tianxing, as long as you let me go, I'll swear that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. As for Elder Ping, I'll say that he died protecting me. Ouyang Ruo was completely terrified. There's no need for that. As long as I get you and kill you, no one will know about this. Didn't you always act all high and mighty in front of me? Why? You're no longer high and mighty now? Yi Tianxing's expression was ferocious when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Ouyang Ruo took out a Dao talisman at lightning speed and tossed it at Yi Tianxing. Activate! Ouyang Ruo cried out in a low voice. At the same time, another activate resonated in the air. Yi Tianxing had also tossed out a Dao talisman that exploded with a powerful force. It collided with the force of the Dao talisman that Ouyang Ruo had tossed out and cancelled each other out. They were both 2-star offensive Dao talismans, so they could not do anything to each other. Ouyang Ruo, you don't have to struggle anymore. Perhaps, as long as you serve me well, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 7 to 8 pieces and feed each piece to a different wild beast. Yi Tianxing grinned. His smile was ferocious and evil. Ouyang Ruo was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her delicate body trembled, and she was completely speechless. Yi Tianxing instantly made his move. Although Ouyang Ruo resisted, she was no match for Yi Tianxing. She was subdued in just a blink of an eye. She was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. She was powerless in front of Yi Tianxing, who was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. How twisted must your mind be to do such a thing? Duan Lingtian walked out from the dark and chuckled when Yi Tianxing was about to attack Ouyang Ruo, who was in despair. He had never been a busybody. Moreover, he did not like Ouyang Ruo's spoiled temper. However, Yi Tianxing's behavior disgusted him. He knew that he couldn't just watch Yi Tianxing get what he wanted. Who's that? Yi Tianxing's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He turned around hastily and saw Duan Lingtian at first glance. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you disgusted me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Tianxing indifferently and said, You're a 7-foot man, but you're reduced to this state because of a woman. How sad. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me, Yi Tianxing? Yi Tianxing sneered. A saber as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand when he raised his hand. The saber gleam flashed, and an arc-shaped saber ray shot toward Duan Lingtian without any warning. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, moved his body and barely avoided the arc-shaped saber light. This was because Yi Tianxing had only casually attacked. If he had attacked with his full strength, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to dodge it so easily. No matter what, Yi Tianxing was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. His cultivation base was 2 levels higher than him. Save me! Save me! When Duan Lingtian dodged Yi Tianxing's attack, Yi Tianxing let go of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. Ouyang Ruo quickly moved behind Duan Lingtian to seek protection. She no longer had the arrogance from before. If you save me, our Ouyang clan won't mistreat you. At that time, no matter what you want, as long as our Ouyang clan can afford it, we'll give it to you. Ouyang Ruo said to Duan Lingtian. Although Ouyang Ruo was not arrogant when she said that, Duan Lingtian still felt uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he had already made up his mind. If he had the chance, he would definitely extort a huge sum from the Ouyang clan. Dang! At this moment, Yi Tianxing shouted again and attacked at lightning speed. The saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing whistled as he used the Saint-grade martial tactic saber technique and aimed it at Duan Lingtian. The strength of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator was fully displayed. One had to admit that Yi Tianxing was very powerful. Moreover, there were 3 2-star saint inscriptions inscribed on Yi Tianxing's saint saber. Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for Yi Tianxing if he only used the 1,000-mass broadsword to cast the gargantuan mountain. For this reason, he took out his trump card. Sun Shooting Bow. Body and Arrow Synchronization. Aerolite Strike. Duan Lingtian immediately activated the 3-star saint inscriptions on the Sun Shooting Bow. Apart from not using the strange pupil, he used almost all his strength. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and aimed at Yi Tianxing's vital point. You overestimate yourself. Yi Tianxing smirked. The saint's saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing trembled and formed a layer of defense in front of him. In his opinion, an arrow condensed from true energy by a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator would not be able to break through his defense. However, when the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out arrived before him, he finally realized how naive he was. Chapter 1489. Although he was shocked by the power of Duan Lingtian's arrow, Yi Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the arrow seemed to have deviated due to his defense and shot towards his shoulder. However, His expression changed in the next moment. And the scene of fear on his face was destined to be the last scene of his life. Bang! At the same time, the arrow that hit Tianxing's shoulder suddenly exploded, causing his upper body to turn into a bloody mist. Not only that, even the lower half of his body had been corroded to the point where nothing was left. In the blink of an eye, Tianxing's body was engulfed by the black smoke and completely disappeared from this world as though he had never appeared. Ouyang Rua, who was hiding behind Duanling Tian, widened her eyes when she saw this. She was so frightened that her body began to tremble. A person who was still alive a moment ago had completely disappeared before her eyes in the blink of an eye.
This scene gave her too much of a shock.
However, she was the daughter of a great clan after all.
She quickly recovered and thanked Duanling Tian. "Thank you for saving me."
Duanling Tian turned around and glanced at Ouyang Rua indifferently.
He did not say anything. Until now, he still did not have a good impression of this woman. Earlier, he had walked out from the shadows because he could not stand Tianxing's actions. There was no other reason.
If Tianxing had not tried to kill him first, he would not have killed Tianxing. Ouyang Rua frowned when she saw Duanling Tian picking up Tianxing's spatial ring like a money grubber before taking Ouyang Ping's spatial ring and putting them into his own spatial ring.
That's Ouyang clan's elder Ping's spatial ring.
Shouldn't you? Ouyang Rua could not help but speak. However, before she could finish, Duanling Tian interrupted her. That spatial ring was Tianxing's spoils of war.
It's considered Tianxing's.
I killed Tianxing, so his things are naturally my spoils of war.
Duanling Tian's words angered Ouyang Rua to the point that she was speechless.
Thinking about it carefully, that seemed to be the case. Miss Ouyang, if I didn't save your life, not to mention these things were originally mine, even your storage ring would be mine.
Duanling Tian glanced at Ouyang Rua and said. After saying that, Duanling Tian could not be bothered with Ouyang Yen anymore. He went to the other end of the Xueqi mountain range. As for the repayment that Ouyang Rua had mentioned before, Duanling Tian wasn't too interested in it. With Ouyang Rua's temper, who knew if she would bite the hand that fed her when she arrived at the Ouyang family? He had just gone to collect his spoils of war, but this Ouyang Rua actually had the nerve to ask him for it. As he spoke, he even faintly used the Ouyang family to pressure him. Was this how she treated her savior?
Wait.
Seeing that Duanling Tian had abandoned her and left, Ouyang Rua immediately panicked. Who didn't know that the Xueqi mountain range was extremely dangerous? With her strength, if she encountered a savage beast, she would definitely die. In an instant, Ouyang Rua caught up with Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could not be bothered with Ouyang Rua and continued walking forward.
If it was not for the fact that he had to be careful with every step in the Xueqi mountain range, he would have used his speed to shake Ouyang Rua off.
How dare he ignore me? Seeing that Duanling Tian had ignored her, Ouyang Rua, who was following behind him, had a gloomy expression on her face. As the only daughter of the Ouyang family's clan leader and the second miss of the Ouyang family, she had grown up surrounded by a group of men. Which man would not reveal their admiration for her when they saw her? This was the first time she had been ignored by a man of her age. At that moment, Ouyang Rua felt that her pride had been ruthlessly trampled on by Duanling Tian. Looking at Duanling Tian's back, there was only anger in Ouyang Rua's eyes. However, although she was angry, she did not dare to do anything. She did not even dare to argue with Duanling Tian. She had seen Duanling Tian's coldness. She knew this was a man who did not know how to be gentle with women. I really don't know if he's a man or not. How can he treat a beauty like me so coldly? If Duanling Tian knew what Ouyang Rua was thinking, he would definitely have laughed out loud. Which of his two fiancées was not better than Ouyang Rua by 1,000 times? He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Along the way, Ouyang Rua witnessed Duanling Tian's attacks a few more times. At this moment, she could clearly sense the true energy's aura that Duanling Tian released. It was the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. There was a certain difference between the true energy of the Saint Rudiment stage and the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. Ouyang Rua could clearly tell the difference. A mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator managed to penetrate Tianxing's defense and kill him with just one arrow. It seems like the saint inscription inscribed on his saint weapon is not simple. Ouyang Rua thought to herself.
Fear still lingered in her heart when she recalled the scene of Yi Tianxing being killed instantly. That arrow seemed to have easily penetrated Yi Tianxing's defense. It didn't even seem like it was obstructed at all. It's impossible for a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him to have such strength. Ouyang Ruo speculated inwardly. In that case, it must be the power of the saint inscription. It's impossible for a saint inscription with such a strong penetrating ability to be a 1-star saint inscription. It's also impossible for it to be a 2-star saint inscription. Could it be a 3-star saint inscription? Among the 3-star saint inscriptions, the penetration saint inscription just so happens to possess such a characteristic. Ouyang Ruo's heartbeat quickened when she thought of this. 3-star saint inscription. Even in their Wiang clan, there were only a few saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. Moreover, they were all in the hands of the few high-ranking officials in the clan. Who's he exactly? When Ouyang Ruo looked at Duan Lingtian again, her eyes shone brightly. His background is definitely not ordinary. Even Situ Hao can't be compared to him. The Situ clan is just an 8th-rate clan like our Ouyang clan. It's very likely that he's from a 7th-rate force. When Ouyang Ruo thought of this, she no longer found Duan Lingtian an eyesore. She even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Moreover, her image had changed to that of a gentle lady. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had seen Ouyang Ruo's arrogance before, he would have been fooled by her. Why has Ouyang Ruo suddenly changed so much? Duan Lingtian was secretly on guard. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. He understood this simple logic. As expected, when Duan Lingtian noticed Ouyang Ruo trying to figure out his identity, he could guess what she was thinking. Miss Ouyang, I heard you're going to marry someone from the Situ clan soon? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. That's all Yi Tianxing's nonsense. Situ Kong is a licentious young master, and I don't like him. I like a man who loves himself, Ouyang Ruo said softly. Ouyang Ruo said softly as she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. There was a hint of adoration in her eyes. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Naturally, he was not naive enough to think Ouyang Ruo would fall for him just because he had saved her. This Ouyang Ruo doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Could it be that she saw through me? Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what was going on. He became even more wary of Ouyang Ruo. This woman was much smarter than he had imagined. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't this a little unfair? Ouyang Ruo asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian. There's nothing unfair about it. You didn't tell me your name yourself. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Ouyang Ruo was slightly annoyed by his stubbornness. However, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile on her face. The more Duan Lingtian acted like this, the more she felt Duan Lingtian's origin was not simple. I hope he'll get rid of his prejudice against me along the way. At that time, as long as I mesmerize him, our Ouyang clan will be able to establish a connection with the force behind him and soar to the sky. At that time, even the Situ clan will be completely trampled by our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Ruo's eyes lit up as though she could already see the scene of the Ouyang clan soaring to the sky. She thought so because not only did she guess Duan Lingtian came from a 7th-rate force, but she also guessed Duan Lingtian's position in the 7th-rate force was not simple. Otherwise, how could he possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription when he was only at the mortal shedding stage? After half a day had passed, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief when he felt the gravity on his body was decreasing. I'm finally leaving this godforsaken place. To Duan Lingtian, the Xueqi mountain range was a godforsaken place. In this godforsaken place, not only did he have to be wary of wild beasts, but he also had to deal with a scheming woman like Ouyang Ruo. Due to this reason, after leaving the Xueqi mountain range, Duan Lingtian immediately stepped into the air and flew away without saying anything. Wait for me. Ouyang Ruo panicked when she saw Duan Lingtian was about to abandon her and leave. She lifted her hand and took out a 1-star Divine Strider talisman. After shouting activate, she possessed the speed of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, she caught up with Duan Lingtian. Hey! Why are you so rude? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to a weak woman like me? Ouyang Rua said to Duan Ling Tian in embarrassment.
Weak woman?
Upon hearing Ouyang Rua's words, Duan Ling Tian instinctively glanced at her and sneered inwardly. If this Ouyang Rua was a weak woman, then there would be no weak women in this world.
Activate.
Duan Ling Tian was really annoyed with Ouyang Rua. He immediately used a 2-star Divine Strider talisman that he obtained from the black-robed man's spatial ring and disappeared before Ouyang Rua's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Ouyang Rua was so angry that she stomped her feet.
Am I that annoying?
However, the fact that he can use a 2-star Divine Strider talisman so casually proves that my guess is right. His origin is indeed not simple. Soon after, Ouyang Rua smiled again. Her eyes narrowed as they gleamed. Looking at the direction he left, he should be heading to Han River City as well. Chapter 1490. As the biggest city in the 9-sect alliances district, Han River City covered a vast area. It was the biggest city Duan Ling Tian had ever seen in this life. The reason why he said it was in this life was because the cities in this world could not be compared to the cities in his past life. The cities in his past life were different from the cities in this life. The cities in this life were similar to the ancient cities in his past life. However, Duan Ling Tian lived in a modern society in his past life. There were no city walls in the modern society, and there were no clear divisions. In the modern society in his past life, a city was a whole area. It was not a city surrounded by walls. Before he got close to Han River City, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were more and more people in front of him. Looking at the way these people were going, it was obvious that they were going to Han River City just like him. As a city in the 9-sect alliances district, Han River City had also set up a flight prohibiting formation. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this before. The flight prohibiting formation in Han River City was the same as the one in the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. It restricted martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage from flying. However, martial and Dao cultivators above the Saint stage could fly freely in the air. Therefore, when he arrived at the works of Han River City, Duan Ling Tian could only follow the flow of people into Han River City obediently. The streets in Han River City were bigger than ordinary cities. The flow of people in Han River City also broadened Duan Ling Tian's horizons. Compared to Han River City, the cities I've been to before are just like small villages in the countryside. Shuttling through the streets and looking at the magnificent Han River City, Duan Ling Tian could not help but secretly click his tongue. However, Duan Ling Tian did not forget his purpose of coming to Han River City. After finding an inn to stay in, he began to inquire about some things in Han River City. Before coming to Han River City, he only had a general understanding of the city. As for the things in Han River City, he was not very clear about it. However, as the saying went, money makes the world go round. Duan Ling Tian went to a restaurant outside to eat a meal. After giving away some holy stone, he had a certain understanding of the situation in Han River City. Han River City was under the joint jurisdiction of the 9-sect alliances and was under their protection. The headquarters of the 9-sect alliances was in Han River City. Almost all the industries in Han River City, big or small, were divided among the 9 major sects of the 9-sect alliances. After the division, they were delegated to the local forces in Han River City to manage. The local forces of Han River City were all 8th-rate forces. Naturally, the strength of these 8th-rate forces was not something the 8th-rate forces under the Moon Illumination Sect's 18 cities could compare to. The 18 cities under the Moon Illumination Sect could barely be considered as an 8th-rate force due to the Moon Illumination Sect's influence. On the other hand, the 8th-rate forces in Han River City were all forces with deep foundations. Among these 8th-rate forces, the stronger ones even had several Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses while the weaker ones had several Perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. These forces, be it clans or sects, were all local tyrants in Han River City. It seems like the Ouyang clan, Situ clan, and the Yi clan behind Yi Tianxing are all local tyrants in Han River City. Not only that, the Ouyang clan and Situ clan should be the best among these local tyrants. The Yi family is slightly weaker. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out when he saw the scene when he first met Ouyang Rua and Yi Tianxing. Apart from having a certain understanding of the local tyrant forces in Han River City, Duan Ling Tian also inquired about the places that sold inscription pens and all kinds of strange materials. Apart from relaxing, he had two major purposes in coming to Han River City. One was to buy an inscription pen. The other was to look for the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. When he left the restaurant, the sky was gradually darkening. Duan Ling Tian had also returned to the inn. After closing the door of the guest room, Duan Ling Tian entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. However, he found Hua Lao resting with his eyes closed on the first level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He called out to Hua Lao a few times, but there was no response. It seems like Hua Lao is burdened to completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, let's go take a look at the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before he passed through the Xueqi mountain range, he had received Hua Lao's voice transmission that the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda had been completely repaired. If it was not for the environment, he would have entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda a long time ago. After ascending to the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian did not stop and continued to walk to the third level. However, he still took a few more glances at the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In the future, this place will be unused. With a better cultivation environment, he naturally would not cultivate on the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. The third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. After ascending to the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air. It was not something the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda could compare to. The third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was empty. In the middle of the empty space, there was a huge rock. This huge rock stood there like a small mountain. The area it occupied was so vast that it was no less than the football field where the World Cup was held in Duan Ling Tian's previous life. After flying up the huge rock, Duan Ling Tian saw a long weapon in front of him. It was a halberd. This is the immortal supreme treasure, astonishing god halberd, that Hua Lao mentioned before? When Duan Ling Tian saw this halberd, his heart could not help but beat faster. The astonishing god halberd was one of the seven treasures in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In terms of ranking, it was even higher than the Jasper fairy sword on the second level. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that he should not be able to pick up the astonishing god halberd, he still tried. He used all his strength, but the astonishing god halberd did not move at all. Only then did he stop. I wonder when I will be able to use the immortal supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly and sighed. Who would be able to understand his feelings? Although the sun-shooting bow was also an immortal supreme treasure, it was incomplete. Its current power was not even comparable to the worst immortal supreme treasure. On the other hand, the Jasper fairy sword on the second level and the astonishing god halberd on the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda were complete immortal supreme treasures. They possessed incredible power. According to Hua Lao, if I can use any of the 6 immortal supreme treasures in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, nobody in this world will be a match for me. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, his heart itched even more. However, no matter how much he itched, there was nothing he could do. He was too weak to pick up an immortal supreme treasure. Only half a day had passed outside, but 2.5 days had passed inside the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. 2.5 days were enough for Duan Ling Tian to further consolidate his cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When the dawn of the second day shone on the earth, Duan Ling Tian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. After taking a hot bath and enjoying himself, he walked out of the room and left the inn. After leaving the inn, Duan Ling Tian went to buy an inscription pen. This inscription pen is really expensive. It's just a 3-star inscription pen, but it costs me 100,000 7th-grade saint stones. After obtaining the inscription pen, Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. After buying the inscription pen, Duan Ling Tian went to the biggest market in Han River City and spent the whole day there. It's a pity that Hua Lao hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, he could see if there are any other materials to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda here. During the whole day, Duan Ling Tian did not come up empty-handed. He found two of the materials that Hualao had mentioned to him before. They were the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. When he returned to the inn in the evening, someone came looking for him. "Young master, I'm the butler of the Ouyang clan. Our clan leader would like to see you." The person who came was an old man. Duan Lingtian raised his brow. He had a feeling that this old man's strength was not inferior to any of the outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect. The outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage.
Chapter 1491.
The Ouyang family? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown.
Earlier in the market, he had noticed someone following him.
However, that person had hidden very well and he had not been able to find him.
After that person had stopped following him and he had forgotten about it. Who would have thought that someone would come knocking on his door as soon as he returned to the inn? Moreover, it was the Ouyang family's housekeeper. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess. It must have been Ouyang Rua's doing. Otherwise, how could a newcomer like him attract the Ouyang family's attention? Duan Lingtian's guess was correct.
After Ouyang Rua returned to the Ouyang family, the first thing she did was to look for her father, the Ouyang family's patriarch, and tell him about what had happened in Xueqi mountain range. When the Ouyang family's patriarch heard that his precious daughter had almost met with disaster, he was furious and wanted to denounce the Yi family. However, Ouyang Rua stopped him at that moment. After listening to Ouyang Rua's story, the Ouyang family's patriarch realized that the most important thing now was not to settle the score with the Yi family but to find the young man who had saved his daughter. According to his daughter, the young man was most likely from a seventh-rate faction or above. Therefore, after his daughter had drawn a portrait of the young man, he had sent people all over Han River City to look for him. Ouyang Rua's drawing skills were not bad. At the very least, the people from the Ouyang clan managed to find Duan Lingtian in the biggest market in Han River City through the portrait she drew. Not only that, but they also found out the location of the inn Duan Lingtian was staying in.
"Please."
The Ouyang family's housekeeper narrowed his eyes and invited Duan Lingtian once again.
His eyes flashed. "What will you do if I refuse?"
Duan Lingtian glanced at the Ouyang family's housekeeper and asked, "Young master, please don't make things difficult for me." The butler of the Ouyang family sighed. "You can rest assured.
You are our lady's savior.
No matter how bad our Ouyang family is, we will not be ungrateful.
This invitation is to thank you. We have no ill intentions."
Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the Ouyang family's housekeeper. After a while, he nodded and said, "Lead the way."
He was not a cowardly person to begin with.
The reason he asked the Ouyang family's housekeeper like that just now was just to test the other party. On the way to the Ouyang clan, Duan Lingtian learned that the name of the Ouyang clan's butler was Ouyang Ji. When Ouyang Ji asked for his name, he only said that his surname was Duan. "Young Master Duan, is this your first time in Han River City?"
Ouyang Ji probed.
"Why do you ask?"
Duan Lingtian asked.
"I heard from my men about your performance in the market,"
Ouyang Ji said with a smile.
"Is the person following me one of your men?"
Duan Lingtian frowned.
"Yes," Ouyang Ji admitted. "He's an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator who's good at following people. I didn't expect you to notice him, young Master Dun. Before this, let alone mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, even intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators didn't notice him when he was following them."
Ouyang Ji sighed when he reached the end of his sentence.
"There's always someone better out there. It's just that he hasn't met anyone yet."
Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "That's right.
Young Master Duan, you've taught him a good lesson today."
Ouyang Ji smiled.
"I don't think he was the one who discovered the inn I'm staying in, right?"
Duan Lingtian asked.
This was what he was most curious about. As the most powerful weapon specialist on Earth in his previous life, he was confident that he had an extraordinary tracking ability. However, he did not notice anyone following him back to the inn. One must know that the current him had opened 99 saint veins in his body. Whether it was his hearing, vision or smell, they were far superior to ordinary people. This also made his anti-tracking ability even stronger. However, he still did not discover that person. It was fine if he did not discover Huang Cheng and the black-robed man on his way to Han River City earlier. After all, one of them was a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator while the other was a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator. Their cultivation bases were much higher than his. However, the person who followed him back to the inn was definitely not someone at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In a clan like the Ouyang clan, those who were at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage and above were undoubtedly the pillars. All of them were high-ranking members of the clan. It was impossible for these people to follow him. After he was discovered by you at the market, young Master Duan, he stopped following you. Ouyang Ji nodded. After he came back to report, I personally followed you, young Master Duan. Therefore, I appeared not long after you returned to the inn. Duan Lingtian.
Does this mean you're at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage?
Duan Lingtian asked as he narrowed his eyes.
That's right. Ouyang Ji nodded.
Duan Lingtian's heart sank slightly. The difference in their cultivation bases seemed to have rendered his anti-tracking ability useless. However, when he recalled that he was only at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, he was relieved. He was only at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. How could he possibly expect to discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage following him? If he could discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would it not be too degrading? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji to the Ouyang clan's mansion. As a first-tier 8th-rate clan in Han River City, the Ouyang clan's mansion was located in the east of Han River City. It occupied a vast area and was magnificent.
Lord Ji.
Lord Ji. When Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji into the Ouyang clan's mansion, more than 10 Ouyang clan's guards stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully to Ouyang Ji. The current Ouyang Ji was no longer as easygoing and warm as he was when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. His expression was solemn, displaying the majesty of a steward. However, after entering the mansion, his expression changed again when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. He introduced the scenery along the way to Duan Lingtian. The Ouyang clan's mansion was huge. It took them a long time to walk through the front yard. There was a lake, rockery, and corridors in the front yard. It looked like the back garden of the Imperial Palace in Duan Lingtian's hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Naturally, even the back garden of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace was not as big as the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. At this moment, the sunset on the horizon gradually dimmed. Night began to fall. The front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion began to be lit up one by one. It set off the buildings in the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. It looked magnificent and magnificent. Young Master Duan, the reception hall of our Ouyang clan is right in front of us. The clan leader and young miss have been waiting for you for a long time. Ouyang Ji glanced ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked ahead. With just a glance, he saw a palace-like building standing in front of him. It was surrounded by other buildings like stars surrounding the moon. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens. When he brought Duan Lingtian to the outside of the main hall, Ouyang Ji said respectfully, Clan leader, young Master Duan is here.
So your surname is Duan.
Almost as soon as Ouyang Ji's words left his mouth, a figure that was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian appeared before his eyes. It was Ouyang Rua. At this moment, Ouyang Rua was looking at Duan Lingtian with a smile.
How is it? We meet again, right?
Young Miss Ouyang, you don't seem like you're treating your savior like you're treating your enemy instead.
Duan Lingtian said meaningfully. If I didn't do this, how would I have found you?
The smile on Ouyang Rua's face remained unchanged. She could guess what Duan Lingtian was talking about. It was none other than the fact that the Ouyang clan was following him.
Rur, why aren't you inviting your savior in?
At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from the main hall. The voice was extremely majestic. Just by listening to the voice, one could tell that this person must have been in a high position for a long time. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess to know that it was the voice of the Ouyang clan's clan leader.
Please come in. Young Master Duan.
Ouyang Rua looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him with a smile.
Duan Lingtian did not intend to be courteous.
He strode into the Ouyang clan's main hall. The Ouyang clan's main hall was dazzling and majestic. After entering the main hall, Duan Lingtian looked around. With just a glance, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the main hall. The middle-aged man was a man with a curly beard. He had a strong back and a strong waist. As he sat there, he was majestic like the king of lions. He was the Ouyang clan's clan leader, Ouyang Ba. Behind him stood a young man. The young man was quite handsome. His brows were similar to Ouyang Rua's. Duan Lingtian could guess that this person must be Ouyang Rua's elder brother, the Ouyang clan's first young master, Ouyang Qing. It's said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The Ouyang clan's clan leader is such a careless person. It's really rare that he could give birth to such a delicate son and daughter. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was speechless. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could almost imagine that Ouyang Ba's wife must be a rare beauty. Otherwise, how could she give birth to such a pair of children? If Ouyang Ba's wife was not a beauty, then there was only one possibility. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Rua might not be Ouyang Ba's biological children. Of course, the possibility of this was very low. As the Ouyang clan's clan leader, how could he possibly raise someone else's children? Ouyang clan leader. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together at Ouyang Ba as a form of greeting. I'm Ouyang Ba, the Ouyang clan's clan leader. May I know little brother Duan's name? Ouyang Ba chuckled. There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. He was not arrogant at all. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. He still did not intend to reveal his name. His name must be very unpleasant. Ouyang Rua, who followed Duan Lingtian back into the main hall, cursed in her heart as she stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Humph! Just as Ouyang Ba's expression froze, Ouyang Qing, who was standing behind him, snorted coldly. You're really arrogant. My father asked for your name, but you're not willing to reveal your own. I'm really curious about your background. You're so ill-mannered. Whether I'm willing to reveal my name or not depends entirely on my mood. If you insist on talking about manners, you're the Ouyang clan's first young master. How can you treat your sister's savior in this manner? Chapter 1492. You! Ouyang Qing was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, but he was speechless. After all, what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He did save his sister's life. All right, Qing, little brother Duan is a guest and Ruer's savior. Don't be rude. Ouyang Ba was the one who spoke at the critical moment. Little brother Duan, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Ouyang Ba stood up and clasped his hands at Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude. You're welcome, Ouyang clan leader. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Now that I've thanked you, if there's nothing else, Ouyang clan leader, it's time for me to go back. I have an appointment with my elder at the inn tonight. Elder? Ouyang Ba and Ouyang Rua looked at each other when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They saw the joy in each other's eyes. No matter what, I'll have to invite little brother Duan tonight to thank you for saving my daughter's life. As for little brother Duan's elder, he'll have to attend as well. Why don't I go with little brother Duan to invite your elder? Ouyang Ba said to Duan Lingtian. His words were sincere. Duan Lingtian had fabricated an elder, so that he could get away as soon as possible. Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan leader would be so stubborn that he would personally go with him to invite that elder to the Ouyang clan? Ouyang clan leader, I'm afraid this won't work. My elder doesn't like to meet outsiders. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Doesn't like to meet outsiders? Ouyang Qing sneered. He's really arrogant, but I wonder if he's really capable. Ouyang clan leader, it seems like your son doesn't welcome me. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian was not upset when he saw that Ouyang Qing was going against him. Instead, he was amused. He clasped his hands at Ouyang Ba and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Little brother Duan, please wait. Seeing this, Ouyang Ba immediately panicked. When he heard that a senior from the Duan Lingtian family was coming, his first thought was to meet that senior from the Duan Lingtian family and build a good relationship with him. It would only be beneficial to the Ouyang family.
My son is not sensible. Please forgive him. After Ouyang Ba finished his sentence, he turned around to look at Ouyang Qing and bellowed, "Unfilial son, why are you still standing here? I shouldn't have let you come along." Ouyang Qing was stunned when he heard Ouyang Ba's roar and saw Ouyang Ba's furious expression. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father throw such a tantrum at him, and it was because of an outsider. Immediately, he felt his chest fill with anger, ready to burst out at any moment. Humph! Ouyang Qing left in a huff. When he passed by Duan Ling Tian, he glared at Duan Ling Tian before leaving the hall. Ouyang family head. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Ouyang Ba's explanation as he strode out. He would be a fool not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. You're not allowed to leave. However, Duan Ling Tian forgot about one person, and that was Ouyang Rua. She blocked Duan Ling Tian's path first. Young Lady Ouyang, is this how you treat your savior? Duan Ling Tian's face darkened slightly. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved you back then. You! Ouyang Rua was so furious that her expression changed. Duan Ling Tian did not show any courtesy to Ouyang Rua. He moved aside and left the Ouyang family's hall. However, he was stopped again outside the Ouyang family's hall. This time, the person who stopped him was the Ouyang family's housekeeper, Ouyang Ji. Housekeeper Ji, are you trying to stop me too? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Young Master Duan, please don't make things difficult for me. Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly. He did not dare to let this person leave without the family head's permission. Housekeeper Ji, let young brother Duan leave. At this moment, Ouyang Ba spoke. Father. Ouyang Rua's expression changed. She did not expect her father to let Duan Ling Tian leave so easily. It took her a lot of effort to draw his portrait and find him. However, Ouyang Ba ignored Ouyang Rua. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Young brother Duan, I apologize to you for what happened today. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and personally apologize to you. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly and left. After leaving the Ouyang family's mansion, Duan Ling Tian felt his body lighten. He felt like a bird flying in the vast sky and a fish swimming in the vast sea. In the Ouyang family's hall, Ouyang Ru looked at Ouyang Ba and asked with a frown, Father, why did you let him leave just like that? In that situation earlier, what else could I have done? Force him to stay? Ouyang Ba shook his head. I'm afraid that many people in Han River City already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Not to mention the forces that have been keeping an eye on our Ouyang clan. Even the people behind him probably already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Rua fell silent when she heard Ouyang Ba's words. Father, his background is definitely not simple. Are we going to let him go just like that? Ouyang Rua said with some reluctance. Of course, we can't let him go just like that. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and apologize to him. At that time, I'll bring your brother along to apologize to him as well. Ouyang Ba could not help but frown when he mentioned Ouyang Qing. Qing has really disappointed me this time. Father, don't blame brother. He's just feeling injustice for you. I don't know why that person with the surname Duan is so secretive. He's not even willing to say his name. Ouyang Rua pleaded for Ouyang Qing first. However, when she mentioned Duan Ling Tian, she looked upset again. He doesn't have a good impression of our Ouyang family. As the clan leader of the Ouyang family and a powerful force in Han River City, Ouyang Ba's judgment of people was still very accurate. Rua, did you miss out anything from what you told me earlier? I felt that he seemed to be hostile toward you when he met you. Hostile toward me? Ouyang Rua was stunned. Although she knew that Duan Ling Tian seemed to dislike her, she did not expect that Duan Ling Tian was hostile toward her. Yes. Ouyang Ba nodded. Could it be that I asked you to invite him here by force? Is that why he's hostile toward me? Ouyang Rua was puzzled. I don't think it's that simple. I feel that his hostility toward you is not something that was formed overnight. Ouyang Ba shook his head. Think about it again. Did you miss out on any details? Just as Ouyang Rua was racking her brains, Ouyang Qing saw Duan Ling Tian walking out of their Ouyang family's mansion with his own eyes.
Boy, my father and sister said that you have a seventh-rate force behind you. I'd like to see if you're just playing tricks. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Ouyang Qing's mouth. At the same time, he went to the Ouyang family's backyard and found a white-haired old man. Grandpa Shan, there's someone who's plotting against our Ouyang family. He even lied that he's from a seventh-rate force. My father seems to believe him.
Chapter 1493.
The white-haired old man whom Ouyang Qing addressed as Grandpa Shan was the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan.
Ouyang Qing had grown up with him since he was young. He had long treated him like his own grandson.
His love for Ouyang Qing was more than the love his father, Ouyang Ba, had for Ouyang Qing.
Due to Ouyang Ba's love, he had to give half of it to Ouyang Qing. However, he gave all of his love to Ouyang Qing.
Qing, your father is not a fool. Since he believed him, it means that he might be from a seventh-rate force.
Ouyang Shan shook his head and said with a smile, Grandpa Shan, you said it's a possibility. Maybe he's not from a seventh-rate force?
Ouyang Qing said, my father asked him to stay out of goodwill and wanted to invite him to a banquet, but he rejected him.
He even said that he had an appointment with an elder. I think that's most likely his excuse. Perhaps, even Ouyang Qing did not expect that.
He had spouted nonsense in front of the old man in front of him to attack Duan Lingtian, and he had hit the nail on the head.
That was indeed Duan Lingtian's excuse. Does this mean that he left? Ouyang Shan asked.
Yes.
Ouyang Qing nodded.
If he has any ulterior motives for the Ouyang clan, I don't think he would reject your father.
So he should be fine.
As the saying went, the older the ginger, the spicier it was.
Ouyang Shan was very clear about this. Grandpa Shan, that might be the case. Maybe he's deliberately mystifying and retreating in order to advance? Ouyang Qing panicked when he heard Ouyang Shan's words. If he was alone, he really wouldn't dare to do anything in secret. Moreover, he had heard from his sister that the boy with the surname Duan was not easy to deal with. He had killed Yi Tianxing from the Yi clan in just a second. He knew that his ability was only slightly more powerful than Yi Tianxing, that's possible. Ouyang Shan nodded thoughtfully.
Grandpa Shan, we'll know if there's anything wrong with him as long as we keep an eye on him at the inn for a night.
I'd like to see if he really has an appointment with his elder or if he's lying.
Ouyang Qing's eyes gleamed coldly as he said, Qing, you seem to be hostile toward him? Ouyang Shan vaguely sensed that something was amiss.
He had watched Ouyang Qing grow up, so he naturally understood his temper.
My intuition tells me that he is indeed plotting against our Ouyang clan.
Naturally, Ouyang Qing knew that he had exposed his emotions in front of Ouyang Shan, so he added immediately, we can't let anyone who's plotting against our Ouyang clan live. If he's really lying today, he can't be allowed to live in this world after tonight. At the end of her sentence, Ouyang Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Grandpa Shan, come with me. We will secretly monitor him. If his elders don't show up, it means that he is lying, which also means that his thoughts are not pure. We need to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. As Ouyang Qing spoke, he made a killed gesture with a ferocious expression.
Qing,
even if he's lying, it only means that he's unwilling to accept the clan leader's invitation. This doesn't mean that he's plotting against our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan frowned and said, moreover, this doesn't prove that he's not from a seventh-rate force. Even if he's from a seventh-rate force, he might still reject the clan leader's invitation. Some people really don't like banquets. If we kill him rashly, there's no doubt that we'll offend the force behind him. If the force behind him is really a seventh-rate force, then it'll undoubtedly be a disaster for our Ouyang clan.
Ouyang Shan's expression was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence.
Grandpa Shan, I've thought about this. When we leave the clan, we don't have to go through the main door so that the people in the clan won't know that we've left. Even if he's dead, nobody will know that it was done by our Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing said. It was obvious that he already had a plan. Seeing that Ouyang Shan was still hesitating, Ouyang Qing continued, Grandpa Shan, as the saying goes, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go.
The feeling he gives me is really too dangerous. It'll definitely be a disaster for our Ouyang clan if we keep such a person alive. When Ouyang Qing saw that Ouyang Shan's frown had eased after hearing his words, he clenched his teeth and kneeled on the ground with a thud.
Qing, what are you doing? Get up, get up.
Ouyang Shan immediately stood up and wanted to help Ouyang Qing up. However, Ouyang Qing was unwilling to get up. Grandpa Shan, just trust me this time. Don't tell me you want to watch the Ouyang clan be destroyed just like that? You said that you'll watch me become the clan leader of the Ouyang clan in the future. If the Ouyang clan is destroyed, how can I still be the clan leader? Ouyang Qing was very agitated as he spoke. He was so agitated that he knocked his head hard on the ground. His forehead was bleeding and it was dazzling. At the same time, a hint of cunning flashed across his eyes. This was because he had lowered his head so Ouyang Shan could not see it. Naturally, even if he did not lower his head, Ouyang Shan might not have seen it.
Qing, Grandpa Shan promises you.
Ouyang Shan felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife when he saw Ouyang Qing's lifted forehead dripping with blood.
He had focused his entire life on martial Dao.
Other than a failed relationship when he was young, he had always been alone and had no children. Ouyang Qing's appearance was like a ray of light that illuminated the dark world in his heart. From then on, he was no longer alone. He had someone who was worthy of his protection and care for his entire life. He was willing to do anything for Ouyang Qing, even if he had to die. Now that he saw the blood flowing out of Ouyang Qing's forehead, he no longer had any qualms and agreed to it right away. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Naturally, he did not regret agreeing to Ouyang Qing's request. He regretted hesitating. If he had agreed to Ouyang Qing's request earlier, he would not have kowtowed and his head would not be bleeding.
Thank you, Grandpa Shan.
Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Although he knew Ouyang Shan would agree to it, Ouyang Qing still pretended to thank him. Grandpa Shan, I'll prepare 2 sets of night clothes and 2 masks. Ouyang Qing said to Ouyang Shan and prepared to leave. Grandpa Shan has everything that you mentioned. Wait a moment, Grandpa Shan will go in and get them. Ouyang Shan stopped Ouyang Qing and turned to enter his room at the same time. Duan, it's fine if you really have a senior here. But if your senior isn't here, tonight will be the day you die. A ferocious gleam flashed through Ouyang Qing's eyes as he thought to himself. Ouyang Qing had heard about Duan Ling Tian from his sister before. In fact, he was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian was from a 7th-rate force. This was because only outstanding young talents from 7th-rate forces would possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription. According to Ruaher, the saint weapon in that Duan boy's hand seems to have more than 1 3-star saint inscription inscribed on it. The moment Ouyang Qing thought about this, he became excited again. Naturally, the reason he asked Ouyang Shan for help was not because of the Ouyang clan's safety. It was just an excuse. His purpose was to kill Duan Ling Tian and seize everything that Duan Ling Tian had. This included the saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription, and the precious Dao talismans on him. In his opinion, it must be a huge fortune that was enough to move his heart. Although he was the great young master of the Ouyang clan was only an 8th-rate force. Although it was considered one of the best among the 8th-rate forces, it was still incomparable to a 7th-rate force.
Just like in Han River City,
their Ouyang clan had to depend on the 9 sect alliances to survive. All of this was because the 9 sect alliances was an alliance formed by 9 7th-rate forces. Any 7th-rate force had the ability to annihilate the Ouyang clan. In Han River City, it was not only the Ouyang clan, but the other 8th-rate forces were also subordinate to the 9 sect alliances. Although Duan Ling Tian had saved his sister's life, he did not take it to heart. Let alone saving his sister's life, even if Duan Ling Tian had saved his own life, as long as the other party had something that moved his heart, he would still seize it by hook or by crook.
Soon, Ouyang Shan came out.
When he came out, he had already changed into a black night suit. In his hand, he was also holding a night suit and 2 grimacing masks. Once he put them on, it would be enough to cover his face completely and no one would recognize him.
Grandpa Shan, let's go.
After changing into the night suit and putting on the grimacing mask, Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Shan eagerly and said excitedly. Of course, Since his face was covered by the grimacing mask, Ouyang Shan could not see the excitement on his face.
Yes,
Ouyang Shan responded. With a lift of his hand, he brought Ouyang Qing out of his courtyard and disappeared into the night. As the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan's cultivation base was naturally not simple. Along the way, the Ouyang clan's guards patrolling everywhere did not find any trace of Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing. It was easy for the two of them to climb over the wall at a remote corner of the Ouyang clan's mansion and leave the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang clan, the two of them disappeared at the end of a remote street in Han River City. In the Ouyang clan's guest hall. Father, do you think? Is it because I asked him to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to me when he killed Yi Tianqing and took Elder Ping's spatial ring? Ouyang Rua racked his brain and finally thought of something useful. However, Elder Ping is a member of our Ouyang clan. It's only right that he gave me Elder Ping's spatial ring. If it's because of that, then he's too petty. Ouyang Rua snorted. Rua, what should I say to you? Ouyang Ba smiled bitterly. He finally knew the reason. Elder Ping was killed by Yi Tianqing. If he didn't do anything, not only would Elder Ping's spatial ring be Yi Tianqing's, but even your spatial ring would be Yi Tianqing's spoils of war. He killed Yi Tianqing and saved you. It's only right that he took Elder Ping's spatial ring. How can you ask him to return it to you? Chapter 1494. In fact, Ouyang Ba knew that he could not blame his daughter for this. His daughter rarely ventured out, so she did not know about the law of the jungle in the outside world. Father, why are you saying the same thing as he said? Ouyang Rua frowned. She still remembered that when she asked Duan Ling Tian to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to her, the words that Duan Ling Tian said were almost exactly the same as what her father was saying now. If she did not know that it was impossible for her father to have discussed with Duan Ling Tian beforehand, she would have suspected that her father and Duan Ling Tian had discussed and said that together. This is the law of the outside world. Ouyang Ba could only explain it this way. These things could not be understood just by talking about it, they had to be put into practice. All right, Ruar, this matter is over now, don't think too much about it. Go and get your brother here. I want to discuss with him about going to little brother Duan tomorrow to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Rua. Father, brother will never agree to this, Ouyang Rua said bitterly. Ouyang Rua said with a bitter face. She knew her brother very well. His ego was frighteningly strong. It was impossible for him to bring a bramble and ask for punishment from someone who had not had any conflict with him, let alone someone who had just had a conflict with him today. He has to agree to this even if he doesn't want to. I don't believe that he can go against the heavens. Ouyang Ba snorted coldly and said overbearingly. Just go and get your brother here. There's no need to tell him about this in advance. I'll tell him myself. Otherwise, he'll run away in advance if you tell him about this. Although Ouyang Ba did not dare to say that he knew his son's character the best, it was not like he did not know. Yes, father. Ouyang Rua smiled wryly and left the reception hall to look for her brother, Ouyang Qing. Now that Ouyang Qing had left the Ouyang clan's estate, she naturally did not find him. Ouyang Rua sighed in relief when she found out that her brother was not around and seemed to have left. At the same time, he went back to report to Ouyang Ba, father, I went to brother's courtyard to look for him, but he wasn't there. I asked the servants in his courtyard, and they all said that he didn't go back. That unfilial son definitely couldn't stand my scolding and went out to have fun. Ouyang Ba cursed. Butler Ji. At the same time, Ouyang Ba called out loudly. Patriarch. Immediately, the old man standing outside the reception hall walked in. It was the Ouyang family's steward, Ouyang Ji. Take some people and bring that unfilial son back to me. No matter what you do, even if you have to tie him up, you have to tie him up and bring him back. Tomorrow morning, I must see him. Ouyang Ba ordered. Yes, Patriarch. Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly and retreated. He was most unwilling to do this kind of thing, but he didn't dare to disobey the Patriarch's orders. Although Ouyang Qing was the successor to the Patriarch's position, he had not yet matured, so he was not afraid of him. He was afraid of the person behind Ouyang Qing. That person was their Ouyang family's real power figure. He was not someone that he, Ouyang Ji, could offend. At this moment, Ouyang Ba only thought that Ouyang Qing had gone out to have fun. However, he had no idea that Ouyang Qing had his eyes on the young man who was suspected to be from a seventh-rate force whom he wanted to befriend. What he did not know was that this night might be a turning point for the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang family and returning to the inn, Duan Ling Tian did not leave immediately. If he was a timid person, he would naturally hide as far away as possible from the Ouyang family's line of sight. However, he was not that kind of person, so he did not plan to run away with his tail between his legs. After returning to the guest room, he could not wait to enter the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, coupled with the excellent cultivation environment, was enough for his cultivation base to improve rapidly. If I calculate the time outside by cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid the time I spent breaking through from the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage to the Saint Rudiment stage is less than the time I spent breaking through from the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. Cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 5 days was only equivalent to 1 day outside. This was not something the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could compare to. Moreover, the cultivation environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was far inferior to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If one really had to make a comparison between the two, it could be said that the cultivation speed on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not even half of the cultivation speed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Before I return to Half Moon Island, I should be able to break through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, it'll be even better if I can break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian's mind became much more active as he thought about this. What I need to do now is to cultivate diligently and elevate my cultivation base as soon as possible. With my current ability, I can deal with ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators, but if I really encounter a powerhouse, I'll be at their mercy. Ever since Duan Ling Tian found out that someone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage could easily avoid his anti-tracking, he felt a sense of pressure that he had never felt before. He desperately wanted to elevate his cultivation base. However, everything had a process, and he knew in his heart that he could not rush it. However, he was so anxious that he could not control his emotions at all. Someone's watching from outside. Unknowingly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was like a clap of thunder that completely woke him up. "Hualao, you're awake?" The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw Hualao who was just inches away from him.
Yes.
Hualao nodded. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda took a huge toll on me, and it took me a while to fully recover. However, I gained something during the restoration, and my strength has recovered a little. Now that my divine consciousness has recovered a lot, I can extend it to cover an area. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, it's still useful for scouting. Elder Hu said, "I just found out that there are 2 people spying on you outside this inn. They don't come with good intentions."
2 people? Spying on me?
Duan Lingtian frowned. "Don't tell me they're from the Ouyang clan? It can only be them.
What are they trying to do?"
When I was recovering this time, I left behind a gush of sun energy that I'm going to channel into your body to refine your true energy. In the future, when your true energy transforms into this world's true origin, it'll carry the sun energy and become the sun true origin.
Hualao told Duan Lingtian.
True origin was the energy in the body of a powerhouse above the saint stage. After a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse broke through to the saint stage, his true energy would transform into true origin.
Sun energy? Sun true origin?
Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. However, he soon frowned again. "Hualao, let's do it another time. There are still 2 people outside that we haven't dealt with yet. The power of the sun is dissipating at every moment. Even I won't be able to hold it for long. Furthermore, given your current level of Xueqi, it'll take you at most 2 hours to refine it." Hualao did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. He lifted his hand and pointed his sword finger at the space between Duan Lingtian's brows. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifyingly hot aura rushing toward him. It transformed into a stream of heat that entered his qi through the space between his brows. He was like a bandit who robbed people of their houses. As the stream of heat entered his qi, Duan Lingtian discovered the true energy in his qi was boiling. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. While Duan Lingtian was unconscious, the true energy in his qi underwent an earth-shattering change. In the beginning, his true energy was boiling as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Following that, the 99 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body began to circulate one great cycle after another as a warm current guided the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air into his body. This stream of heat was extremely domineering. It seemed to possess a devouring characteristic. Originally, the heaven and earth spirit energy on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could not be seen. However, it had now gathered above Duan Lingtian's head and condensed into a large pool of liquid. Moreover, the liquid was still increasing. This was the materialization of the heaven and earth spirit energy. The materialized heaven and earth spirit energy continued to surge into Duan Lingtian's body and was guided by the stream of heat to circulate his qi. At the same time, black impurities began to seep out of every pore on Duan Lingtian's body. Naturally, there were not many black impurities. Duan Lingtian's body had already been reborn twice. Naturally, the amount of impurities in his body would not be as much as an ordinary person's. At this moment, if there was a powerful person present, he would definitely be able to tell with just a glance that this three-legged golden crow was using the sun energy to cleanse the purple-clad young man's impurities and help him to attain the sun body through the enlightenment technique. Every three-legged golden crow could only use this enlightenment technique once in their lives. It was extremely domineering and heaven-defying. At this moment, Hua Lao had already transformed into his true form. He was a three-legged golden crow that was covered in flames. His entire body was emitting a domineering heat wave that made the entire third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda seem to have fallen into a scorching heat. Naturally, the unconscious Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. 2 hours were equivalent to 2 hours. 2 hours later, Elder Hua finally transformed back into his human form. His originally rosy complexion had become incomparably pale, as though he had aged several hundred years in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gradually regained consciousness. In the beginning, he was still a little confused. However, after he recalled for a while, he completely regained his senses. The first thing he did was to observe his qi. The moment he did so, he was taken aback. This. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely stunned. Disbelief was written all over his face as though he had discovered something unbelievable. This seems to be intermediate Saint Rudiment stage? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.